everyone. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the Northern League of Legends Championship. My name is Alexandre Archarão-Maia, and I'll be your host. Together with me, we have an amazing roster of casters who will bring you all the action throughout this entire split, where 10 teams will fight each other to become the Northern Kings and also get a spot at the European Masters. Obviously, we want them to go really hard and bring back home our rightful third spot. It is time to do it. Across these teams, you also have players who participated and stepped on the greatest stages of the league scene, and also, I guess, on NA. But I can't do this show alone, and I would like to introduce to you all the amazing, the beautiful, and talented Goldberg and Trouble Inc.
Hello, hello, everyone. Really happy to be here. Excited. Finally, NLC in the studio. What are you talking about?
You're here in person? Were you not just on a screen? That's crazy. Oh, okay.
Start like this. I love it. So, new studio. We also have faces that we already know. They are everywhere. But we also have a new format. So, without further ado, let's see how it is. Hey guys, my name is Akram, and I will explain to you the new format of the Northern League of Legends Championship. For 2022, the European Regional Leagues will see some major changes. All accredited ERLs will play using the same format, which of course also applies to the NLC. However, the purpose of the league won't change. The best teams from the United Kingdom, Ireland, and the Nordic countries will compete for the NLC title twice per year, once in spring and once in summer. Additionally, the best two teams from the league will qualify for the European Masters and face off against the top squads from the other European regional leagues. Now let's dive into the new NLC format. First of all, the group system will be removed. The 10 NLC teams will compete against each other in a double round-robin format during the regular season. Each team will play 2 best-of-1s against all of their competitors. After 18 match days, the top 6 teams will qualify for playoffs, while the bottom 4 are eliminated. In playoffs, all matches will be best-of-5s. The third-place team will get to choose their opponent for round 1 out of the 5th and 6th seeds. Whichever team isn't selected will have to play against the 4th seed in the first round. The winners of these 2 matches will move on to the second round and face off against each other to compete for a spot in the semi-final. Round 2 also contains the upper bracket match between the 1st and the 2nd seeds of the NLC regular season. Whoever manages to win this battle of giants qualifies directly for the final and for at minimum the playing stage of European Masters. However, the losing side is not eliminated. They get to fight for the second final spot in the semi-final against the best team from the lower bracket. This is also the match that determines the second NLC representative for European Masters. And of course, the winner of this best of 5 competes for the title of the Northern League of Legends Championship in the grand final. We hope you are just as excited as we are to get this show on the road. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon. New studio, new format, and we have also new teams. But before we dive into that, how about we take a look into the standings before we see all the new teams? There we go. Obviously, no points.
That's crazy.
Tell me why, Goldberg. Tell me why.
Are you happy, Goldberg? Astralis is first.
Oh man, they're right where they belong for now, but obviously we'll dive into that later.
I love the idea, but also we can look into the schedule to see what games we are going to have today. As we see, Vanir versus Team Singularity will be the first, Bifrost versus M&M, Astralis Talent versus Nuriki, X7 Esports versus Riddle Esports, and GDXL versus Dusty. So this is the schedule, but we also have to talk about the new teams because we have a lot of them and a lot of new talent as well.
Well, absolutely. I mean, at least we have some remaining, some stayed,
Yes.
but there's a lot of new blood, and I'm just really excited to see what teams are going to be coming in. We've got some goodies, oldies like M&M coming, for example, back. They keep getting relegated. They keep coming back.
We just can't get rid of them.
Oh, we love you, M&M. We love you.
But I also like the fact that we got to see some new teams coming in that's been, you know, around in a very long time in the Scandinavian leagues, at least for me personally, following ever since dated back. I coached back in 2018-19, like Nuriki, Vanir coming through, like these are organizations that's been in the 2nd division layer of the Scandinavian leagues for so long. So it's really nice to see these teams finally coming up and, you know, setting their strides here in the early league.
So I would like to do something throughout the split where I give you guys the opportunity to pick a team, talk about that specific team, and tell me why is that the team. So, oh no, I want to start with someone that already picked his own team.
I wonder which team it is and for what reason that we have this one coming through with this one. Obviously, for me, I have to choose Astralis in the beginning. We have a Danish team replacing the former Danish team Trick that took the victory. We get 5 Danes on the roster and Danish staff. And not only that, the way this team has actually been compiled up with the players that they have is some of the greatest we get here.
For real? He has one too?
I mean,
What? Now I came in like this.
But to be real about it, like, you take a look at the roster,
Part of
like,
the team.
if you wanna... If you want to take it from the top side, I like the fact that there is talent being put into the Astralis talent name. You get players like Carlson, who's only 16 years old, but a player that they have been developing throughout of all of the 2021 too, and they hold on to. Then you get a former winner of a league here in Tax as well, which is going to be a great all-around jungler to have in your team. You get Kress, who's got LEC experience in the past under the name of Senkops,
My boy
obviously.
Chrisberg?
And yes, you got your boy Chris Berg as well.
Man, come on,
Yeah, of course.
This guy deserves his chance in EU Masters, full stop.
You are right, because he is veteran here in the RLs. Like, we've seen Chris Berg in the Nordic League for so long. Like, he's the premier AD carry we can have here. And then Vendel, to finish it all off, who's had both up and on performances, but, like, fully deserving spot on this roster.
Honestly, I just really want to see the Chrisberg-Wendell bot lane because I think it's going to be extremely bot lane dominant. It's going to be very aggressive, and it's going to be really fun to watch.
Now, okay, you got your team. Trouble, you got to really go hard on this one because, okay, who do you pick? What's your team?
Come on, we've got new teams coming in, yes, but I'm just going to have to point at the elephant in the room. XL, now JD XL. New name,
unknown reasons.
New name, new me, 2022, the 2021 calendar year was pretty successful, I would say. In spring, they went all the way into EU Masters Finals. They completely destroyed everyone's expectations of the NLC not doing well, going all the way to the finals, going toe-to-toe with Common Corp as well. And then summer was a little bit of a fumble because the swap came in. Markun and Advian, which were the 2 most successful players of the organization, had to go into the LEC team. And that left sort of a BTXL back then in sort of a pickle. But now they have restructured the team. They brought in Kikis as well, who has role swapped from jungle to support. And I can't wait to see what they're going to do because Dan is returning back to the NLC. Grice is returning back to the NLC. And these 2 guys are sort of like veterans again in the scene, and also bringing 2 rookie names into the NLC in the likes of Eminus and Zamulek. And I can't wait to see what they're going to do because we need that 3rd spot for the NLC.
It's ours. Let's be honest. It has to be ours. But that is
one of us.
I'm sold. I got to do it. So that is one to watch, like that team that we need to look into because probably top 2, top 3 before we start the split. Obviously, everything can happen. But also, there's another team that I want to talk about. A team with a world champion. A team with the players that have a lot of experience. And obviously, they want to win European Masters.
Yeah,
X7.
You definitely have to mention X7. I think they're the biggest one on paper coming into our league this time around. It's absolutely ludicrous when you take a look at the name and you're like, wow, this is an ERL team. As you mentioned yourself, you have Haru coming in, who's a former world champion. Yes, it is not like he was not the main on the roster. He was a substitute.
It's fine, man. Promise you, he's a former MSI champion. He'd never played a game.
Well, at least Haru did play a game at Worlds, which still does count for him getting a skin. So he does have that Estral skin as well. Temd as well is probably the 2 biggest names you're looking at this roster. But not only that, it's also, when you take a look at what it's compiled around, you take a look at the top side, Jaeger is formerly Smithy J, who's we've seen in the EU LCS, NALCS.
Did he get corrupted? Did he not? We're going to find out.
We're going to have a look at it. We're going to have a look at it. But also down towards the bottom side, like we got Kasing coming back, right? Like the premier support player for so long in our league too. I think the only biggest or the only question mark that some people might have will be Nata, who like got relegated at LVP. But still, I believe that when you have these players around you, you probably have the right pieces to really shine as an AD carry too.
See, the thing that comes straight into mind when we talk about perfect on paper was the D2 roster last season. And perfect on paper doesn't always mean perfect performance, right? Especially when you bring it into imports, straight from the likes of an LCK or an LPL kind of tournament. It's really hard. The communication is hard. Them getting into the European lifestyle and how the things are working around here, going into an ERL, which means the expectation is not going to be high. It's going to be extremely high of you having to technically, quote unquote, carry your team forward. If somebody's underperforming, you technically have to cover that gap because you have the status behind you, because you need to put in the performance. So it is a high risk, high reward situation, I would say, but I'm leaving high risk over there for now until I see them perform.
I like what you said about high expectations to a mega team like G2
Yeah.
brought into the LEC, and we know what happened. Probably the communication could be a really big hazard, but also you have Astralis, for instance, that actually talk all the same language, so a quick call could be really fundamental on a team fight, where on a team like X7 could fall to the ground. We need to see how they fare inside of the Summoner's Rift, but who knows? This just shows that the NLC is filled with talent, and this is amazing. But also, talking about changes, we should look into the new season. I know it's not like the previous seasons when we have a big hole of changes with the mythics and the legendaries and all that, but we do have some. Let's talk about the dragons, for instance.
Yeah, I do like the new Drakes coming into this time around, because not only is it 2 new Drakes, at least refreshing the games up a little bit, it also decreases your chance of rolling a Cloud Drake, so I mean, pretty good for me. But yeah, she's
You're
seeing
one
the
of
screen
them.
there. The Chemtech Drake right now, it's a controversial subject so far with the Chemtech Drake, but nonetheless, like, it is very strong. The Soul as well is something that's completely new to the game now that we just have to adapt to. I also love what we get out of the terrain changes. We've already seen some of it. I love what we saw in the K-Corp Koi show match, where we saw a lot of flanks from the Hex Gate, for example, where we had that set mid, behind a Hex Gate, flash over with the ultimate. Like, it creates different ways for you to play the game now. And even then now with the Chemfuck as well, once again, controversial opinion to have about it is that it's good, bad, whatever, but nonetheless, it is very difficult to play against if you're the losing team, because all of a sudden, no bushes, vision control becomes very difficult. And because of this, League of Legends has become a bit more adaptive than it has in former seasons.
Be honest with me. Do you like the Chem Tank?
I hate it.
I needed to see this. Because you are a support, you need vision.
Exactly,
you like
that's
to
the thing.
control
Like,
map.
I'm a support running around for vision. All my bushes are gone.
Hey.
Now you have to invest in ping
Wait,
boards.
I love
Your
it.
teammates don't. You love
I
it?
play Katarina. I can sit in there forever until someone walks in.
See, I'm an AD carry, so I'm the one who suffers with that. Like, walking into a Katarina with no vision, that is painful.
Perfect.
No?
Wait, they both start from P, but it's perfect.
Okay, so...
Well, I think this has to do with the factor that it's very snowbally, right? Especially if you get the Chemtech map, it's very snowbally, and something that is extremely snowbally as well is the fact that you cannot anymore make aggressive teleport plays. Teleport is now a little bit nerfed in the early game, as you cannot teleport on anything other than an ally structure, an ally tower, pre-14 minutes.
Yeah.
So all these 5v5 shenanigans that we're seeing down the bot lane, they're completely and utterly gone unless we see a tower dive coming in, then you can possibly defend.
Yeah, it's also just the fact that it feels like Riot has put mid-game into the game now. Like 14-minute is mid-game. It's where you can use the teleports, but it's also where objective bounty starts going online, right? So if you are a team that drafted for win lane, win game in the early game, then all of a sudden...
out of your book.
I know, it's working, it's working. Riot knows what's coming up, right? But not only that, it's really where, okay, 14-minute mark, that's where we want to see spikes around team fight composition that may spike around the 2-item power spike or something like that instead. So I feel like not only is the game becoming more adaptive, it's also becoming more categorized in terms of what do we do at set points into the game. And obviously teams are still figuring out what they are doing when, but I think it creates an interesting start to this season at least.
I love the ideas of the TP change. To me, is one of the most OP champion spells. I know you have exhaust and all
Again,
that.
I play Katarina with TP Ignite, so for me it's absolutely
See?
terrible.
But also opens a window for champions like Shen. Gangplank.
Ah, yeah, Shen.
So, okay, you don't like it. But if you're playing Katarina and you dive into the middle of a team and the Shen saves you,
Oh, the Shen saves me, then perfect.
she's not biased at all. But with that in mind, we also have other champions we should talk about. Vex is now available. I know you want to talk about that.
Yeah, I think Vex is probably the best kit champion that came out in 2021. I think Viego is also maybe up there. I really like his kit as well, but I think Vex has an overall beautifully curated kit. She's a mage that has also long range engage. She also gets really vulnerable because she is squishy, but something that really does help with her kit is the crown, which is the new item that's coming in, which makes her extremely tanky when she's diving into those 5-man ultimates when she hits her R.
Yeah, I think you're completely right. Definitely one of the better designs coming through as well. And we've already seen throughout Demacia Cup, some of LPL, like this is a champion that is already seeing pro play. Obviously as well, she might have some higher numbers. We might see some crazy plays from her as well. We saw that in Demacia Cup too, because this champion is a champion that has not been balanced around pro play yet.
Yeah,
we have only been able to go off solo queue, and we've seen the difference in the past, what a champion can look like in solo queue and what a champion can look like in pro play. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how these teams have picked up themselves on a champion like Vex.
Not only we have new items, but we also have new runes, Lethal Tempo and First Strike as well, opening up the window to like Corki, Victors. Tell me about it.
You said the two names that I never want to hear when it's about competitive play. You know, the Aziz, the Victors, and the Corkis, the ones that sit about. But it's normal, right?
Yeah.
When you don't make aggressive plays,
Yeah.
3-14, due to the teleport changes that we just mentioned, it's only logical when you have the longer range, you know, with the Corki range, with the Victor range, that you're going to bank with First Strike. If you hit someone first before they hit you, you get an amount of gold. And depending on the damage that you also deal, you get a set amount of gold. And depending on how much damage you deal, you get a percentage of that in gold as well. So you keep banking until the 40-minute mark hits, and then you already have the items that you need to fight a dragon, to fight a herald.
And it's not only that, like Crown of the Shadow Queen, we mentioned it quite briefly.
So broken.
Once again, one of the items that's been a bit controversial in the preseason. They nerfed the AP a little bit, but let's be real, everyone. The AP wasn't the reason why that item was good. It's definitely because of the safety network it's created, especially in tension games where one pick can be the factor of the outcome of the game. Then all of a sudden, Crown is introduced to that factor as well. And this champion that got picked up just won't die. He deals a ton of damage. He's already ahead of the curve, and you can't kill him. And once again, you mentioned Snowball in Chemtech. I feel like in general, there is a lot of Snowball potential despite bounties being introduced. So it's going to be very curious to see. Obviously, it is still a situational item. It can still be proc. Corki bombs or R is super easy to do it with. So don't expect it to see it every game, but it's definitely one of the items in preseason that has left its mark on the community.
Yeah.
But even AD carries are picking up on that item. Kaisa, Ezreal as well. Ezreal with First Strike. And
Yeah, you're completely right.
it's kind of annoying, but okay. It exists, it's something. But also, what doesn't exist right now is Action.
Yes.
And I would like to look into the camera to talk about this one. Action one-trick players, I'm looking at you, okay? We have to talk about. Guardian Angel is expensive for a reason. You are not allowed to play on competitive, so please, let other people have fun. Yone players, I'm also looking at you.
Oh, Lethal Tempo, you mentioned it.
Yeah, like, that is a weird one.
You have the power to disable Yone as well. If so, I
I would love to, but also on solo queue.
I see.
I can't live as an AD carry with Yone around. So with that in mind, we should look into the predictions. This is something that we need to talk about. We are going to make predictions across the entire split and let you know what we think is going to happen. And obviously, a lot of us will be wrong. Shall we show the first predictions?
I mean, I'm down for it. I don't mind. I mean,
There we
here
go.
have it.
Look at Jamada.
Oh,
He's
come on,
going.
Jamada,
He's
come
going.
on,
He doesn't
Jamada.
care.
Come on, always loyal. You know what? I like that. He's always loyal to Eminem.
Yeah.
I spoke to him earlier. I want to reveal what he said about his pick on Eminem. I'm just going to say that he's loyal.
I'm going to throw him under the bus. He said he was only going to do it at the first week. Just to throw some loyalty. Okay, I don't care, all right? If you are only going to do it for a little while, do it all the time if that's what you really feel like. Now, that is loyalty. You're not
That's
only there.
commitment, true.
Yeah, exactly. Say, look at the under. You see the Astralis there? I want to know what our new casters initialized, Viperu, Nymera, what was in their tea? Because, okay, I don't want to, set the game off completely, but
Yeah.
Nuriki versus Astralis, I've taken a look at Nuriki, and I'm like, they must know something I don't, because I'm all about Astralis on that prediction for sure.
It's the English tea, man.
It's not.
It is, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That tea, yeah. Although I do drink English tea too, and I did go for Astralis, so.
Okay, but also, you are kind of biased towards Astralis, Goldberg. Are you going to pick them all the time?
100%.
No matter what?
You were not here last season, were you? if there's a day, yeah, of course. Why not? If it's a full Danish roster,
Yeah.
who can stop them?
We can bank points, yes.
Okay, so before we jump into the game, we still have a lot to talk about. What about talking about the first match? It's going to be Vanir versus Singularity. So this is a good opportunity to talk about what Singularity is bringing into the table to the NLC.
So I feel like Singularity this time around, I mean, a lot of people is going to look at the Singularity we had last season. You know, you had the likes of Fury, who is probably just the best mid lane he had that time, and it looked like a really competitive roster. This time around, they've taken a step back, and they've taken another approach to the league instead and gone for a university angle, where a lot of their players this time around are all players that are in universities at the moment, which means that they might not have the full time to scrim as much as every other team has had because they have studies on the side or anything else like that. I also feel like in general, the players in general with the caliber is a bit lower than we had last time. And that's not to say that they're not good players, because we still have players on this roster that were here before. Muta, Seraphine, Control Mages, we've always seen it before as well. Yeppe as well, down towards the bottom side of them. It is all a lot of players that still on Singularity has the ability to every now and then create upsets. But it's definitely a roster where the expectations need to be set in check this time around, because they are not a top team any longer. I feel like that is at least my approach to it.
I know, and it's really fun because those teams that we never expect to take games off of the big teams are the teams that are going to cause the upset. And you have like Tatui in the top lane as well, where he has caused a lot of upsets. Like I remember this guy on the Aatrox, like he's a different beast. And Aatrox can be played in the top lane right now, especially since we have a little bit more dominance in the top lane again due to the TP changes. And you need to snowball, you need to get ahead. We could see picks like the Jax, like the Aatrox coming back.
Okay, but what about Vanir? We're talking about a team where their bot lane is quite interesting as well.
That's the thing as well, because we have Kevo back in the NLC, and last time we had Kevo on Barrage, I feel like he was always the guy we wanted to talk about on Barrage. He was definitely the shining light you had on this roster that finally made playoffs as well. It looked decent for them. Obviously, they couldn't take it all the way, but this guy on Kaiser was specifically a player we mentioned all the time. And now when you get the likes of Jinx, Aphelios, hyper carry meta still being a thing around these team fights, there's definitely room for a guy like Kevo to shine.
And also his Ezreal. We have to mention his Ezreal.
Oh,
I felt like Kevo on Ezreal was a complete different beast. Now with First Strike as well, it's going to be a completely different story. I think the items fit the champions that he likes to play. And I believe that every time we watched Kevo, it felt like he was going once the pyre, once the pyre, once the pyre. Every single game we watched, we were never disappointed because every single game, he would better his performance. And I think this is what really matters, especially when you go into a team that is not necessarily top tier and you need that one player that will never let you down.
But I also love the fact that they've paired him up with Quickset this time around, who's a former Nordic champion. Before we had NLC, we had UKLC and Nordic League existing not together, but this time around, obviously, we've slammed them together. He had a little bit of a break after he won the championship. Then he became a coach. Then he came back as a player, went to European Masters, at least play-ins, and now he's back here in the Nordics once again. And this guy was known for his Thresh. Like, you saw Thresh target bans against him all the time. One of the premier supports at the moment is Thresh for this specific reason, that you can pair them up with once again Jinx, Aphelios. So all the pieces right now can be there for Vanir at the same time. So I'm definitely expecting the pick and ban situation to be heavily targeted towards that bottom side as well.
I think this is a good opportunity to now talk a little bit about the meta that we have, at least in solo queue. I know it's not going to transition as well into the competitive because people on solo queue are really crazy, but what picks could we see transitioning into the competitive player, and especially between these two teams?
Okay, so I'm looking bot lane. I'm looking straight at bot lane since you cannot do the 5v5 shenanigans anymore, since you cannot do the aggressive teleports pre-minute 14. I'm looking at push. I'm looking at hard shoving bot lanes. I'm looking at Caitlyn. I'm looking at Varus. I'm looking at Jinx. And I'm looking at supports that can very easily complement them. The Morganas, the Karmas, the Luxes. Something that is very, very annoying. Hard shoves the lane. You can roam towards the top side of the map, secure these dragons, or even allow your support to roam completely all the way to the top and then win on one side of the map.
Yeah, and I also just think in general it's gonna be interesting to see how teams define what their style will be, because as we already mentioned, like Yone, Yasuo in solo queue has been prevalent champions, either with Conquerors, we still see it, or the lethal tempo, obviously, of course. Either you go that, you take the control mage route instead, or we've seen a lot of Cillian lately in high elo solo queue as well that just creates a lot of pressure, either with a Jhin, but also just double mages down and towards the bottom side, where you just create a lot of cheese. Am I expecting to see this today?
Imagine Chemtech with Zillion, with Guardian Angel?
No. I already hate playing against Zillion, but
You like my idea.
No. But outside of that, it's like, I'm not expecting every team to take this approach, right? But I still feel like this season, all in all, it hasn't changed all too much from last season in terms of meta picks, what we're seeing. We're still seeing the mages in the mid lane. We're still seeing the hyper carry AD carries. We're still seeing either bruises or tank up towards the top side of the map. And junglers that are still going for the Sinsaos, the J4, the Viegos. So I'm curious to see if some teams have finally taken a liking to, AP junglers, to pair it up with the Yasuo, like the Diana Yasuo or something we've seen in the past. Or we're just going to see them stick to their own style. That's like what's so special about the ERLs. Quite often, we will have teams define their own meta.
I love what he said because it is so significant that ERLs have an entirely different way of playing. Like particular teams will play a completely different game to the meta just because they have the players to complement that. For example, we have MC who is playing very particular AP junglers. You might see the Nidalees, you might see the Rumbles, you might see the Talia coming in, the Elise. You see that very unique play style. And what I want to say is that this particular season, I think we're going to see the two edges of the spectrum. We're either going to see the Victors, the Azirs, the Corkis, the play safe, farm it down, 40 minutes, we go as a five-man unit, or we're going to see the Javans, the Zinzaos, the going hard. Jax is in the top lane, Fiora's in the top lane, Camille's in the top lane, the win lane, win game situation. Because I very recently spoke to Alois from SK Prime, and he told me, if you snowball one side of the map, then it's over because you cannot turn it back. There is no way you can defend pre-14 with teleports. So if one side snowballs, it snowballs completely. And then you're unfortunately going to have to bring it back with other ways, like the bounties or whatever. But it becomes really hard to play the game if one side snowballs pre-14. So I think all eyes will be on top lane because it's going to be the harder lane to master.
Oh yeah, it was already left on an island before. It's even more an island now. Your impact in top lane, like, do you take TP? Do you take Ignite? Well, hell, we might
You take Exhaust Ignite?
We might see more
Why
of that.
not, Kled?
So.
Let's go. Exhaust Ignite, Kled, let's go. So
But like, it's already something we saw in the past where people just said, I don't need flash. I'm just going to take a combat spell and then teleport.
Yeah.
Well, do you still need flash now and you just take a combat spell instead? Like, how do you define this? If you've recently tuned into Odoamna's stream as well, like, he's been talking a lot about how he feels like it's going to at least take a month before top laners feel like, oh, teleport is better or ignite is better because you're so stubborn or so, what do you say, used to this normal habit of having TP back to lane. It's going to take some time for a new playstyle to be created, or at least some time for us to specifically say this playstyle is better with a combat summon spell rather than TP. And it's going to be curious to see who and when that will be defined.
And I know you're going to attack me for saying this, but I really wish Maokai could come back into the meta due to the fact of the new item, the Fumble Winter.
Oh, yeah.
That is so good with him. And that's a lot of CC. There's a lot of setup and follow-up on team fights. You probably hate me too as well.
No, I don't hate you. See, Fimbulwinter to me is actually like, I like Riot was like, you know what, everyone's building TR in a tank anyway. We might as well give it an item to build into instead of just selling it. So, you know, good job, Riot. But I also feel like creating these shielding for a lot of these tanks is something we haven't seen all too much in solo queue. And I'm curious to see if that's because people just don't want to play solo tanks in solo queue, or if it's something that's actually going to be good now in competitive.
This is the fun thing. I just cast solo queue tournament, and the most broken champions to 1v1 were Tom Kent, Mundo, and Volibear, with Anathema's Chains as first item. So I'm believing that if teams want to be useful later on in teamfights, be beefy, and also win the 1v1, we might be looking at this sort of tanks where you can build the item into and get mana and be more oppressive in the lane, but also be extremely useful and tanky later on when it converts into a 5v5 scenario.
I like the idea, but I believe we're about to jump into the first game. I believe we're about to jump into the first champion select of 2022 for the NLC. So without further ado, let's go. And there we go, the desk, the beautiful desk on the studio. Look at this. Vanir versus Team Singularity. So in terms of bans, what are we looking for to begin with?
I'm looking at bot lane bans, honestly. I'm looking possibly towards a Jinx, towards a Caitlyn, maybe a Victor as well. Something that's like very oppressive and likes to push really fast.
I was going to say that Seraphine needs to be taking the back because we're talking about Muda here.
Yeah.
So you obviously played a lot of Seraphine in the former seasons. I think you take a look at Vanir and you take a look at the mid lane too. Sekiro is a guy that we in the past is something that we called
an OTP rise, and he proved us wrong.
Okay, Caitlyn is going to be removed as well. Again, the bot lane focus. Will Ezreal get out of this ban phase?
I don't know, because I think Ezreal is quite counterable right now, especially because he doesn't have a lot of push. If you put him against a lane that has a really hard shove in 2v2, Ezreal will miss out. He will get poked out, he will play underneath his tower, and yeah, that gives your support the opportunity to possibly roam around the map and maybe win the other side of the map. This could potentially be something that Vanir will move towards, leave alone Kevo in the bot lane, allow him with first strike, play underneath his tower. That could be the ideal scenario, but I'm so happy to see that Victor is completely out of the picture, but that leaves Jinx open, and yeah, there you go. That means that Kevo will have a support in his lane.
There we go. Bot lane focus all through the ban phase. Jinx on the other side is going to be Jinx and Orianna. So we already have the carries for the bot lane and the mid lane as well. We now need to see on those supports. Are you okay, Goldberg?
I'm not too sure.
He has 2 microphones. Is he about to sing?
He's so special.
Yeah,
oh, there you go.
Yeah,
I think I
there
got
we go.
you.
I finally hear myself.
Man.
Yeah. Either way, as I was saying beforehand as well, like Thresh is still open and available, which is a champion we could look at paired up with the Jinx down too. I think it would make a lot of sense. But no, you know what? Let's just take it the other way around and pair it up with the Lulu, which is still very much oppressive towards the stages of a late game team fight. So right now we're talking about building it around the bottom lane at Vanir. I think we're very much doing so, and I'm expecting to see the rest of the composition be rounded up with more tanks.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Because I'm thinking from the sort of Singularity, a Jarvan here would be so pivotal. 3 completely immobile champions with a Lulu. You've got the ball delivery system with a Jarvan. Lock them all in, put the shockwave on top, curtain call from way miles behind in the fountain. I feel like if Singularity can play with the distance they're creating with the Jhin and the distance that they can create even more with a Jarvan ultimate, I think this could be a very well-rounded scenario for them.
That way, probably Vanir will look into the supports after that on the second ban phase. Let's see what Team Singularity are going to pick. And it's going to be Karthus, who's going to be picked in 2 Team Singularities. So I reckon this is jungler Karthus.
It is.
I hope so.
It's very interesting, but Paul is a guy that's been playing Karthus mostly in solo queue. If you take a look at his ID there as well, so it just makes sense on that end. It's going to be curious to see when you obviously pair it up with a lot of AP. You already have 2 of them. And you don't have the jungler right now from the side of Vanir. So if you want to, Kindred is still a champion you could bring out if you like that. Hecarim is a good champion to ban away because speaking of solo queue, Noodle's most played champion in solo queue is Hecarim too. So you can see that they're going for a lot of target bans just outside of the preseason we have at the moment.
I feel like Vanir should go definitely for top lane bans because it's very clear that Singularity are going to leave the last pick for the top laner since Lulu has been shown, so they do know exactly what their bot lane matchup will be and they can choose accordingly their support due to that. So I'm thinking we're looking for Tatooine to play a pick that can snowball the side, which is something that we also talked about previously on the pre-match. And Tatooine is a guy that can snowball if you give him the right tools to do so, and having R5 is a very crucial pick.
If you take these champions that are able to remove your HP no matter what HP you have, you reckon you can take to Tatooine Tom Kench and have another delivery for the ball?
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
I like the spicy picks.
There needs to be something that creates either disengage for Singularity here or engage. And same for Vanir. Like, Vanir do have the tools to pull out a lot of damage, protect them with the Lulu, fair enough. But none of these 2 teams have anything to engage or disengage with. So right now we're playing sort of the back and forth where they want to keep their distance from each other. The Jhin is very protected all the way at the back, having the Orianna and the Karthus wall. So we need something to spice it up, something that will start things.
So I think for sure you either here take a support where you want to roam up towards on the map, something where there's not going to be too much kill pressure with the Lulu and the Jinx. So I feel like going for the Nautilus here is a great pickup because he's very good at locking a specific target down in team fights, but it's also easy for him to get out and around on the map. So leaving a Jhin alone won't cost you too much. And we already talked about a little bit in the pre-show, like how volatile it can be to snowball. So if you can't beat the Lulu Jinx, try and snowball the rest of the map. You got that last pick for the top laner too.
This is exactly what is going to happen. Oh, and the other side is going to be Xin Zhao, the pick for the jungle. Now they have a way to actually go into the back line and disrupt what they're trying to protect.
Sure, you also have the Rise there, who can be the delivery system for maybe the Ornn from what they're showing right here, or the Xin Zhao into the back line. Now, the problem here is that Karthus is extremely vulnerable, especially when he's in the jungle. He needs his time. He has 14 minutes, precisely, before any aggressive plays take place. But he has a very squishy team other than a Nautilus, and Gwen is pretty much like a lane neutralizer. She does pretty okay into anything. Now, it's very crucial what Tatooine will choose to play here. I am thinking Aatrox. Like, I think Aatrox would make the utmost value here for them. Something that's aggressive, something that can go in, maybe with the anchor of the Nautilus. Something other thing that I'm thinking about.
Jace?
Would
Yeah.
be,
Good.
I don't
good
want to say.
shout.
I want to say
Oh, I
Yates.
love it.
So we are finally starting to see the composition rounded up here. I think Vanir is a little bit greedy with the Gwen pick because at this point in time, it is quite telling what Singularity need for their draft to go well. Like, topside needs to go well for you now because Jin will just get outscaled. That is just how it is now. So there's a lot of pressure onto Tatooine now on this Wukong. So it's going to be curious to see how it's going to form out because you don't have too many power lanes really. Like bot lane, no prior, you're against double range, right? In the mid lane, Ryze can get prior in towards the early game. So this Karthus, like if he starts getting invaded on by some of the other laners with the priority, he's going to have a tough time. So for Singularity, man, I can be a bit worried for them.
So without further ado, it's time to send it over to the casters. The first game of the split, it is Jamada and Hip Rain. It's up to you guys.
Thank you very much, guys. Hello and welcome to the caster desk. My name is obviously Hiprain and I'm joined by the wonderful Jamada. Jamada, it has been a bloody long off season. I've missed you, mate. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. It has been a very long time. Basically, EUM summer, right? Since the last time we basically worked together.
September.
So I'm excited to finally get back into it. Yeah, all the way back in September. It's been a very, very long time. A lot of things have happened between then inside of the league scene. So I'm very excited to kick things off, man, because I think from top to bottom in the league in general, we've got a lot of exciting teams to talk about. And obviously, this game in particular, I think we've got some pretty spicy drafts here too.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. There's a lot to talk about because obviously, you know, since we've last cast, at least there's been a preseason. So there's been a lot of changes that have gone on. But at the same time as well, you know, there has been other tournaments being played. So people will have a rough understanding, but we'll talk through some of the new stuff and, you know, new items, new dragons and all that when they come up. But for now, we'll be taken to the Rift for our first game of the day. This is Vanir taking on Team Singularity. And so far, it's a bit of a chill start of setting up the line of scrimmage along the river here. Although we do see a couple of Singularity move up and just try to take out some wards.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call that a line of scrimmage. It looks like SNG are maybe trying to predict a deep ward by Porp, and it's going to be eaten up immediately. Porp's in danger.
Well, it's Noodle who's in danger, but Noodle's can be able to get away. It's the other way around, mate. Don't worry.
Yeah, first game of the split. You got to give me one. All right, there you go. So,
That's your one. That's it. You're done. You got a minute, and that's it.
Yeah. So Noodle loses his flash there. We'll see how that actually impacts some of his early gank pressure, if you can find any. Of course, Orianna, when you're talking about lane against Ryze, it's usually an okay lane matchup. But if you start to have, you know, your Xin Zhao walk into this lane very frequently, and Karthus not really a jungler that wants to straight up 2v2 24/7, it can be very dangerous for Noodle to walk into this 2v2 without his flash up. But it's like blue buff start for both these junglers. You imagine Porp will probably want to go for a full clear here. Of course, the jungle too has been changed. Scuttle Crab, the first Scuttle Crab, it's just not worth as much XP anymore. So you will tend to see junglers, even aggressive ganking junglers like Xin Zhao, maybe even take the pretty full clear round. But we will track these guys as the game progresses.
We'll keep our eyes on them for now, but it's just that pretty standard start. Both junglers are starting upon the opposite side of the map from one another. And Quicksef does need to be a little bit careful of an anchor flying out from that bush onto him, but Tatooine going to be able to pick up the level advantage over Nili, and that means he's going to just be able to zone him off some of this farm and some of this wave for the moment.
Yeah, we are very, very familiar, you and I, with Hepe's Nautilus coming from the UKLC.
Yes.
Most played champion in summer, and there's a reason for it. He was absolutely deadly on it. Only champion that I would fear Mr. Hepe on more is probably the Thresh. But they are pretty comparable.
It's interesting. It's interesting coming back to this split as well, because, you know, you're talking about how, you know, if you followed the UK scene, you'll be familiar with Jeppe, especially on things like the Nautilus, but there's obviously new players, new teams, some players that are maybe returning or you haven't seen for a little while. You know, we did used to have Nili in the UK scene a long while back, but he was around. Went on to greener pastures, I believe, for a little bit. I can't actually, off the top of my head, I can't actually remember where Nili went, but Nili did go to a few other places.
Nili went off to the LVP.
Yes, of course, that was it.
It wasn't particularly the most successful split, but he did go off to greener pastures, I suppose.
I love Nili though, because Nili's always been like a split pusher. He's always been a really aggressive top lane and really fun to watch play the game. Gwen can fill that niche for him, obviously, into the Wukong. I'm not particularly familiar on this matchup, so I kind of like, what do you think we're going to actually see from the double ignite teleport top lane Wukong versus Gwen. There we go. Forgot the
There you go. You heard that.
I wanted to say Camille because she has scissors as well.
Yeah, true. They are both holders of scissors, technically. Yeah, I mean, I think Wukong, you know, in a lot of matchups, obviously, he wants to kind of just try and like, trade HP, get his lane opponent into sort of this range of HP where he can actually, you know, commit into a 1v1 and find a solo kill. But I think Gwen can honestly hold her own, and especially because Wukong's passive is only giving him armor, he doesn't get the additional magic resist. You can see sometimes the trades, I mean, that clone, I'm pretty sure the clone has the same stats as Wukong. So you can see sometimes the trades, if Nile does line up the true damage from Snip Snip, Tatooine will eat up a lot of damage. I think as things go on, when you start to look at like 1.5 items, 2 items, I think Nile will just outscale, and for Tatooine it's going to turn into, you know, how can he find these flanks, these team fights onto Kevo and onto Sierra.
Thought it was going to be a bit of a interesting invade from the Karthus, but decides to head back into the safety of their own jungle. And for the moment, it's been a relatively chill start. Obviously, we did have that cheeky invade for the ward, which forced Noodle to burn that flash early, and that it's actually quite a stunt to Vanir's jungle early, because obviously, you know, you're talking about how the Karthus doesn't really have any ganking ability, especially early, but this Xin Zhao champion who can go into a lane, and having that flash is a really useful tool for that. So, you know, being down that flash means Noodle has had to play a little less aggressive than maybe they would have liked to have. But now that flash is coming up, and you can see as soon as that flash comes up, straight into Karthus' jungle to steal away that chicken camp.
And crucially, Mute is actually second here to the teleport, though he has first move for now. He will start to miss the wave. I mean, look at the damage coming out of Noodle.
Look at the damage, Noodle. He's just got it. First blood picked up just like that.
Yeah, Porp doesn't even bother to flash. I think he just knows he's dead. And even if that fight went on any longer, Sahira would have had the wave coming in. He would have followed very, very quickly behind. You get the replay of it. There's not really much to see, to be honest with you. Noodle just one-shots Porp. And I mean, that's the danger of, you know, trying to just go for this full clear style. And you have something like the Xin Zhao that can walk into the jungle and just run you over like that. Noodle asserting his dominance in the jungle 1v1.
That's exactly what Noodle needed. I think he got a few of those camps as well. A little bit of the camp as well. So just a little bit of bonus gold. Seasoning on top of that kill, let's say.
Seasoning on top of the camp, really. If you're a jungler, you don't care about kills when you're a jungler. You just want the camps. That's what you're there
exactly.
For. 6 minutes in, first blood goes over to Vanir. And Noodle, with that additional gold injection, you would imagine wants to start to get that snowball to continue to roll. As on the top side, Porp has a stacked wave here with Tatooine, but I don't know if they really want to go for a dive. And actually on the minimap, you can see Sahira starting to fog up towards the top side, has the roam up available. So I think that's just a signal to SNG to not go for this. And down on the bottom side, Vanir say, all right, looks like they were potentially setting up for a top side dive. We will respond with this dragon. So Vanir, they went out on that invade towards the Raptors, and now they will get themselves this first Hex Tech Dragon, which means no Hex Tech Soul for the opening game.
It's Chemtech, baby.
NLC.
I can feel it in my bones.
Right, so there's Mountain. I mean, you know, you got a 1 in 4 chance still, right? You never know.
Yeah.
Okay, but Jake, what if we get Cloud?
They changed Cloud, though.
I guess, but it's still...
It's still Cloud Dragon, but if they changed it...
This is problematic for Porp. He's going to have to flash.
Yeah, well, Nilly's got the needlework, and that's going to force Porp to flash. Does miss out on that next needlework, and maybe skips the slashes over the wall, but no, Porp's going to be A-OK. Nilly able to force out Porp's flash.
Yeah, I think quite a while ago, Gwen had her skip and slash cooldown sort of return nerfed, so can't quite follow that one through. And even if she could, the blast cone was still there. So I think it would have been, you know, one too many walls, unfortunately, for Nile to chase down. But
yeah,
forces Porp to flash, and Porp on the bottom side, losing jungle camps, loses his blue buff, loses his Gromp. Actually behind in CS to a Xin Zhao. That is not what you want. You want these CS numbers to be flipped in this kind of matchup. But Porp, unfortunately, not really having the early opening on this Karthus that he'd like. The lane priority isn't quite there all of the time for him, unfortunately. He's definitely being punished for it in the 1-to-1. And I think in the lanes right now, about where you'd expect most of these CS numbers. Nothing crazy, no massive leads. Anyway, Nile is going to catch up in the top side with that wave that's stacked up. So inside the lanes is fine. It's mostly the jungle, which is the problem matchup right now. But I mean, the gold overall, practically even. So I don't think they're too pressed SNG right now. I think scaling can definitely play a massive role when you're talking about having an Orianna and a Karthus on the team.
I think it's worth talking about some of the changes as well that obviously been going on, because I'm sure for a lot of our chat, they're very much aware of the teleport changes and kind of how that affects the game and, you know, the unleashed teleport. But there might be a few people who've taken, you know, off-season off or maybe not played as much since. So teleport has been changed. Pre-14 minutes, sorry, you can only teleport to towers. After 14 minutes, it becomes unleashed teleport and it works pretty much like it used to. But I might have to hold that because Jeppe has been hit by the wind becoming lightning, but Noodle pops back with a crescent guard, forces Tatooine away, doesn't quite clip him with that W. And it's just going to be a little bit of action cooled off pretty quickly.
Yeah, it will be. I mean, yeah, take it back, Jake. All right, Hepe heard you. He said, no, it's not. Blows the flash of Quickseth. Now Realm coming up to the top side. Port.
Yeah, able to lock him in place as Noodle jumps in and Kevo finds the kill. They do unleash the Requiem, but it's only a little bit of poke damage. Noodle going to be A-OK.
Yeah, indeed he will. I mean, worst case as well, Quickseth even had the heal if they felt like there was any danger. There wasn't. That's another kill. Going over to Vanir, they'll also get the Rift Herald, which they swapped for. And SNG right now, just, you know, a step behind. Feels like in some of these plays, didn't look like they necessarily wanted to commit too heavily to contesting for this Rift Herald, so they leave Jin on the bottom side to sort of 1v1 the Gwen. Doesn't really get too much for it, a bit of CS, but I mean, even if you compare Kevo and ZK's CS, Kevo's up, and now he's probably going to get this Rift Herald injected into him wherever they decide to put it. That's obviously the next question for Vanir, but Vanir just taking control of the game slowly but surely. The gold lead doesn't really indicate how much control they've had so far in the first 10 minutes of the game.
We've got the Dragon coming up in 1 minute 30. And you can see they've already swapped everybody back down. That doesn't mean the teleports will be teleports they can get to the Dragon quickly with, though, if it's a start on spawn, because it'll be spawning at around 13 minutes-ish. So you won't have those unleashed teleports yet, but both top laners are still holding their teleports. There are still towers for them to get to. Just be a bit of a longer walk if they want to get in on the scrap. We'll see whether or not they do it on spawn. They might wait it up, just wait a little bit longer to see if those teleports can get upgraded in time. As we can take stock of the items that are starting to come through here, because the Gore Drinker has been finished up for Noodle. We can see that the items are starting to close in for the AD carries, but nobody else has finished their Mythic yet. And we'll see what Muta and Sahira decide to go for. There are a few options, some changes to the mage items, i.e. Crown. But I might have to hold back because Muta and Sahira just go 1v1 that Overload. Bouncing in and actually making that a pretty equal trade there between the two mids.
Yeah, but I think the thing is, this is probably just a win for Vanir, right? Because Mio commits the Shockwave, and that's a pretty big tool for these guys to at least consider contesting this Dragon. So likely now won't be the case. Noodle will actually commit back to base, so they don't want to use the Rift Herald here on this timer, it seems like. Twiddling their thumbs, even their bot lane, on whether or not they want to base or not. But yeah, Noodle is by far and away the most fed member of either team in this game right now. With that Gore Drinker actually finished, I just feel like SNG maybe just don't even try and contest this. If they do, I think they just get run over pretty heavy-handedly, but it doesn't really seem like they're set up for a play anywhere else. We'll have to see, as Sahira has to be a little bit careful, Port. Eyeing up a gank, but Sahira sent something out. The second Dragon will very easily go over to Vanir.
What is going to be the first soul of the NLC? It's an ocean! More of the same.
It's so close, man. You know, because it looks green, and I was like, "Oh my god, it's the chem fog. It's coming."
It's a nice turquoise color, but you know,
yeah.
A light spritzing of rain is going to cover the rift. As Noodle spotted out by a bunch of these traps. There is a lot of wards, a lot of traps, but they're just going to teleport behind the Sahira. They're going to use the teleport from Tatooine. Here comes the Requiem. This fight is already getting a little messy. Sahira's lost his life, and that is just a one for none. But Tatooine wants to chase. He's got the Cyclone. Can he close the gap? I don't think he's going to be able to do. Great polymorph comes out from Quickseth, and they're going to be able to move away. As Kevo actually starting to get a few more rockets in. It's just going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, mostly an outright win here for Vanir. They get away with a kill. Not only that, Nile doesn't commit the teleport because he just can't. He doesn't have the unleashed teleport yet. Get the replay. Realm Warp comes in, cuts off all angles of retreat, and you know they call down the Requiem SMG just to try and return some damage. But Noodle, too healthy, gets the heal from Quickseth as well. Hepe doesn't have enough CC to lock down anyone underneath the tower, and the polymorph stops Tatooine from trying to make some kind of return happen.
I'm more.
Now
I thought,
entirely, and
I
they still
thought
have
it
the
was
Herald.
Sahira who died. I've realised I've just completely... Everything was a blur.
It's pretty crazy life, in all fairness. But Vanir, they still come out on top. SNG, they need to find something somewhere because it really does feel like they are kind of just sitting on their hands right now. They're kind of just watching the tide go in and out, in and out. Letting Vanir play their game. Tatui gonna have to be forced to use the Cyclone to shake Noodle off, and another lane swap comes in. Plates will be collected. This will be first tower within the plate drop off time as well. That's gonna be Kevo. Really accelerated here. Actually, I don't know if I can ask for the gold, actually, just to see now, just because Kevo has been set so far ahead. I mean, even a second charge is going to come in. You can see 1,000 gold up, even more going to be shared.
This could be a second tower.
Yeah, it's an extra 233 gold going over. Kevo is really accelerated right now. 1k in his back pocket practically already, just from coming out of phase.
Yeah.
This Jinx is
Finished
going
up
to be a
like
problem.
Gale Force as well, so has a bit of movement to work with, a little bit of survivability. But speaking of survivability, Nili's going to be needing it. Skips, doesn't slash, but is able to skip away underneath the tower to safety. And Vanir now just moving around as this death ball as they collapse on the mid lane, and they're going to take some pot shots here. Muta on the Orianna does have a little bit more wave clear than Tatui does, or at least a saver wave clear. Yeah. It's just going to shockwave and actually catch Kevo, who just Gale Forces away to safety.
1 year later, I'm still angry at Gale Force, I swear. But,
oh, man. Don't get me
let's not talk about it. I want to talk about SNG a little bit, because I think, you know, for a lot of people coming back from spring to, from summer rather to spring now, obviously it was spoken about on the analyst desk as well. SNG are, you think SNG in the NLC and you think of, you know, a top side team, right? So a top 4 team usually. Obviously gone for a different approach this time around. They've gone sort of this university player route. And so far, it doesn't seem to be paying off, at least against Vanir. Vanir, in their own right, definitely a very strong roster. I'm not sure where most people gauge these guys finishing. I think Vanir probably on paper should at least be finding playoffs, right? I don't think playoffs is outside of their possibility. I think when you think about SNG being in the league, there's a lot of question marks around M&M's roster as well, how strong they will be. But yeah, SNG, with this lineup, a couple of obviously players we're familiar with, but they have to try and perform. And I feel like Vanir would have been a decent game to at least get that started right now, not going in their favor.
Well, looks like second Rift Herald spawn is just going to be gifted straight over to Vanir. They can probably use this to crack open that mid lane, which, you know, Muta is able to stabilize and just hold. Got the Luden's Echo finished up. It should just be able to, you know, one-shot waves pretty much in this Rift Herald will somewhat negate that. You can see the Everfrost has been finished up on Sahira. The, I can't remember the name of the healing item, but Gwen builds anymore. Rift
Maker.
Thank you, Rift Maker. Wow.
It's been, you know, we had my -1 for the pork noodle incident. We're already looking at like -3. Come on now.
Yeah, I know. It's been a hot minute since I've seen a Rift Maker. What can I say? But here we go. That tower's going to collapse, and honestly, Singularity aren't really in position to contest the second charge here. I wonder if they're going to be able to take the tower, but Sahira's feeling it. Nope, he's not. He's going to cancel that, and I would say that's probably a good shout. Tower number 2 goes down. We're not going to see a greed anymore from Vanir, because that dragon is spawning in 15 seconds' time, and an Ocean Soul is going to give them a really powerful extended fights. So, do just want to look to pick up that third one, but they are looking potentially to collapse. They've got a nice little area of vision that Nili can hide off in the fog of war. And they can see everybody in Singularity thanks to that ward behind them, but Nili will finally be spotted out. They're just going to peel back now towards this Ocean Dragon. And Singularity, it's on them to move into the blindness. They obviously have that Rift Crab, that Scuttle Crab, to give themselves a little bit of vision to work with. So they have a rough idea what's going on.
Yeah, poke and prod is the name of the game right now. Mio almost had a flank, but seems like Port is just in trouble.
Christian Guard's been flown down. Jeppe is unleashed and he's taken out by Sahira as they are just going to continue to jump in forward. The Requiem goes down. The Needlework's doing some work, and actually Singularity find the turnaround. What a shockwave by Muta! Just like that, Singularity find their opening, but Sahira finds himself a triple kill, and now it's just gone back in favor of Vanir. Can Singularity find more? The health bars are low, but it looks like that's going to be it.
Yeah, mid lane is popping off in that fight. A fantastic shockwave from Muta comes out, but Sahira on his coveted rise is just doing so much work in return, firing off all the overloads. Get a replay here, the start of this fight. It's just Port being out of position, gets caught by the zap. Then all of a sudden it's mayhem in the mid lane. Port goes down immediately. This shockwave, though, is the eye catcher of this team fight. Once it comes out, it just really stops a lot of what Vanir are trying to do in their tracks. 3-man immediately, and they can't really go any further. But I mean, Sahira still has the health bar to work with there. The red buff regenerating him up a little bit during the fight, but this is Unleashed Teleport pretty deep, but it's immediately going to be found out by Noodle. Tatsui's in danger.
Noodle just going to blast cone over, but now he's on the wrong side of everything. He has nowhere to go, but his team have come in for the backup, and now a 2-man shockwave by Muta. He finds the kill onto Noodle. Sahira does unleash himself, the Everfrost, a lot of people down, but Worf is able to find the kill, and Vanir now are just having to run to safety. This first dragon for Singularity.
It's an absolute fist fight for this third dragon here between SNG and Vanir. Starts off in the mid lane, Dennis immediately transitioned down to the red buff of Vanir because of a deep teleport that comes out initially from Tetsuya, then followed up by Muta. And again, another beautiful shockwave holds off the Vanir advance. And this is the thing I was talking about earlier. I very briefly mentioned it. The scaling of Vanir's team composition isn't actually horrible when you're talking about the range between Jhin, between Orianna. Obviously, Karthus can just kind of R from range, and he can definitely kite out some of the members here of Vanir. But I mean, SNG, they just find their moment really with the double teleport. Vanir can't really find a lethal onto anybody inside of the jungle, and now they lose out on that crucial Dragon Snowball into that early Ocean Soul.
Well, there we are, 19 minutes on the clock. It's a 2,000 gold lead, I think. My screen's quite blurry, to be honest with you. Actually, it's a 1,000 gold lead, almost 2,000 over to the side of Vanir. But honestly, those pickups have just pulled this gold back really nice here for Singularity. And now the Baron on the map, you do obviously have something like a Jinx, which can really burst through it. Maybe it's a little early to thinking about starting it if you're on the side of Vanir, but they are starting to run out of areas where they can kind of cash in, because they've taken 2 towers top side, they've taken 2 towers mid side. Yeah. So it's only bot side is the only avenue to get some kind of bonus gold that isn't minions.
Yeah, I mean, I will say the usual rule of thumb to me is if your AD carry has 2 items, you've normally got a green flag to go for these Baron attempts. But not only do they have a 2-item Jinx, they have a 2-item Rise. So this Baron at 20 minutes is actually very, very squishy. They could burn it down very quickly. But I think
it's a fully upgraded Ceres as well for Sahira. Yeah. So, you know, is it a pretty good spot? Muta closing in on an upgraded Ceres once that's finished, but hasn't quite got the gold yet. And Muta's been playing very well in this game. Yeah. Multiple big shockwaves have honestly made either bad situations go okay, or bad situations go good for them, as Tatsui's actually going to jump in here onto Nili. Throws the Ignite down as well. Cyclone's coming in. The Requiem will land onto Nili, and Tatsui finds the kill, but Sahira will answer out in a 1-for-1.
Yeah, it's actually Kevo's Rocket that steals away the kill from Sahira. So, yeah, 1-for-1 in the end of the day on the side lane. Very surprised by the amount of damage Tatsui actually put out there. Nili, like I said earlier, I feel like outscales on the side lane, but right now, Wukong can definitely still get the best of that 1-for-1, it seems like, as SNG use this window of opportunity to take down the mid lane tier 1. So find themselves another tower on the map, a little bit of gold scratched back in their favor. But nothing else really to play for now. And like you say, actually, Muta playing very, very well on the Orianna. And I think even though Muta had a very limited showing in summer last year, the showings that he did have were fairly positive. And I was quite saddened when he had to step back. Very glad to see him back in the NLC. And his first appearance here for SNG, definitely doing himself proud, I'd say.
Yeah, this is an absolutely solid performance coming in from Muta to start off with, and he's going to go for the reset, not going to push for the tower. Nili's here to clear the wave. That's probably that Ceres finished up now for the side of Muta. Actually goes for the Shadow Flame, so instantly trying to just work through these shields. Nice little pickup. This is one of these new items, what we were talking about. We finally got what to talk about, so I'll just hand the floor to you here, Jamada. Talk to us about Shadow Flame.
So it's basically an item that gives you pen if a target has recently been shielded. But at least to me, I feel like this stunts your scaling. You've got fully stacked here. Maybe Ceres doesn't, scale as well as it used to, because obviously that item itself got some changes. But yeah, definitely an interesting item choice. I guess we'll just have to track how much damage it does do, because at the end of the day, Vanir will have a couple of shields. Obviously, Lulu, the main offender. Noodle, if he ever does get to that Styrax gauge mark. For now, actually looks like going into Wit's End second, which I think definitely a fairly smart choice here into mid jungle AP. So we'll have to track how much effectiveness that IM actually ends up finding, of course, because he has the Lucis, doesn't have any other pen outside of the IM, so maybe wanting it for the magic penetration portion of the item. But either way, Muta still very strong. 2 item completions. You can't count him out, especially because of the shockwaves he's had so far.
Oh, maybe a collapse here, but these traps actually could be life-saving. Noodle's going to get caught. Oh, dodges the hook with the dash. And Zahira's come onto the backline. Look at the damage he's unloading. He's fighting the kill already. The needlework is ripping through everybody. And here comes the Requiem. It's just a sad, sad rain of damage onto Vanir, but they've taken what they wanted, and they're going to walk away with a win from that fight.
Yeah, I think they can walk away happy for now. It's still going to be a 3v2. Tatooine doesn't have Cyclone. Muta, however, has the Shockwave. So even though it's 3v2, that ultimate can definitely swing things in their favor, but they're jumping on
Noodle
to Muta.
Yeah, they are. He's going to flash. Oh, he's going to be able to find the kill. Muta burning low. The shield's there. He survives. Kevo gets the kill, and he's excited. Tatooine's being chased down. There's the shutdown. It's a clean sweep for the side of Vanir.
Yeah, SNG, Muta with that Shockwave can't make the difference that he wants to find. And Kevo, with Quickstep in his back pocket, just finds all of these kills. It's very easy for him to run down these members as soon as he gets that first passive proc off. And this will be the third dragon going over to Vanir here. And you could even maybe question whether they can try and look towards the Baron. I think it'll definitely be a little bit over the top here. Just definitely walk back with what you've won for now. And yeah, Dash dodges out on the dredge line. Not only that, knocks Hepe back and just kind of puts him out of position. Can't really do too much. Porp, again, it seems like in these team fights, just not finding the positions he wants to be in. Immediately drops. Isn't able to, you know, sort of get any value out of his actual life. Finding more value in passive than anything, it seems like. As we fast forward here, Tatooine, Muta definitely have the ability here to 2v3 this, if you ask me, but Noodle, he's just got that flank. He's just in Fog of War, able to jump onto the Orianna, and once that excited proc comes in, Tatooine is all up.
Not sure why Quickstep flashed. Bit of an optimistic flash there for the Lulu.
Yeah, hey, you know, supports need their kills too. Poor Quickstep.
So, Jamada,
yes.
you were saying, you know, 2 items is a good measure of whether or not you can do Baron. Kevo's now got the Infinity Edge, and he's now also got a kill onto Jeppe. No, Sahira's got that kill. But they are able to pick these kills up, so I think this Baron probably will just melt here. The third item also on Sahira with that Zonya's Hourglass has been finished up, and I don't think this Curtain Call is going to do much to stop this tower from going down.
Yeah, no, they should have the inhibitor here. Muta's walking from the bomb side, but it looks like Nile is actually going to cut him off. So, yeah, just a little bit of an annoyance there, but they can't quite chip away the inhibitor just yet. 1 more rocket, 2 more rockets. And Tatooine not quite spoiled out, but they are very, very wary of this flank. But they don't know he's there. They don't know he's there. He's going to find something, maybe.
He's jumped in. He's jumped out. He's not even risking it, mate. Not even thinking about it.
Yeah, that's one of those moments where if you have Flash as the Wukong, that's a perfect start of a fight, of an engage. Get a Requiem on top, you hopefully slow enough members down for Muta to catch up with the Shockwave, but he went for the Ignite for the lane prowess. Means he doesn't have the additional gap closer to find his way onto multiple members, and that would have been death for Vanir, just to clarify, because there is no Flash on anybody on Vanir at this moment in time. Combination of all those elements would have been very, very dangerous for Vanir to deal with, but now SNG, they're starting up the Baron. Vanir, more than aware it's happening, they don't want it to go down easily.
It was a surprising amount of damage they did to it, but Noodle, he's just going to jump straight into Jeppe, and Jeppe is in so much danger. Nili's on the flank, the Requiem's going to come down, and Muta might just be looking for that big shockwave, that big turnaround, and now Nili has jumped onto the backline. A 3-man shockwave by Muta, and this is Singularity's moment to go. There's the Cyclone, there's the Tidy Up. Vanir have just crumbled, they've fallen apart. It's only Kevo as he dodges the hook, but he's rooted in place. Gale forces the safety, watches the death charge as he is bonked by the monkey. Tatooine finds the shutdown, a grand in his pocket, and a Baron for the team.
I mean, SNG, they find the fight, and I mean, what else could you ask for at this moment in time? You've got Dragon in 2 minutes, which is the sole denial, potentially, if they can get themselves set up for it. SNG just find the perfect fight, and it comes off the back of Nile just getting, I don't know, too overconfident, not expecting the damage to come out. I mean, he didn't have the Hallowed Mist either to sit inside and, you know, maybe block out some damage too. He used it to actually negate the Requiem from Porp. So it's just a crazy overstep, and that in combination with that massive shockwave from Muta again, who has shown up big time in this game, gives SNG the Baron. They don't even lose the Nexus Towers, which is definitely looking like it was about to be a risk there. And now, with this Baron, they can set up the lanes, they can try and make sure they get set up here for this Dragon. And it all comes off the start of what I would definitely call a very audacious Baron start. As you'll see, Noodle goes in, Pepe almost gets blown up immediately, but they don't quite find lethal. And I think Nile just sees red. I think he's looking for Pepe. It's really hard to tell. He just dashes into the middle of everyone. Requiem, you can see used or blocked by the Hello Mist at the top. And then the Shockwave onto 3 members. Once Nile's dead, it's just the go signal for SNG to clean house here. And Depth Charge.
He also
finds it smart. It makes Kevo, of course, use the stopwatch. And once he's stopwatched, he is all but dead.
He also ran out of the Hallowed Mist as well, which was really rough for him. Even though, you know, it doesn't block the damage, you still gain resistances while in it. So that also kind of, you know, shut Nilly down somewhat. And, you know, a game where a lot of us were like, yep, this is probably just going to be Vanir taking it. Singularity doing a really, really solid job of keep making themselves relevant here. Tatooine's having an absolute corker on the Wukong, and Muta playing just incredible. So many impactful shockwaves so far coming out from Muta. And this is a brilliant start for Singularity to the spring split.
Yeah, I mean, I think the early game definitely looked a little bit shaky. They just didn't really seem like they had an avenue to play towards. And I think that's definitely a bit of a symptom of the draft. You have Karthus, you have a mid laner that's not really trying to roam anywhere. And you have a top side which is kind of just negated in terms of the 1v1 because of the Xin Zhao pick. You never want to try and force that 2v2. But outside of that, once they finally found their fights, you know, given Muta the opportunity to find these amazing shockwaves, their team fights have been spectacular. And I think, again, you know, credit to the draft in that regard, in terms of facing up against Vanir's, you can really do a lot with the ball, with curtain calls, you know, with the ability to just, you know, point and click with the depth charge. There is a lot of simplicity to SNG's team fight execution once you actually start to get down to the nitty-gritty of things. Vanir just lost control at that 3rd dragon, and since then it's just been, you know, kind of a bit of a boxing match. Teams pulling blows left and right, but it's SNG that have come out on top in the neutral objective game.
But this man on your screen is still a problem. Sahira on the rise, 6-3-3, working towards that Void Staff, finished up that Void Staff, 4 items on the rise, 277 farm. Honestly outputting some crazy numbers. And Muta actually has gone for a Void Staff themselves, so not finishing up the Seraphs quite yet. Actually looking just to try and play something, you know, keep relevant in that sense, can kind of burn through some of this magic resistance that is coming through. You can see that Noodle's got a Wit's End in the inventory. There's a magic resistance boots on Sahira. You know, so it does help somewhat here. And it's also a very cheap and quite cost-effective item.
Yeah, it definitely is. Void Staff has, for the last, I think, 2 years now, at the very least, since the mage items were changed, been a very, very cost-efficient item, like you say. Even if there's not really a lot of magic resist on the enemy team, you can still just slot it in as like a 3rd item.
Yeah.
Quite comfortably, just because of the stats it offers you. And now Sahira on the
cheap
bottom
build
side.
path as well.
Yeah, very, very cheap build path, very, very strong build path. Now Sahira on this bottom side, I think this is maybe what I want to see during some of the dead time, right? When there's no neutral objectives on the map from Vanir, try and leverage this 1-3-1 the best you can. I don't know if Nile can actually 1v1 Tatooine at the moment, just because of, you know, the level differential. And not only that, of course, the IM differential anymore, but Sahira is certainly very capable of being on the sideline here with these 4 items in his inventory. I think he can probably 1v1 Tatooine almost comfortably. I think Muta might be a bit of a problem just because you can play range with the Orianna ball, but I think they want to try and leverage some kind of pressure. Right now, 5v5 just haven't really been going in their favor, and I think if you can avoid them for now, you definitely want to play away from what seems to be SNG's strength right now post this sort of 20-minute mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they're actually looking to jump in onto Jin. Gale forces away. The flash comes down as well. Sahira, but a lot there for just his ultimate. So really nice stuff there for Vanir. Takes away some of the safety that now we are playing with for the side of Singularity's bot lane. It's going to be on Muta to make sure that the shields are coming in and they're able to peel. Otherwise, that Jin is going to get blown up.
Yeah, that he will. Doesn't really feel like we've had much impact here from the Jin so far. Hopefully we do get to see
a couple of zoning curtain calls is probably the biggest takeaway.
Yeah, I think Muta has.
They took Midnight Tower because of the curtain call.
True.
I'm just saying it.
That's true.
It zoned everyone off the tower, and they took the tower. So you know, it hasn't been Kevo 5-1 on the Jinx. He's almost full build now. That was a little bit of a Nautilus cookie for us team. What?
Yeah, that's the low ground, high ground, plus, you know, Quickstep was kind of walking away, and yeah, it just made that hook look a lot longer than it probably was in reality. But I mean, the end result is Quickstep had to use his flash. So not going to have that one. And Lulu without flash is definitely a very, very vulnerable target. So looks like we'll have to play very, very safe. Just try and pocket Kevo in a manner where he just can't really get jumped onto anymore. Can't flash aggressively anywhere. Could definitely be a pretty big talking point when you're talking about the Ocean Soul point. Still for Vanir, just under 90 seconds away. SNG, though, you feel, given how these previous team fights have gone, are still very happy to just take these 5v5s outright. Baron's up in 15 seconds as well. Oh, Vanir eyeing something up on this board again.
They're looking for it. Keep your eyes on Muta. Jefe unfortunately misses the hook. The rocket also goes through the goalposts, doesn't hit anybody. Singularity probably okay with that, considering.
I think so. SMG didn't really have to blow too much at all, if anything, really. It was Vanir using Olmo Noodle, which can be short cooldown if he can actually find targets to use his 3-talent strike on to reduce the cooldown. And of course that Mega Death Rocket, which should be up by the time Dragon is on the map. But see SMG posturing more towards the Baron side. I think this kind of makes sense, but they're definitely going to have to transition over if they want to stop Vanir from taking that Ocean Soul point. Or maybe they just say, hey, let's go for a start now before this Dragon is up. We bring Vanir over, and then we can fight on our terms.
That looks exactly like what they're looking to do. Jefe standing in that pixel brush, looking for the hook. Noodle has to be very careful. Hit by the zap, though. This Baron's dead. It's just gone. They can't get close enough, and that's the Baron secured. The second one for the side of Vanir is they're actually going to realm warp away towards this Dragon. Remember, this is a big one. This is Soul for Vanir, and they're going to be able to absolutely melt through it. The curtain's been called. Tatui doesn't have Cyclone, so he's only buying time. He tries to jump in, and now Jefe lands a hook as Tatui able to make his way out. Look on Muta. Noodle comes in. Massive crescent guard onto all of Singularity to send them back, and another hook connects. Pop over the wall, trying to do a bit of work. He's traded one for one, but Kevo is excited, and Kevo continues to chase. They're trying to find another kill, but they're unable to do so. And at the end of the day, it's support for jungle, Baron for Soul.
Yeah, Baron for Soul. I mean, but you know, it's the Ocean Soul that's the permanent buff. So essentially, they have to make use of this Baron here. Tatoi, I'm just going to be honest, I don't know what you're thinking. Without Cyclone, that is just a suicidal dive in. Fortunately, doesn't quite lose his life off the initial dive or the dive at all. Noodle goes in. Bit of a question mark if you ask me. The team doesn't quite seem like they're in the position to follow up, but eventually Kevo gets excited. But look at the damage that comes out of the Orianna ball onto Kevo. Almost forced into GA state immediately. 1 for 1 in the end. Death time is still ticking down, actually. But, I mean, again, it's Vanir that walk away with the permanent buff. SNG with the Baron buff that's only got another, what, 2 minutes left on it, 2.5 minutes left on it. They have to try and find some value out of it somewhere, but on the map, there's just not really that much left. You've got 2 tier 2s left, and then you've got the base. So SNG, realistically, this is a buff that's going to just be delaying time, finding more items in your inventory, and then you look towards this next Elder Dragon fight, the next Baron fight. Unless, of course, you can find a pick on the side lane. Or something really silly like this. For now, they all siege up in the mid lane, so they definitely want to make use of it, obviously. Again, they do have the range advantage between the Jhin, between the Orianna ball. You can definitely sort of like poke these guys off, but the issue is with the Ocean Soul, that poke just becomes a little less valuable. So you kind of have to try and find these organs. Like Kevo, he's gonna be full HP off the, you know, by the time the next wave rolls around because of the Ocean Soul.
Yeah. You can see the poke is a lot, but like you said, it doesn't stick as much, unfortunately. That is a tower taken by Singularity in the bot side, and now there's only 1 tower that remains outside of Vanir's base, and this is a very close game. Kevo has to be careful. That hook did go down. The curtain call's been thrown, followed up by the Requiem. So just continue to find a little bit of poke. Kevo loses half his health. Ooh, maybe a little bit more. Okay. Not going to be dying here, but they will be able to take the tower, crack open into the base. Singularity using this Baron to siege up effectively, inhibit the fools, and they may just rotate towards this bottom side. Tatui's got a wave, working his way up here, and the rest of the team are collapsing in. Tatui does have to be careful, so just jumps into the clone for some safety and pings out.
Yeah, I mean, they had to use this Baron some way. They do at least find that mid lane inhibitor. The Baron buff should be wearing off pretty soon. I think actually now. There you go. Drops off SNG. And I think you can definitely call that value for SNG for now. That mid lane inhibitor is going to be up when both Dragon and Baron spawn, so that is going to be a point of pressure that Vanir always have to answer. And if SNG can sort of pull off some kind of dance around either of these neutral objectives, and Vanir, eventually they've got to answer that mid lane super wave, which will start to take down and batter their base. But Vanir, again, still Ocean Soul. gonna negate some of the core strengths of the SNG comp when it comes to the sieging side of things. But again, I think in the straight 5v5, it just seems like SNG have mostly had the advantage. I think it's all gonna be about Kevo for Vanir and how they can actually allow him to find a lot of these free fire rockets, and also Sahira on his own back, I think, realistically, to get himself in position to find these massive spell flux overloads.
I mean, we've seen some absolutely bonkers damage coming out from Sahira.
Yeah.
On this rise, and it's something that obviously Singularity are going to be very much aware of, and they're going to be playing very much around. Got 1 minute 50 until the Baron comes up, and just after that is going to be the Elder Dragon. So again, we could see a trade of objectives. It feels like if you trade Baron for Elder, they almost slightly negate each other, because you don't want to get sieged and then, well, if you're sieging with Baron and they've got Elder, it makes like committing to try and kill someone incredibly hard without just losing everybody.
Yeah. When you're against Elder, you don't want to fight it. When you're against Baron, you don't want to siege it.
Uh-oh.
Negate each other entirely. That's a 4-man shockwave.
Muta, you're dead. Nice shockwave, but damn.
Oh.
I don't think it's enough. It's going to do a lot of damage, and it might just result in a tower going down. As Tatui actually jumps in with a Cyclone. Noodle is going to bop everybody back, and here's the curtain call. Kevo going very, very low, is going to be able to survive. No Guardian Angel getting popped quite yet, and they don't finish off the inhibitor either. So it's just a 1 for none. Vanir able to put some brakes on from Singularity's side.
Yeah, I think SNG. Potentially staying up.
Port might be in trouble.
Knows how many members are still here.
He's rooted. He's going down. Bye-bye, Port with the bait. Hold the fort. Oh, the phone. Maybe. Looking for Quicksef, but they're not going to do so. The Everfrost doesn't actually clef anybody. They find the hook. Guardian Angel still up onto Kevo. He's going to flash away. Jefe is in a world of hurt. Sahira's overloads are doing oh so much work, and they just have to run away. Singularity can't do anything more. Muta's about to come back up. Optimistic rocket, we'll say, from Kevo.
Yeah, sure. do we get to name that one? Is that a comment or? Anyway, replay here. Yeah, Pop just recalling a little bit too far up the lane here. Nile almost finds him out, but Nile then oversteps yet again. It's not the first time that he's done that here in this game. Did it at the Baron towards the 20-minute mark, and then Quicksef isn't actually engaged onto by Hepe. Hepe, honestly, great patience to try and find Kevo, but unfortunately, okay, Vanir. Oh, they get themselves the Baron.
They're going Elder.
Yeah, they're just going to run straight to Elder. Hepe's still dead. If they get both of these buffs, this could just be game over. Requiem going to try and force the Vanir members back, but I mean, Ocean Soul is going to heal these guys up. And I mean, look at the Dragon, it's still 8k HP. Vanir, they've got all the right, if they want to still walk into this. They just have to be careful of this curtain call, the ball from Orion on the side, and that's about it.
I mean, Noodle might just be able to kill Muta here. They look for the hook. They can't quite find it. The traps are zoning. Noodle rooted in place. This fight is getting really hairy, really fast. Muta needs to be able to survive. Can he find Sahira? The shockwave is stopwatch. Noodle's still alive. Muta's still alive. But Tatui is taken down by Nilly. They do trade out, though, but that's going to be the chase. Muta's bleeding down, but he won't die yet. The Elder Dragon and the Baron are given to Vanir. We start in a 41-minute slugfest. It's been so close between these teams, Jamada.
This has been, in its own definition, a bit of a barn burner. I mean, games, it feels like, haven't really gone like 42 minutes very frequently in the last year or so. This is definitely breaking that mold a little bit. We've got Baron and Elder on Vanir's side. They have to look to close out the game here. Otherwise, SNG, it seems like they are willing to fight tooth and nail for everything in this game. We get the replay, the curtain call is coming down. Noodle clipped by the last 2 bullets, I believe. No, just the penultimate one. And then you'll see the shockwave in the bush. The ball is there. Muta's looking for the walk-in, and he just doesn't find it. The backstep from all of these Vanir members, crucially. And I think Tatui also just forces these guys back. And it's just a little bit of, I wouldn't call it miscoordination, but it's just unfortunate timing on both of these engages. It means that these ultimates don't find each other in a combination, and Vanir, they're able to just walk through this team fight with ease. And with these super buffs, they're not really putting any pressure down, and that's a bit worrying to me. You've got both of these
that is
super
a
buffs.
bit of hesitation, potentially.
Yeah, you can understand it, right? Muta's been on point with the shockwaves. Jin is online, finally. Karthus, despite Porp's very questionable performance so far in this game, we've seen the Requiem basically chunk these members out almost half HP for the squishier members. So
Yeah.
There's a lot of damage that can be returned by SNG, and of course, you can't even forget the Wukong flanks either. But right now, even with these super buffs, it seems like they don't feel quite confident enough. Finally, it looks like they're going to get some kind of value out. They got 30 seconds left on the Baron. They got about a minute, I believe, on the Elder still. And they're pushing up the mid lane. They're not going to go for either of these sides. They want to force and they want to end right now, it seems like. But the wave is gone.
Yeah, the wave is chipped through. They were able to put enough traps down with the Orianna as well to back up that damage. It's able to work through that, and here comes the Requiem, here comes the Curtain Call, a little bit of bonus damage. Noodle actually does lose half his health, and wow, onto Sahira as well with that 4th shot, taking him just below half as Jeppe burning low, but the shielding is going to come through. Pretty clutch here. And it's not going to be Jeppe yet, as he's going to be able to heal back up, but they're actually teleporting in. I believe that's Kevo? That is Kevo. Sorry, Sahira.
Yes.
Completely wrong person there. Sahira is able to make his way in. Baron buff will be wearing off, has worn off. They've still got the Elder for a little bit, and Muta has to be careful because they've still got the Elder burn as well. They're chipping away at the health bars. The traps are doing a fair amount of work, but Muta needs to be oh so careful. Nili's just going to jump in. Remember, the Elder's on. They're looking for the burn. They're looking for the finish up, but Noodle is going to lose his life. The tower's alive, and that's going to be Port going golden for the moment. Sahira throws out the Bifrost. Port flashes away to safety. Tatooine trying to chase onto Sahira. And Sahira going to be able to survive for a little bit longer, but Muta finds himself a kill. Make it 2. Here's the hook. Here's the follow-up. Here's the finish up. Singularity just slamming the hammer down on to the side of Vanir. A triple kill for Muta. He's had a beautiful performance on the Orianna, and it is continuing into the later stages of this game.
SNG hold on again, and it's on the back of all of this beautiful performance coming out from Muta on the Orianna. Nile's going to do a little bit of work here to hold this minion wave up, but I think actually, no, this might just be enough to stop SNG from ending unless they feel like they can tank the towers.
Bot lane.
I'm actually not too sure. Bot lane, yeah, they've got to wave bot lane though. That's the crucial thing. So I don't even think that mid lane heroic even matters that much. Still got around 20
Muta teleported in, mate.
Yeah, this could be it. This actually could be off the back of a goal line defense from SNG. They have the wave on the bottom side. Noodle is here. We finally have as well the Gwen returning, and wow, SNG, they're gonna respect it. They're not even gonna give Vanir the opportunity to maybe find a pick and return. And it all starts off with that dredge line there onto Nile. Doesn't really do too much, and I mean, Noodle on the top side just gets a little bit over-eager, over-ambitious, you could say, as soon as SNG are able to start to turn around and get some more attacks in from the Jhin. The Shockwave immediately removes Lulu from the team fight, and they can't find lethal on Tatooine either. It just feels like game in that particular fight. GA popped, again, by a massive amount of damage coming out of Mura, and Pepe, beautiful hook to lock down the AD carry. SNG...
Even though they lost Elder mid-fight, they still lost that fight with Elder. That's the crazy thing. That is how close... I mean, this game is so close, but Singularity just seems to be absolutely superb at team fighting. It's one cohesive unit when I think Vanir, they've been playing well, but they've been scattered in phases, and those little scattered fights has thrown what was a good start to this game into a pretty dire situation. I think it's hard to call who's going to win this game still, though. We're 46 minutes in. The gold is relatively irrelevant at this point. Everyone other than the supports are full build, so that doesn't really matter. Is they have got the soul on the side of Vanir, and you know they've been able to pick up objectives, but here comes the Requiem, here comes the Curtain Call. It looks like Singularity is looking for the fight, but Sahira is unleashing damage! No, he's not, he is popped!
Oh my god, Sahira's gone, and that's really huge for SNG because now they can start the Baron. That was a scary amount of rise damage, but I mean, it doesn't transfer into anything. It doesn't result in Vanir finding any picks onto key carries. It's just big numbers on the screen that's scary. And now all of a sudden, SNG, they can burn this Baron down with no rise. This Baron is a lot easier to take down. And I think Vanir, they're gonna poke, they're gonna prod.
Kevo! What was that?
No way! Kevo with the downtown mega. You can't make this up from Kevo. This game is absolutely crazy. And I think off the back of that, they can now actually find themselves the Elder. SNG, they're back out on the map already. They're gonna try and force their way into the river. Vanir don't really have much of a way of keeping them outside of the river. So this, for now, is gonna be a 4v5. But they have the Baron stats, that's the crucial thing. Sahira's coming back up, his teleport is almost there. SNG, they have to burn this dragon down right now. If they don't, Vanir are gonna get a
about to have Rocket again. He might be able to do it. They're looking for Nilly. Nilly loses a fair amount of health here, but in they jump. The dragon is secured. Noodle's on his lone, and he's going to get burned down, but the Red warping into the base. They've got the barrel buff, but Singularity can't get back quick enough. They're teleporting members in. Can they do this? I don't know if they can. Tatooine's in. He's going low. The Requiem's coming down. It's the front door. We're starting off in style. The NLC is back, baby.
I hope you missed us because that's the kind of shenanigans that we are probably going to get to experience for a lot of Spring Split, man. Wow, Vanir, I mean, what a weird game, right? You separate these games in like 20-minute segments. You think about the first 20 minutes, right? And then you think about the last 20 minutes of that game. First 20 minutes, wow, Vanir look really good. SNG, they're sitting on their hands. They can't do anything. It seems like Vanir are just a better team. And then all of a sudden, at that Baron, it just turns around. And all of a sudden, SNG are this amazing godsend team fighting team, which Vanir can't budge an inch off of. Oh, man, what a crazy,
Honestly,
crazy way to open up the Spring Split. Vanir, they get their first win split SNG.
I'm so happy that is the game we come back onto. We start this year off with such a banger. And like, I genuinely think Kevo won that game with the Baron, not because they have Baron minions to push with, but because Singularity didn't have Baron recalls to get back to the base with.
No,
Unbelievable start to the season, but we're going to throw to a break. And when we're back, we'll pass it over to the analyst desk to talk a little bit more about that game. So we'll see you in a moment.
Welcome back, everyone, into the studio of the NLC. And what a good way to start the show with the mental game we just saw between Vanir and Singularity. This was one to the nail. They both had what they had to take the game, but eventually, finally, one team was able to do it with a steal on the bottom from Jinx. We were all expecting that because Jinx deals a lot of damage, and we will have some interviews to begin this segment with both players. And to begin with, I have Sahira from Vanir. Are you there, Sahira?
Yeah, I'm here.
Pleasure to
Sadly,
meet you,
here.
man. How you doing?
Pleasure to meet. Not too good, not the hottest performance. We were a bunch of piggies this game, I'm not gonna lie, but Singularity was better than I thought.
Bunch of piggies?
And yeah, we were a bunch of piggies. But we oinked our way to victory, and I'm happy with that.
Like,
go on, Trouble.
okay, I was watching you play Rise, and you were legit smurfing. You got into the back line. You were capable
Thank
of
you.
destroying a lot of elements. But that Orianna, Jhin, Karthus, they were really annoying to deal with.
I couldn't play, man. It was rough out there, man. It was really rough. I couldn't play for shit. Like the range, they just press R, and then like we had to back. Like we were lucky it was Ocean Soul. Otherwise, I think this game would have looked very different.
I gotta ask you something. There was a
all
moment
honesty.
where you guys decided to go for the Baron and insta-ultimate to the mid lane to go into the Elder. Who took that decision? Was it you?
Dude, that was a miss. I heard my jungler had a completely different call, but like I was like shaking, so like I just ulted mid off the Baron, and that was not the call. But I misheard, and yeah, so it might it was just a miscommunication thing.
It worked out though.
Don't think too much about it.
Okay, so this is the first game you guys have, like first day. Obviously, you guys are nervous as well. But what is the goal for the team? How you guys are improving with the team? Are you guys feeling comfortable together?
I mean, yeah, I would say so. But the goals, I mean, I have my personal goal, and that is to take down my former team, Absol, that is now X7. That is my goal, and I'm only here to do that.
So the only objective for you on this split is to take down X7.
Yeah. The rest I don't care about. I just want to take them down, really.
Okay, regarding the team, like in terms of communication, are you guys well together? Are you guys oiled enough, or you still think you guys need a little bit of a work?
No comment.
I love it.
I just have one last thing. I need to do a public announcement and apologize to Obsess for not showing up to Attack on Titan yesterday, and I apologize for that. I just needed to have that said. Sorry.
So you're telling me that a new episode came out and you didn't went to see it with your friend?
I ditched him. Yeah.
You know, even I'm ashamed of you. Okay.
Yes,
I was
sorry,
watching
sorry.
it. Okay. So maybe
Sorry,
next time
Jasper.
you should invite me as well. So.
Sure.
a big
I'll
fan.
get you an invite later to Discord.
So to finish it off, you guys had everything on the bag. You had the Soul, you had the Baron, you had the Elder. You guys weren't able to connect it at the end of the game. Did you feel the pressure, or were you always confident that you would take it?
I was close to hitting the wall, man. Like when I flashed for Not in that like we dove them, like we had like Elder and Nash, right? Or I think our Nash ran out. Anyways, so as soon as I like E after him, like with flash E, the Elder that moment ran out, so he didn't get executed. And then my brain exploded, man. Like I was close to breaking my keyboard or something like that. Yeah, it was a really rough game.
But you still got it, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah,
So this
that's
is a
the
good
important
day
thing.
for you, a good start for the NLC, and maybe you should go watch that Attack on Titan episode you were talking about.
I will. Don't worry, buddy.
Pleasure to meet you. It was a pleasure to see you play as well. You are amazing.
Thank you.
And I'll see you the next day.
Take care, man. Bye.
Okay, so this was a good one. Obviously, you can't be too happy about yourself when you're trying to assassinate someone with the Elder Dragon and he just disappears like that. And obviously, a little bit of a shaky moment there and there, but that's the first day. They got the kill nonetheless. They got the game as well, and this is more than enough for them. And I like the idea that he's only on the league, obviously, quote unquote, to get X7 revenge. So we also have another interview. I don't know if
Yeah, there we go. He's ready to get the interview. He's on Singularity side. Pupes, are you there?
Hello.
How you doing, my friend?
Yeah, on one hand, I feel very disappointed that we ended up losing that game. I think we obviously had chances to win. But on the other, I think we were pretty happy with our ability to get some wins in the future and yeah, do well later on in the tournament.
But to be honest, there was a really good game for you guys. Were you guys expecting to go all that hard on the enemy team? Were you guys expecting to hold as much?
Yeah, I mean, I think just from our internal scrims, it's clear that we're overperforming compared to what people expect of us. And yeah, I think we just have to prove it in the coming weeks, and I'm sure we can.
There was a really good message from the team. Like, as you said, a lot of people were not trusting you guys to go as good as you did, but you guys actually showed up today really, really well. Even though you, for instance, didn't get the beginning of the game that you wanted, you actually invaded Escartus on level 5 on the enemy blue buff. Can you tell me about that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I invaded Escartus, I got the blue buff, I traded it for my flash, and that's completely worth, I think, yeah.
At least that. And also, you brought in First Strike. I was actually talking with a few of our analysts, and they were telling me, why First Strike? I love it. I know the ultimate was giving you more than 200 gold every single time you got it on the field. But whose decision was it to get all those controlling ultimates, where you press R and you win team fight?
Yeah, it's just something we've tested that we kind of suggested by our assistant coach, Softorius. And it seems to do well in scrims, and I think it was evident why it was good in the games today. It makes team fighting really straightforward for us. And it's just a strong combo in general. And it worked out until it didn't. A little bit of user error there.
Can we expect more spicy junglers from you in the future?
Yeah, for sure. I think jungle as a role is one that's doesn't use the fullest potential of its champion pool. And I hope to be able to show that.
It was a pleasure to be with you, man, and to meet you as well. You did really good in-game, as long as with your team. So you guys shouldn't feel that bad, because this was an amazing start for the NLC, and who knows what's going to happen on the next day. So pleasure to meet you, man.
Thank you so much.
So there we go. Obviously, a little bit hurt on the inside because they almost had the game. But this is the first day. We still have a long way to go. And without a moment, we're going to a quick break, and we'll be right back with the analysts on the desk.
Welcome everybody.
I cannot
Together with
take this
me,
seriously,
I have
man.
Trouble and MC Goldberg
What
as we're
up?
ready to jump into the second game. It's Bifrost versus Eminem. We don't have a lot of time before the champion select. So, what about
Which one
you?
you want?
Bifrost.
Go.
Yeah. I just want to quickly say we were mentioning some teams FOMO to... Wait, do I go fast? Okay, we were mentioning some teams earlier today where we had to go super fast. We had XJ7, BTXL, or JDXL rather now, and Astralis. But I feel like Bifrost is also one of the teams we need to pay attention to because they have a lot of ERL champions coming towards this one. Got C-Boy in the jungle, Duel towards the bottom lane, in the support role. Odie also, winner of Ultra Liga, of course. Old Fury in the mid lane as well, who obviously did phenomenal last split. And then Shikari returning up towards the top side. That's my take from Bifrost. Go on.
All right, I'm gonna take it to Eminem. They keep on coming. We keep on sending them away. They keep on coming. We keep on sending them away. They keep on coming though, and they're bringing with them a 2019 champion in the Nordics, which is Royal Cannon in the mid lane. And this meta suits him so much because he loves to farm, and he loves control mazes. The Orianas, the Victors, the Corkis, the Aziz, you name it, he plays it. He likes to play defensive. He likes to support his team with the champions, and he likes scaling picks. Now, my biggest question mark, which we talked about this, is Bobista up in the top lane, who is a gangplank. Oh my God, a
Before we
gangplank
do
player.
that, we're going to talk about that on the champion select.
True.
Let's go. Tell me more. You were talking about a specific pick.
Right, I want to see if he's going to pick gangplank here because it is a safe pick, even though they do have red side. It is a safe pick, and I love Bobista on gangplank, even though I know what you're going to say.
Bobista haven't won a single game in the NLC.
Come on, but that's his chance. Gangplank was buffed.
Okay, so I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Obviously, Bobista came in from that Eminem roster that went 0-10 and didn't pick up a single win.
The legendary one.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
the legendary one. Eminem has had a few, but this one is definitely the more legendary one, of course. Hopefully, they can look to solidify themselves further into this tournament now, and have a little bit of a what do you say, reverb or revamp of the brand that they did have before. I do think we have some shines of life. Canna, Royal Cannon, as you're mentioning yourself. So I definitely think there's stuff to play for. I'm looking specifically for Canna in the jungle to be a driving factor for Eminem.
Now, is it a Jinx first pick again? Because Jinx is open. I think if it's open, you just grab it straight away and then you can pair it up. The Thresh is, of course, banned here, but there is the Lulus. You can put an Nautilus next to her. There's like so many different things. The Seraphine that you've been wanting permaban has actually been picked here, and finally we get a J4.
It's interesting already. So you can see there is the dynamic right now, Eminem, where they want to handshake the team fight, at least from what we're seeing right now. So there are still different possibilities you can go for. Now, on the other side of Bifrost, I think already with Threshcon, at some point in these 2-3 picks, you have to pick your support, something to keep the Jinx safe with, unless you really want to take it all the way through to after the second ban phase, where obviously you can try and go for a counter pick on the support role instead, or just assume that this Seraphine is going support, because obviously it is a flex pick, so there's a lot to be left open here.
Yeah, absolutely. And someone who we haven't mentioned at all is Fury. Fury was one of the names that we consistently kept talking about for playing the Sylas, for playing the Akalis, for playing the playmakers. Now that the meta has completely shifted into a more laid-back style where you farm, it pains me, man, because he's such a good player, and I have no doubt that he's absolutely brilliant on control mazes because he was playing them last season as well. But when he's on this flashy pace, he can do some real good stuff. Now, here on the Corki, I'm expecting it's going to be, like Google mentioned, a handshake between you're farming, I'm farming, we're scaling. But there's also the big question mark every time there's a Seraphine in the game and a bunch of melees around her, how much you can scale to the point where your melees will not die and you just perma-shielding and you just perma-healing.
And here we go. That now we get the support down on M&M, and they can start taking away some of this disengage that could suddenly save the Jinx. Lulu is also one of the champions we have just seen Jinx paired up with, something you can easily take away as well then. And then it's going to come down to, okay, then we might be handshaking the support matchup with an aggressive matchup instead. So bot lane might be way more explosive than Bifrost may have anticipated already. And you really still have a lot of flexibility in the Seraphine. We were talking about support mid, but this champion is a champion we have seen go AD in the past too.
In the bottom lane, yeah, to pair it up with Nautilus, and you have a lot of CC, you have a lot of root potential, and Emmy can bring something else to the mid lane. Because you were talking about Corki and that lane in specific, Fury. If he farms, when he gets to the late game, it's no longer a control mage, it's a burst mage.
Yeah.
I hate it, but it happens.
Yeah, right. And right here, I'm thinking again, we're looking at top lane, right? Because the Seraphine can land mid, can land bot lane, but you've already locked in your jungle and support if you're M&M. So you're looking for an R5 in that top lane to make sure that Bobista gets his first win in the NLC, and the Gangplank could still be a reality. I really love the Victor here. I think we're just playing the scaling game. Jinx scales. Sorry, not Lee Sin. Corki scales. You have Seraphine. You've got the Victor. I think it's all going to the point where we're looking way past the 14-minute scenario. We're looking past the 30-minute scenario, and we're just looking at who has the better team fighting.
Yeah, I even wonder if we're going to see the Victor level 2 solo kill. It's something that in the Master Cup and LPL, we've just seen for some reason it keeps happening. Level 2 Victor just kills Corki because they keep trading with each other. Obviously, both of these goes first strike. But now onto the picks of Bifrost. We are looking at some of these, per se, frontliners that you may need when you have a backline that's solidified by a Corki and a Jinx. You clearly know right now, okay, we have 2 carries, we need peel for them. So it's going to be interesting to see what that last support pickup is going to be, because yes, you could go for Water, the Leona that we just saw as a hover. You can even go Glacial if that's something you want to go to try and mitigate some of the damage that was going to come through from some of the other carries. But so far, Bifrost is definitely looking for a team fight composition.
I'm worried. I'm worried for Bifrost here because I see a Lee Sin and I'm like, opportunities. Where are the opportunities on the map? Where do you hit if you're Lee Sin? You want to play that early game aggression. The only gateway that I'm seeing is through the Rel Jinx, because you're definitely not going to gank an Ornn lane, and you're not going to gank a Corki lane. And yes, we get Bobista Gangplank. Gangplank was very recently buffed as well with the new patch, with the new season coming in. And Bobista, in my opinion, he's one of the best Gangplanks that we do have in the league right now. So I really like this. I love that they're going for full-scale game. I'm gonna lean towards the M&M side though. Where? This way. I'm gonna lean towards the M&M side because they have so much sustain, so much healing, and they also have all this distance. The Gangplank ult goes down, Jinx goes nowhere.
And we might also just in this game have a very slow early game, because if you take a look at the lanes by lane, right, down towards the bot side, you might not see too much with Seraphine, you know, the Jinx also coming in. Then in the mid lane, the Control Major and the Victor into the Corki matchup. Yes, I talked about the level 2, but how this matchup realistically speaking should go is just that they're just trading a little bit, but mostly fighting for wave priority. And then you have Gangplank into an Ornn, who's quite difficult to kill as well. So I think if this game becomes so explosive in the early game, then it's really up to the junglers on a Lee Sin or on a Jarvan to make this game a little more entertaining.
Another 50-game banger?
I think so. This is a team fight after team fight after team fight, and we want the spiciness. We want the bloodbath inside of the Rift, and we want the same casters back into the game. It's up to you guys.
I want that stylish suit Akaram's wearing. It looks well good. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the caster desk. Well, Adrian actually sent me a little message being like, are you ready? It's Eminem and it's Gangplank. And he's an Eminem simp and I'm a Gangplank simp. So together, we're super hyped about this game, aren't we, Jamada? GP actually did get a few changes on this buff. And I'd say a few. He got one change on this buff to kind of make up for the fact that obviously they did nerf the way Grasp interacts with his Q. So he has a half a second less off his Q. So he can Q a little bit more.
Yeah,
it's a cool fact.
It's a pretty big deal. I don't think they pulled back on the mana buff either. I would have to double check.
No, the mana stuff has all stayed the same.
Okay, so the mana stuff didn't go through, so it's just cooldown for now. But still, even that is obviously a pretty big deal in Gangplank's play cycle and his trade patterns, of course. And crucially, he is a global top laner because he has, of course, the Cannon Barrage. So before the Unleashed teleport comes online, he can obviously have impact on some plays. Towards the mid or the bottom lane, or perhaps the dragon as well. So keep our eye on how that Cannon Barrage is used. But I think for both of these teams, the game plan is probably pretty much identical. You have 2 early game junglers who, you know, will look to find action where they can get it. but across the board in each and every single lane, we have scaling, pretty much scaling laners who pretty much only want to play the game at 2 items and then 2 engage supports on the other side. So I think, like they were saying on the desk, I think Trouble quoted a 50-minute banger yet again. I wouldn't be too surprised to see us go the distance for game 2.
I just want another backdoor. I don't care about the length, I just want a hype game. That's all I want. I love it. I absolutely loved it. We had such a brilliant start to this year. You know, fancy new studio, big light shows.
Yes.
And a backdoor. That's what I'm all about. Flashing lights and stupid hype.
Okay, there you go. But looking towards the game, both the junglers starting on the top side, and I think that definitely kind of makes sense. They want to play towards the only lane where they really have set up, as a little bit of light trading will come through. Eminem lose out a little bit on the HP trades, but yeah, there won't really be too much action, I imagine, or anticipate outside of course, Kana or Seaboy getting involved inside of these lanes. This, another lane matchup where you can expect maybe Fury and Royal Cannon to kind of butt heads a little bit when it comes to contesting for CS, but outright solo kills, I don't necessarily feel like we'll be seeing much of that in this one, Jake. And again,
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad to see Fury chucked on Corky Duty for his first game of the split. Of course, a very talented mid laner. I definitely had him as probably the strongest mid laner of summer 2021. I feel like hoping to retain that crown moving into 2022 spring. I think a Corky game can definitely be the kind of champion, at least, once you actually hit those items, where you can start to perform like you are aiming for that title.
Yeah, I mean, he's always a champion where, you know, the more time he gets, the more items he gets. He's a champion who, like, always spikes with every item.
Yeah.
Like, every item is like a big step in his power spike. And I know that's kind of technically true for every champion, but Corky's one of those champions.
There are just some champions where their synergies with certain items, it just spikes them ridiculously.
Yeah, and he's just one of them. Like, every item is a good item for him. Every item he picks up is like, okay, this is a major spike. And it's not about like, oh, when he gets this item and maybe like towards this one, that's when he's going to come online. It's like, oh, he's got his first item. Oh, he's online. Oh, he's got this item. Ah, he's more online. And speaking about build pass, actually,
it's made worse. It's actually made worse. I'm glad you wanted to keep on talking about build pass because it's made worse. Corky has a new build path where a lot of people are doing this sort of Luden's Ravenous Hydra shenanigans build. I think it is the best build path for like damage right now. I don't know if it's necessarily a thing of, oh, there's no tanks on the enemy team, so I can do it. We'll have to see whether Fury actually opts into it or not. I've seen it. It does a lot of damage. Corky is just that kind of champion. So we'll see whether he actually opts into it, because of course Corky deals so much magic damage that building into something like Luden's and getting that magic pen actually spikes it a lot harder than you would probably imagine. As Kana maybe eyeing up top lane gank there.
Well, Fury able to take the trade pretty comfortably with Royal Cannon, knowing that he's a little low in the old mana department. It did look like Cannon was looking to come up towards the top side, although Bobisa did actually have the wave in a pretty okay place for himself. Probably didn't want to lose the freeze he was setting up for that, and I think he's able to hold it. Yeah, just about is able to just about hold the wave there. I do want to talk a little bit about this GP, and I know anyone who's listened to us for the last year will probably know we like to talk about GP a lot, but I'm curious to see what the build is going to be from Bobisa here.
All right.
What do you think we're going to be seeing?
To give you my 2 cents, I feel like in this kind of game where you've got Seraphine in it and you've got these sort of like bruisers and Jarvan and Nautilus, you would maybe want to stack up that additional bruiser damage as actually we're kind of getting jumped on here by Fury, and that gravity field is going to put him in a position where kind of jump on him.
They can flag, they can drag, they're holding it, they're waiting for him to jump out as they get the shield on. There's the flag, there's the drag, they follow it up. Underneath the tower, Seaboy goes, taking the tower shot. As Kana has to flash away to safety. Eminem playing with fire there, and they most certainly got burned.
Yeah, that is going to be kind of using his flash. Not going to have that one for the next 5 minutes or so. Real nice patience from Fury. Recognizes he has Seaboy in his wings, or underneath his wings. He's going to get there eventually. Just don't get stunned up. Don't get CC chained. And that's exactly what he does. Navigates that one perfectly, if you ask me. And blows Kana's flash free. And now actually, seems like Kana's not too happy. And this time he's bringing friends towards the mid lane. Dr. Chaos potentially going to eye up this mid lane gank. Or maybe it's the jungle camps. We'll have to see. I think Fury hovering the top side so much. Oh, he went out.
He's just dead. First blood to Royal Cannon. Lovely.
Yeah, I mean, Fury just, I think he just wants to weave in an extra auto attack or two just to make the trade a little more worth it. But because of that, the gravity field catches him mid-Valkyrie. And as soon as that happens, he just recognizes no point in flashing, I'm dead. Eminem pick up first blood. And actually, I have a very interesting stat for you, Jake. Whilst I was doing some prep. Respectively, between Bifrost and Eminem over the last 2 and 3 years that they've been competing in their competitive leagues, both of these teams have won the first game of Spring and Summer Split. So, one of these two teams is going to have to lose that record today. I'm not sure who. I do obviously, you know, there's the meme, and Eminem Jamada, yada yada yada. But I feel like
there's a meme for a reason, mate. Let's be real.
There's a meme for a reason, yeah, of course. It's there, and it does make sense. But I think with the draft they've given themselves, they definitely have the avenue to keep that streak going. I think Bifrost, though, again, you know, you've got these 2 hyperscaling AD carries with pretty solid front line. And Eminem's backline access is relatively limited, albeit pretty easy to achieve. So I think it will really come down to the execution once these teams have their items and they're online around these neutrals. But something I found very interesting was that stat there.
I actually want to quickly distract and go back towards the top lane, but I might have to hold that because Connor is thinking about ganking Shikari here in the top lane, although Shikari should be able to hold, has got that Call of the Forge god available to him. And it was Shikari I wanted to talk about a little bit, because Shikari obviously took a little bit of a break from the UK scene, and obviously we are the UK Nordics now, but for anyone who's followed the UK scene for a long time, Shikari is a stable name who has been on scene for a long time, previously on Fnatic Rising, and he's one of these top laners who is just good. And it's not good because, you know, it's, oh, Shikari's going to carry the game. Not saying he's incapable of carrying games, but I've seen plenty of games where he carries. But no matter what, he's just a solid backbone for whatever team he's on. Great, very smart and upfront calls made by him. He's always able just to kind of hold his lane and absorb pressure. He's just consistently a good player, Shikari, and it's good to see him back. And he's on a pretty stacked lineup in Bifrost.
Yeah, I actually want to talk about the roster a little bit. I'm glad you gave me the floor for this one, because I feel like Bifrost are potentially, whether it be, you know, well, they can't predict the meta, right? With this teleport change, you've now potentially got this sort of meta where we might see a lot more island top laners, right? And a lot more focus on this 2v2 in the bottom side. Shikari's the perfect top lane of that, because like you said, he is kind of the backbone of a lot of the teams he's on. He's given a role and he does his job, and he usually does it efficiently. And that's the really nice thing about having Shikari on your team. And I think C-Boy also facilitates that as well, simply because he's usually such a great utility jungler that can sort of prop up his lane and save on Beast, potentially in danger of being solo killed.
He's got over.
There you go. I mean, Shikari, we were just talking about
back,
him.
baby.
Not to hurt us.
Return of the King.
Return of the King, indeed. Finds himself a solo kill there. Bavista even blows the flash, still dies. And it's just a little bit of disrespect. I think ate the citrus in front of him. So for Shikari, that was just the go-to to actually open up and find that all in.
We are going to have a quick replay of this pick. Just able to juggle the brittle procs as well. Lovely there. Just get all that bonus damage off.
Yeah, I think finding that final brittle on the Bellows Breath, nice. T-Tor's angle here.
He flashed into it. Oh
man, yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It doesn't necessarily.
Go.
It doesn't necessarily impact the lane too heavily, though. That's the crucial thing for the Eminem side. I think, however, for Shikari, what it will do. Oh, engage.
They have that encore. Connor's coming in. They're going to throw it down. It tagged through him. The hit onto Odie. They get the kick onto Connor. Gets kicked back with the flash. The C-Boy's ignited. Rooted down. They're looking for a bit of bonus damage. And now Duel caught inside the Cataclysm. The rocket from Odie is absolutely massive as Dr. Chaos will find himself dead. A double kill to Odie.
Yeah, double kill goes over to the Jinx. That's not what you want to see. Your top side is getting solo killed. Your bottom side, of course, losing out if you're Eminem. Very sad. But Bifrost playing this out beautifully, honestly. Dodging and diving around some of these skill shots. Nice engage from Jewel. Just falls just a little bit short of Mishku, but it doesn't really matter in the end. Odie perfectly plays this one out, and he just stays as far away as he can to ensure that nothing can really catch onto him. And as soon as he's able to actually layer out some damage, he immediately turns around, gets the rocket in there. One auto rocket, auto dead on Kana, and is able to just run down Dr. Chaos for free. And Bifrost now, I mean, they've got the Rift Arrow in their back pocket. Odie just picked up 2 kills. Bifrost are primed and ready to get a mid-game snowball going. Try and accelerate this Jinx. Maybe even if you want to accelerate Fury, I think that's a perfectly valid and fine route to go down to.
Absolutely. I feel like Odie naturally will probably just be able to accelerate himself anyway as well.
Yeah.
Maybe not accelerate himself, but come online. He obviously did give up first blood to Royal Cannon, but there's not a massive CS deficit getting picked up, and it's actually the Manamune built for Fury, so could still be the Luden's, bit similar to one of the Kai'Sa builds we did see during pre-season, Luden's Manamune build. So that might just be the build, or it could just be, something like a shield bow, Triforce, one of the items that we were seeing on Corki last season when he showed up.
Yeah, a lot of versatility in his build path. So we'll just have to see what Fury feels like is the best option here for himself. Because of that double kill, Odie has already picked himself up the Gale Force, and the Herald Gold has still not even been put down yet for Bifrost. So a bigger lead to be grown for them. Eminem, you feel like now that they've started to lose control a little bit inside the lanes, have to try and recede a little bit, try and play a little more reactive. They have a lot of wave clear between Seraphine and Victor. They've actually moved them both up here from the bottom lane to try and defend this Herald, so it shouldn't be any more than just these couple of plates. 3 plates will be what goes over, just because of the HP value, and so unfortunate there not to break the Herald. I think charged on 13 HP, give or take.
Oh, unlucky.
Well, yeah, successful Herald for Bifrost
also.
either way. I said successful Herald for Bifrost either way.
No, I was saying, as I agree with you. Not There was a H in front of my M's there. No, there wasn't a H in front of my M's there. No, anyway, sorry. Let's distract and go back towards the game. Not distract, let's go back towards the game here. So we've seen the Chemtech Dragon get picked up, unfortunately for Gulborg, because I know he loves it. The Chemtech Soul, not going to be in this particular game. There is still room for the Hextech Soul, though. Basically, an empowered static Shiv with a slow.
Plus the portals. That's all I care about.
And the portals. The portals are great fun.
I was pretty skeptical when I saw Hextech balls, but in practice, they're actually kind of funny.
Yeah, they're brilliant.
They're actually quite fun to watch. So
pure panic when you take a portal and the whole enemy team is standing on the other side, and you're like, oh well, I guess I just die here.
It's just the feeling of seeing an AD carry go through the pool, and then it's just 3 or 4 members.
An ally has been slain.
Yeah. But focusing back towards the game, like you said, still a chance that Hextech Dragon Cloud is going to be the second one. Odie should be able to pick up this last final plate of the play phase of the game, as that's pretty far engaged.
Getting dunked. There's the encore charm under the tower. He goes. Shut down for Mishigu. They get the depth charge onto Duel. Knocked up, pulled back, taken down. And that is just 2 kills to the Seraphine.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lovely pick. They know Odie's still not got flash from that bottom side play from earlier, so kind of just full sends it. Flag drag into Cataclysm. Nice ult flash there from Mishigu as well to get the perfect amount of range to actually reach Kana and extend it. And Shaban goes perfectly into his back pocket, and Jewel demounted. A little bit too slow to run away from that one, and even if Lee made it, I don't think a kick would have made the difference there. 2 kills go over to Eminem, and I think it would have been nice if they could have found something else on the backside of it, but unfortunately no Herald up yet. Didn't seem like they were committed to pushing the topside tower, and I actually think Fury might have picked up the package, and that could have been what signaled the retreat on that front. So just 2 kills for now. Mishigu does finish up the Leandries because of that pick. Across the board, Mythics are starting to come in. 4 other members as well. Crossfire Gauntlet picked up, Gordrinker picked up for Seaboy and Shikari. Obista working towards what looks like it will be a shield bow. And of course, Gordrinker.
Hey, the fun build.
Yes, it's going to be the fun build. And I think that's probably what you have to aim for here. When there's a lack of an AD carry on your team, I think from the POV of Gangplank, it just makes the most sense. Go the crit build, have all that hyperscaling in your kit, and then you sort of make up for your team's lack of physical damage.
Well, Odie just ignores the cannon barrage and losing his entire wave and finishes up that tower. So that is a tower on the board for the side of Bifrost. As Rifteld's going to get summoned. They've already put that first one here to chip away at this tower, and they're going to be able to finish it up here. Most likely. I don't think they're going to have to follow up. They do get the kickback. Kana gets the Cataclysm, gets the flash from the corner. The Forge God into the Magnet Storm. Here come the barrels, but it's not enough. The rocket from downtown finishes up another kill. Shikari jumps underneath the tower. He is way too tanky, and Fury with the rockets will rain the pain down. The marshmallows are toasted.
They are toasted. It's an absolutely beautiful engage. from Bifrost there. C-Boy starts it off with a beautiful kick over the wall. Just looks like Kana stepped a little bit too far forward. You see that ward? I'm not even sure if it was placed for it. I feel like it might have just been there just out of a misclick or something. I'll have to get a look at the replay, but either way, no, it does find it. It does actually just put the wall down. You'll see Kana just steps up against the wall, flag and drags, trying to obviously take down the Herald, and it just gives him a beautiful kick. Call of the Forge God comes down to force on top with the gravity well, and then from downtown, Rocket, boom. Bobista actually walks into it, and he splash kills Mishigu. I think if he didn't do that, Mishigu could have maybe walked away with his life. Big maybe though. Fury finds that final kill, flashing for Dr. Chaos, and Bifrost, a wonderful mid-lane tier 1 takedown with the Herald. A lot of patience there as well to just slowly take down each and every member that was trying to defend that mid-tier 1 from them.
It's definitely going to be the Luden's Echo next up for Fury, almost there. Shield boy finished up onto Bobista, but Fury, double buffs available, doing a lot of damage, and Bobista actually able to pop the barrels and gets that trial by fire off, and Fury able to trade back, dodging away on that big rocket though, as he is going to be able to survive for now. So Dr. Chaos has found a couple of members, has got a flank, and the Hex Flash is interrupted. Joel can't get over the walls, the gravity field pulls him in. The Magnus Sword buys time, but that is one dead support. Royal Cannon will cash in on his second kill.
Yeah, Royal Cannon finds second kill. Has that Ludens in pocket as well, so anything to accelerate him, and now Odie potentially. Oh, see Dr. Chaos. Traps. As long as he could have gotten the depth charge off, he didn't care about walking into the traps. But now, I mean, Call of the Forge God interrupted the dredge line.
He's just gone. Yeah, he's dead.
Can't find an angle to dredge line out, and now it's going to be a blue buff takeaway. See if this turns into a bit of a skirmish.
Close. Oh, the encore went a little bit wide. It looks like some action is breaking out. Fury's coming on that flank, and Royal Cannon being zoned away for the moment. Cannon taking a lot of damage. Smites for some health. Gets the Cataclysm in, but Fury just jumps straight back out and finds himself the return kill. What a kick by C-Boy. Bobista is cooked. It's a double kill for Fury. And now Bifrost are running to the wind. They have nowhere to go. Michigan's trying to find out a little bit more damage. The Royal Cannon flashes over the wall, but the shield from C-Boy is absolutely huge. The drop is a hero. Blocking for Royal Cannon. Royal Cannon's still got a little bit of help to work with, and that was so close there for Eminem.
Somebody give that Grump Eminem contract, man. There we go, got the replay coming in. Dr. Chaos, the dredge line, I think actually might have been short anyway. I'm not quite sure if he would have hit the wall. He certainly looks close enough, but maybe the interrupt just takes away the animation there, but yeah. Blue buff take up off the back of that pick seems pretty mandatory. The encore goes wide, and then that is kind of the go signal for Bifrost to continue this fight on. This cannon barrage is actually pretty nice, but it isn't enough to stop Odie from advancing and putting in all of this damage on top of Kana with Fury and Magishu, I beg your pardon, Bobista teleports in to try and help his team, but I mean, C-Boy just finds the perfect angle to get him into the rest of Bifrost. Bobista still chasing his first win, I think. Somebody said on the analyst desk on Gambling.
Wow.
At least in the NLC. Oof.
Little dodge there from Shikari with the Searing Charge. 19 minutes in, we are 3,000 gold up for 3,000 gold up, not god up, for Bifrost. Who are having a pretty good performance, Fury especially, godly performance, let's say. 4-1 on the Corki, got the Luden's Echo. The Muramana has now been fully finished up, along with those Sork boots. Seeing a Gale Force once again onto the Jinx. Odie picks that one up, has the Hurricane instead of the Rapid Fire Cannon. So a bit of a difference from last game. You did see Kevo opt into a slightly different build. This Dragon spawning up, it is a Mountain Soul on this game. So unfortunately, we've not had the greatest luck on new dragons as we have returned to the Spring Split. Teleport's coming in, and the action looks to be breaking out for Bisa. Not going to hit those barrels, though. And half health onto the Baron. That's going to be a big encore to 4 members. But the Call of the Forge got by Shikari is huge. It's a 1-for-1 so far. But they are able to change it around in a 2-for-1. Eminem are going low. The rocket from Odie. And now he's excited. Now he can chase for the kills. That is everybody on Eminem going down. It is a clean sweep for Bifrost.
Yeah. They take down everybody in Eminem. It's going to be the point denial here as well. They're going to get this mountain, and now, I mean, actually, I think they have the time to potentially even look towards this Baron. With so many members dead, I think that is just the natural progression of play.
It's going to be close.
Only got 5 seconds left on the death timer, but I mean, I think with Jinx there, Jinx, like I said last game, 2 items on your AD carry. Normal rule of thumb. when you want to take down these Barons. And yeah, that will just be the Baron buff too. I don't think anyone's going to make it from the M&M side to this one. And Bifrost, their first ERL appearance as an organization. Looking pretty damn strong right now. Teleport coming in, all right. So M&M don't want to give this up for free.
Kanna's here. They can't do this. Royal Cannon's coming in, zoned by the trap. He gets the laser off, gets the slows down. Kanna chasing a little bit more. Michigu has got that encore. And that's going to be the Baron dissuaded by M&M. So good job from them to hang on.
Yeah, really well done from M&M. Teleport, just the Victor AoE damage alone, maybe in the minds of Bifrost, not worth flipping over. But yeah, M&M, as soon as they're in this position, Call of the Forge God, it's pretty much a done fight from as soon as that one cast comes down. Duel again with another fantastic engage. Fury does go a little bit deep, but I feel like his antics there still aid Bifrost in winning this one out because Kanna dies. And nice over-the-shoulder view here of Odie just getting complete free reign to just find himself the double. And
third-person shooter version of League of Legends.
Yeah, I know.
I'll play it.
And Odie, actually, its first time, I believe, outside of the Polish League, from the Ultra Liga. So
I believe you're
definitely
right.
away from home ground. Having a pretty good opening performance here in the NLC.
Absolutely. Now we're 22 minutes in. M&M have started to lose fights a little bit too frequently now. 14-5 is the scoreboard. They have been able to pick up a couple of those dragons, so they are at least dissuading a Mountain Soul from coming up anytime soon. And if Bifrost are able to pick up a Mountain Soul, it'd be somewhat not as effective because Mountain is typically one of those dragons which is better a little bit earlier than later into the game. So, you know, swings and roundabouts, a little bit of a soft win for M&M in that sense, but need to kind of get their stuff together, need to get a couple more items onto the beast before he's able to be a real AD threat. Got the Essence Reaver and the Immortal Shield Bow. See what the next item's going to be, whether or not we're going to have a little bit more fun and go for something like a Collector, or maybe just like the IE for more crit. We'll see.
Yeah, I feel like you just go for the flat IE here.
Yeah, I think you do.
You have to deal with the damage in these team fights. I think if you can find that crit barrel onto Fury or Odie on the Jinx and Corki, you can win a fight just from finding one barrel chain alone. So I think you have to go for that sort of shotgun-esque build where you just try and deal as much damage as you can in that one combo. But M&M definitely not out of it. Yes, the gold lead is quite substantial here for Bifrost. Bifrost will have a lot of control to do whatever they want on the map for a very long time here. But Bifrost, they can't necessarily sit on their hands. I think when you consider the scaling of M&M's composition, it's not like they just fall off a cliff. They scale nearly as well as Bifrost. I think maybe one-to-one, Bifrost still definitely do edge it out, because I think the front line of the Ornn plus that Rel is going to be quite difficult to deal with when you only have sort of that Gangplank as consistent crit damage. But yeah, M&M still going to have the opportunities, you'd imagine, with these Flag and Drags, with the Cannon Barrages over the top, the Encore as well. A lot of AoE damage can get put out. And all it takes is one bad team fight from the POV of Bifrost to all of a sudden lose control of the game.
Looks like Baboose is coming in with the barrels. Does get a lot of damage off. Duel jumps in with the Magnus Storm. But here comes Kanna. Here's the Call of the Forge God. This fight is so messy. Encore only lands onto one. Seaboy going low. M&M's health bars are blinking, but they are picking up kills as well in return. But Fury is unleashing his wrath at the Kanna. He tries to turn around the Flag and Drag. He's doomed himself to die. No, the heal is big. Fury's able to finish him off. And Odie just unleashing shot after shot onto Dr. Chaos. M&M will just get clapped in that fight.
Yeah, clapped in the mid lane there. 3 for 2 for Bifrost. They lose their jungler. No jungler on the map, but they still feel confident enough. Just because Seraphine is Nautilus, chances of losing this Baron very, very low. And Bifrost will just take the risk here. They're trying to start this one up. I think it just should be theirs comfortably. I don't think Michigu can steal this. But I've seen wilder things today already.
I mean, remember, Baron's shredding the magic resistor. His poke over the wall is no joke, and that's going to force Shikari off. With the fact Royal Cannon was teleporting in as well, that is twice Bifrost had tried to do this Baron and been dissuaded by one of these carries from the side of M&M. I can't believe I just called Seraphine a carry.
I mean, Seraphine is a carry. Sorry to tell you, Jake, but a lot of time burned, and because of that, this could... Okay, package on Corki. Never mind. I was gonna say this could be a nearly free dragon for M&M, but they're gonna look for split members.
Yeah, trying to force them away. Remember, Fury can come over the wall there. Grouped up. That is the opening they need. Kanda's going low. Fury has to flash away. Rocket comes down. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Seaboy launches into the backline. Gets the insect off the Michigan, who has to flash away. A double kill picked up for Fury. And here comes the call of the Forge God. Seaboy finds the kill. Fury continues to fire off, but Babisa finds himself another kill. It is so close, but Eminem will walk away limping with only their gangplank alive.
God, Seaboy has been such a monster inside of these fights, man. And Fury with that package splitting up Eminem, it means they can't continue advancing as 5, and it allows Odie to pick off those split members in front of the package as well. Brilliant execution coming in from Fury there. We'll get the replay on our screens. A double teleport coming in from the solo lane as a Bifrost. Eminem, they have to make a decision because they're about to get pincered by all of this engaged potential from Bifrost, and they go for the Rel, for the Lee Hua split off. They find Jewel, but then this package, it stops the advance from the back line of Eminem, and the front line is a caught just between a rock and a hard place. This kick, beautiful from Seaboy to secure another kill, and it just means that this Call of the Forge God can help secure Mishigu's life as Vista does his best to try and keep his AD carry alive, or his AP carry alive in this instance. He isn't quite able to, does walk away with his own life, but Eminem, they lose out on the fight, they lose another dragon. Bifrost playing this
cleansed the knockup.
Yeah.
He cleansed the knockup and then was instantly knocked up again. So tragic for Babisa there. Has actually gone for the Lord Doms, so not the Infinity Edge, so not as big a damage from the crits, but, you know, able to deal with the likes of Duel and Shikari. Shikari is starting to hand out some of those ornaments, and they're jumping in for the Cataclysm. They've got the Chaos Storm. Oni is just toasted. The Magnet Storm's doing a lot, but here comes the Encore, and Duel's going to go down as well. Cannon doing a great job to keep himself alive during all of this, and 2 quick kills for M&M. With a snap of their fingers, they should be able to take open this mid lane, finally.
Yeah, mid lane tower should be on the menu here. Looking across the minimap, I feel like the only place they could really lean towards now is probably the Baron. And okay.
Yeah, forgot about those things.
I completely forgot about those. All right, so objective bounties are live. I didn't even see the message come up. Maybe it happened during a replay. But of course, if a team falls far enough behind, I can't remember the exact metrics. To be honest with you, I'm sorry, guys. I know it's my job. But they are online right now, and them claim a little bit of extra gold for taking down that mid lane tier 1. And, you know, that extra gold can go a long way, depending on how much, obviously, you can actually take on the map from these neutrals. So we'll have to see how many more Eminem can find as that Sonic Wave grazes past Michigu's cheek. And these bounties, you know, a bit of a hot topic over the course of preseason, how it will affect things like pro play. I think even over the weekend, the show match between Koi and K-Corp, there was a little bit of effect there from the objective boundaries, if you were watching that one. So losing can technically be winning in 2022.
Yeah.
Depending on how many of these objectives you can get back.
It's the Mario Kart tactic.
It is the Mario Kart.
Deliberately fall back so you
never want to get blue shell. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Want to get blue shell.
Well, Baron's going to get started up. Let's see if Eminem can pull out a 3rd time's a charm here. The hat trick on stopping this, but that Baron is going very, very low. Royal Cannon's trying to get close enough as kind of jumps in. Duel tries to get the turnaround as they're going to stop the Baron for the moment. The Encore does land in. Seaboy on the back line, and Royal Cannon will finally fall down, but he is getting toasted. They jump into the Cataclysm, and Bifrost are just taking down members of Eminem, one after the other. The barrels are not doing enough to the front line, and Babisa still has that cannon barrage. Health bars are low. They might be able to stop this still.
Yeah, with that cannon barrage, it's definitely still a possibility. No Encore, no depth charge though from Eminem. Seaboy, no kick. There's no real strong armor available here from Bifrost. They used it all on that engage, so this cannon barrage can be very big if they can find a nice barrel chain, pull up some damage. Definitely possible. Bifrost, they want to execute this Baron. They don't want it to stay up another time.
It's getting very, very low. Seaboy almost dying to the Baron. The shield's going to keep him alive for the moment. They can't steal it away. The Baron is secured. Dr. Chaos is caught out for the moment. And now Odie is excited, chasing for the kills. Can't quite hit the barrels. And Bifrost finally, on their 4th attempt, will take down the Baron Nashor and get themselves back to base.
Yeah, that felt like the biggest obstacle so far for Bifrost. Not even Eminem, the Baron. As this is a pretty white screen. Okay, I feel like
that was a very white screen for us. I don't know if that was just us or for everyone at home.
Oh no, it was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, replay malfunction happens from time to time, but yeah, Bifrost during that fight, they're able to find a Royal Cannon. Eminem didn't really do a great job of defending it, to be totally honest with you. I'm not sure if his flash was available during that fight or not. Maybe it wouldn't have made a difference. But there certainly wasn't a lot of peel for their Victor, who, admittedly, whilst now being 3-4-6, was quite strong earlier on, and I still feel like there was a monstrous amount of damage. So Eminem definitely have to do a better job at trying to defend their carries or play together in a little more of a death ball. Though it runs its risks when you're against something like this Gravity Well from the rail, and of course when you're against the Ornn Horn. But Bifrost with the Baron, you imagine they are aiming to, at the very least, take down these tier 2s on the side, and maybe even crack open the mid lane. But for now, it seems like the focus is sort of leaning into that bot side tier 2, and then maybe they start to push the siege further up on to the Eminem base.
Well, Shikari is going to be able to push up the top side. The tower in the bot lane will finally fall down, and it's only base turrets remaining. Babisa does a fair amount of damage with those barrels onto Fury, but Fury has got the Hydra, so they should be able to heal back up. And Babisa actually struggling to clear through these Baron waves as they are collapsing in. The flash comes down, followed up by another flash as they're teleporting out. Babisa just going to get some barrels off, but the shield bow is now procced onto the Gangplank. Has almost got the cannon barrage up and available. Actually does have it up and available, so we'll be able to throw that one down. I believe I saw Death's Daughter went down, so has got Fire at Will and Death's Daughter finished up. So some pretty powerful ults coming out from him, and Infinity Edge closing in, finished up here for Babisa. He's level 16, so all points in that cannon barrage up and available.
Yep. Babisa with that level 16 cannon barrage upgraded.
Oh,
Can do a lot of work.
they find a hook actually. Gonna force Shikari to flash away. Lovely little hook there from Dr. Chaos just to slow down this Baron push. It's got a little bit left before it's gonna time out. I think this might be the final wave as the cannon barrage comes down, so they're going to try and force through. But Babisa knocked up. Fury trying to find a bit of additional kill, but that is going to be the end of Cannon and Babisa. They've lost everybody here. Babisa is able to find himself a kill as he fades away. And Royal Cannon will get hit out by the rocket as words elude me. And the towers fall for Eminem. This could just be it. Bifrost have been able to wrestle their way in to the base. No Baron buff to speak of, but they still have the wave, and it's only Mishigu who's going to get pulled in, taken down. The ace is there. And Bifrost, they had to work for it, but they found themselves the win.
Yeah, they find themselves the win eventually. Eminem, staunch effort, I suppose, but not quite enough for them. Bifrost, with this composition, I think just, you know, 1-to-1, too slow from the Eminem side. That will be the game. Bifrost, they keep their first game of the split record alive. They are the ones picking up this win. Eminem lose that record, of course, spoke about that earlier on. And definitely a disappointing opener for Eminem, right? We've kind of got this narrative. We know how Eminem have struggled when they've been in the NLC. And not the best opening game in the world, but Bifrost, credit to them. You know, there's a lot of talk around this roster. Yeah, very, very strong. And I think definitely demonstrating that today. And I'm very excited to continue to see this team grow and flourish because, you know, you've got very talented solo laners, of course, and then you've also got Odie on the bottom side. And I think this roster is just made for this meta.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a disappointing start for Eminem just because, you know, we really want to see them do well. If you followed the NLC, it's been a long time since we've seen, I mean, since the NLC, they have not had a good showing, unfortunately, for them. So it's been since the UKLC where Eminem have actually had a performance. And, you know, this was a hard team to play against. Bifrost are a team we have fairly high expectations for, but that is, unfortunately, the first loss on the board for Eminem, but a great win there for the side of Bifrost. They probably have some things to work on as well. But for now, we're going to throw to a break. When we're back with the analyst desk to talk a little bit more about that game. So we'll see you in a moment.
Welcome back, everyone, to the studio. This was a fast game. The desk was saying that it was supposed to be 50, 60 minutes. Well, we got it wrong, but nonetheless, this was a really good start for Bifrost, and I believe I have one of them together with me for the interview. Fury, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm happy we won. I entered a bit, but I got some inspiration from the LPL game on the Corki, so yeah.
So, this was a clean game by your team. Were you guys feeling comfortable before the game started, or just happened?
Well, we were confident that we would win against M&M on paper, of course. In the game, it was a bit sloppy. I mean, we are like, it's first game of the season, so we need to get used to that again. So, but on paper, we were quite confident that we would win this game.
Let's be honest, you picked Corki to the mid lane with first strike, you know the build. Are you not ashamed of what you did?
Yeah, I mean a little bit, but I was forced to go Corki there. They already picked Jarvan and I didn't want to go Victor myself, so yeah, I decided to go Corki and just skill up the game. And the big rockets doing insane damage late game, yeah.
So I noticed something, like at the beginning of the game, you guys were actually really clean, but you were giving some dragons, like you didn't want to fight in all fights. But at a certain point in game, you guys decided to go all in, and every single engage was so clean. Who was the shot caller?
I think mostly Duo called like most things in fights because he was the engager. Every time he said like when they were gonna walk in, I'm gonna go for it, and every time he went for it. So we followed him up on that, and yeah, we killed them mostly in the fights.
So communication is top notch, as you're saying right now, for the team, which leads me to this question: what are the objectives of Bifrost on this split?
Well, we are for sure looking to go to AM Masters with us also, of course. We have higher hopes to getting into top 2, and that's our goal for this split.
Do you believe you'll be able to get the 3rd seed for the NLC finally?
For sure.
So regarding this game, really clean, you guys are going to celebrate now, each at their own houses, I believe, but you guys are going to celebrate. What about the second day? Are you guys nervous, or are you guys just taking day by day?
We're just going day by day. I think we are playing against Dusty. I think they are like on paper also pretty decent players, so it's gonna be a fun match against them.
Can we expect a spicy pick next game?
Well, hopefully I can pull out Akali again from last year, but we will see how it goes.
It was a pleasure to talk with you, Fury, and a pleasure to meet you as well. Good luck for the next games, and good luck on the practice as well.
Thank you.
So this is the first interview with the first mate, and this is actually really good for Bifrost. The way they showed up today and the way they're feeling comfortable, the execution, the communication, everything was going accordingly to this team. But obviously, we need to talk about M&M. We need to talk with M&M to understand what happened, how can we go better next time. And obviously, as Ipran and Yamada was saying, the first games of the season are not that good to begin with. I don't know if we have M&M already on the call. It should. Oh, we still don't have them. But looking into the team so far, it was Trouble that was saying, well, they're coming back. They're coming back. They're trying to fight it off. They're trying to actually get on the top bracket of the league. And so far, it has been hard. And this is a bad start for them. But obviously, it can only go better. This was also a bad start, not a bad start, but also a tough start to go versus Bifrost. It's a tough schedule for them, and obviously they can just practice from now on. And I have Michigo with me on the call right now, if I believe. There you go, Michigo, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing really fine. NLC, new studio, new live, 2022. So first game, didn't win the way you guys expected, but. How are you feeling for the next one?
I'm still confident in us as a team. Sadly, I got sick today, but I tried to keep my energy high, and it will be very fun to play versus Sahira in specific, because I've had him as a teammate before.
What about in terms of, can you tell me what went wrong in the game? Because you guys got the first 2 dragons, and then all of a sudden, the other team just collapsed on you guys, and you guys just couldn't reply.
Yeah, I think we didn't commit hard enough on the third Drake. Wasn't confident enough, but I also think that Ornn became a pretty big problem. Very easy for them to get long range engages. So maybe we should have banned it or something.
Yeah, because I believe it was like 3 to 4 times that the fights almost went your way. But as we say in solo queue, well, we got unlucky today, we'll get them next time. The HP bars were really, really low, and obviously that hurts to see. But looking into the next games, how you feel that the team is confident? Do you reckon that you guys are going to take like top 5, top 4? Is that the objective of M&M?
Yeah, I think we can do that for sure. This team is considered one of the best on paper, right? And I still think we put up a pretty good fight. And there's always big room for improvement. So I think we can still finish pretty highly.
Okay, so about you, your champion pool, are you feeling comfortable with this season? Or do you think that it's changed too much?
No, I play like every champion, so I feel pretty confident.
Okay, but obviously you are kind of sick right now, and I wish you the best recovery, and I want to see you fully recovered on the next day. So take a breather, rest a little bit, and I'll see you on the other day.
Yeah, have a good one.
So obviously it's kind of hard when you're playing and you're sick as well. But let's see for the second day of the NLC, but on the first day we still have a long way to go. We still have a few games to continue, and obviously we'll make a quick break before we return to the analyst desk. Be right back.
And we are back on the desk for the next game, Astralis versus Nuriki. And we planned something special, I figure.
We have. I mean, I think, as special as this game is, I think it's like a David versus Goliath situation.
Okay.
Nuriki coming in with the rookies. They've played in the second division a lot. They've played through the Tilia Masters back then. But Astralis, an academy team, invested in the talent, full Danish roster. I believe in the man.
Danish?
I did.
There you go.
I did. Full Danish. Full Danish roster. I actually believe that they have the likes to go to EU Masters and even further. I think especially this season of the NLC, the teams in general look so much stronger. And even though we do have a strong contenders on paper, and Astralis is definitely one of them, there is always a chance for an upset.
I completely agree with you. And honestly, obviously, I see Astralis as one of the contenders to be a favorite. But if we have to take the lens and have a look at Nuriki instead, I think they still have the potential to throw a few curveballs out there. I genuinely think, especially if you take a look at the top side, Petuska, he played so many Riven games in the qualifier. He played Darius. Like, this is a player that loves taking control of side lanes too, where a lot of the games that we've seen so far has been very much about the bot lane. Jinx so far, 100% win rate, only 2 games. I'm still going to use that number either way. Right, down towards the bot side, Asator, we have a guy who does not mind not playing ADs. Like, he's played Seraph as well. Like, mages can be a part of this team composition. Can also just play them as Fortune instead, if you want to have a more caster-based AD carry instead. So I feel like Nuriki does still have like the puzzle pieces in their roster to try and create a different style, as we were talking about earlier, the pre-show. In the ERL, some teams just define their own meta, and Nuriki could be that team.
I would just like to see a team, and Nuriki sounds like it, that will contest the Jinx. Not necessarily in the likes of stealing it away in the draft, but if you have a strong top lane, if you do manage to snowball an assassin or a bruiser or even a tank that can reach the backline, that can stop the Jinx, I would really much like to see that. We saw Tatui almost do it. He was so strong on the Wukong. All he needed was one more piece to dive into the backline with him. So I would like to see that. I would like to see the Jinx go down. Sorry, Powder.
One of the champions that I was expecting to go versus Jinx was like the Camille, but obviously she's getting banned every single game.
Yeah.
But you reached a point, Darius, with the teleport changes. Can we see Darius with Flash and Ghost and going, just running amok non-stop? Is that a possibility, or should we just ban the Jinx?
Honestly, obviously, we don't know, right? It's like, it's speculation, but we could very well see it. Like, if some teams wants to throw a curveball, I can respect it if they want to do it. Honestly, new season, you're coming in with nothing to lose. People are not expecting too much. Well, Namera, Initialize, and Viperoon is expecting a Nuriki win, right? But at the same time, I still feel like if you want to throw a curveball, why not just do it now? Just solidify yourself as a great team. Yeah, exactly.
So we can surprise everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. So all my eyes are peeled here. Is Jinx the first thing that's gonna go through B1 again? It's the only thing so far. We've had 2 games, 3 games, B1 Jinx. It doesn't matter what the support is. Jinx is free low right now. It seems like no team has been able to shut it down. Again, I want to see very strong top lane that will shut down the Jinx by snowballing one side. Again, we talked about the fact that because teleports are used more selfishly, if you want, by the top laners right now, you can also choose to run a combat summoner alongside it to the point where you can just put all of your pressure and all of your attention towards the top side of the map, potentially get something like an Ezreal towards the bottom side of the map, and just try to snowball that top side.
I wonder who Nuriki is pinning out here in the first draft phase of Astralis. It's very much looking like last bit of NLC when Chrisberg is just already absorbing a lot of resources here. Not only just in
so
Champ
far.
Select, but like we were talking to him, he was like, I'm so used to people camping me, like I just want them to camp me so the rest of the map can pop off. And so far in Champ Select, like he's definitely a threat coming through. So Jinx cannot be first picked on blue side. It's just completely removed.
Now, when I'm thinking of Chrisberg, I'm thinking of Felios, I'm thinking Kai'Sa. I think his Kai'Sa was spectacular. Now, I don't necessarily think that you'd want to play Kai'Sa blind here. You probably want to see more of the composition, but Leona is locked in straight in. And we talked about this. Wendell likes to go hard in laning phase, and Crispec likes to go hard in laning phase. They love to win, both of them. Now they're playing together. I think it's a match made in heaven, and I think they're going to go really hard, especially having an immobile ADC such as the likes of Jin. Oh, he's bringing down the microphone. Oh, no.
What up?
He's back. But this is one of the games where Thresh is open. Finally, we get the Thresh, and you need some help to peel for Jin. Obviously, you can bring the Lee Sin as well to keep some peel, because you have Leonia and Viego. They can go amok on Jin.
Yeah, definitely. While Thresh is a good pick into this one, it also lets you roam around the map here, where, you know, it's a squishy AD that needs to survive a laning phase with not a lot of mobility. So it's not a bad shout. We already know that he's very fond of engaged supporters too, just from what we've seen in the past of his match history. But also, going back to this Jin first pick, it's very telling that when you get an AD carry like Jin, that you're more facilitating to the rest of your team. You want to play for some of the rest of the map. So if we're going back to talking about the top side or the solo laners here, I'm expecting some more power to come out here, not some tank, something you can play for.
I would like to see priority lanes for Lee Sin. I'd like to see a lane where Lee Sin can play through, whether that's mid lane, whether that's top lane. It's going to be quite hard, of course, because you're on blue side, where technically you have to blind pick them. But I'd like to see even something like a Zoe. I think it's very powerful. A Zoe together with a Jin, creating that space for you, hitting you from legitimately miles away. I think you can start playing them on that distance and sort of win by being too far away to be reached.
So we go to the second phase of the ban. Syndra is going to be removed. Jace as well, as we're looking to the top lane, protecting the top lane out of Nuriki. On the other side, though, they're trying to take away some control of the mid lane. What do you reckon we could see on the second phase?
This is very interesting, right? Because all of a sudden, mid laners are being banned away, which kind of tells the story that we're fourth picking. We're taking away some of the biggest counters we know to a champion we have in our head that we want to pick right now. But not only that, that is setting up a different storyline for Astralis here, that they're giving a lot of trust to their rookie right now. Carlson, we mentioned it. He's only 16 years old. He's the guy with the least experience on that roster. If he gets the last pick, that also means you want to play for the top side. You already got the 6. Crispberg looks to be the weak side, and it could potentially be a top side focused Astralis, which to me could be very exciting this game.
I actually cannot believe we're getting Crispberg on
That
6.
is really insane.
That is insane. Okay, so for me, this looks like a Leona that's going to be roaming the map with the Viego together, and they're going to be going towards the top side of the map, trying to shut down the top lane. Again, we said how important it is if you manage to snowball one lane.
Ooh, I love this.
The blind Riven, okay.
That is confidence. And you know, there's still like Fiora's up if Carson wants to pick that.
Kent.
There's so many champions right now you can start going for. And the cool thing is that both teams right now has decided that they want to play topside. Jin facilitating, we mentioned it earlier. LeBlanc, priority, you mentioned it as well here. There's so many things that can make this game really exciting. And Carlson, once again, the young guy, is going to bring in a champion to deal with this. It's going to be the R5 Renekton, a community classic. Very exciting champ select between these two teams.
I love this. I love this because of the fact that a full rage W can break shields, and Riven does rely a lot on the all-in, on her shield to take the trade quickly and get out, absorb the damage with the shield, get out. So she's really good on the quick trades, but so is Renekton. And if you save your raids for that W to break the shield, I think you can trade evenly into the Riven. Of course, we're going to have to wait and see how this matchup goes, because there's a lot of roaming potential. I see Package Corky going towards the top side. I don't see Leona sticking too much in lane, because Ziggs is like really easy to just wave clear underneath his tower and try to evade gank, especially since you have flash available. But the Lee Sin versus Viego versus the top side of the map, it's gonna be spicy.
Everyone just needs to tune in now. I'm just like, tell your mom, tell your
Drop your
granddad, tell
mixtape.
anyone, tell your friends. Just go on. This game is going to be a banger. I'm excited for it.
It's the Crazy Crocodile on the final pick, and it's the first one for Nuriki and Astralis. Okay, I'm getting the cup. I'm getting excited. I'm getting to the game. Costas, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing great. Let's get ready. We've got some pretty spicy picks here, Jamada. What are you making of everything in this Astralis versus Nuriki game?
Yeah, I mean, I think the top side is obviously the main focus, right? This crazy draw. Got Patoshka on the Riven. With the Renekton matchup, it's traditionally not been a very Riven-favored matchup. And then, you know, you just immediately add in the Lee Sin plus the Viego into the mix. And all of a sudden, you have this crazy top side, which could just be incredibly pop-off just because of how volatile the matchup is. And on top of that, for Astralis, because they've got that Ziggs in the bottom side, you know, Leona being freed up potentially to move around the map, move with Taxa. It could be a pretty big deal as we get the big zoom in onto the Ducky. And we are here for game 3 of the day.
We should name the duck. And we can't call him Donald because copyrights.
Yeah,
I'm putting in a solid Michael. That's what I'm going with.
Michael.
I'll let you think on it. Let me know on Instagram or on Twitter. Let me know on Twitter.
Yeah.
You think the duck? What you think the duck should be called?
Because a lot of the jungle camps have names, right? Like a lot of the
Does the blue buff
grunts
have a name other than blue buff?
I think so.
Oh no.
We'll
figure these out.
Yeah.
We'll figure these out. Anyway, LeBlanc. I'm very happy to see LeBlanc.
Yes. Of course you are.
Had a GP, had a LeBlanc. I'm both boxes are ticked for me right now.
Yeah, you're well.
He's into the first strike Corki though, which is a new rune. So I think it's probably best you talk about this first strike. As we said, we would talk about new things when they came up.
Yeah, of course. First strike, a little bit of bonus true damage, plus you get some gold from it. Definitely pretty good on things like assassins, where you all in somebody, you get extra gold for it. On champs like Corki, or sometimes I've seen it on Victor, it's just an easy or cheap way to farm a little bit of additional gold. So just get to your core items a little bit quicker. It does help in some of the trades here, the shorter trades, into something like LeBlanc. But LeBlanc definitely still, in the early laning phase, does win this one out. Just too much burst damage. And of course, if Lee Sin shows up, Lee Sin, LeBlanc, very tried and tested combination. Very, very hard to out 2v2 this combo. And consider actually somebody who, when I was doing some research into champions like Lee Sin, very much his wheelhouse. He loves being super early to lanes and just, aggress onto them as quickly as he can and just kind of skew things in his favor and play around those strong lanes. And like we said, he's got this LeBlanc here, the Riven. Definitely, I've always felt struggles into the Renekton 1-to-1, as many melee champions do. But if you can get into these two soda lanes, it's got plenty of setup to try and snowball them out of control.
Ooh, unlucky with the chains there, but still got that burst in the electrocute. Keep our eyes on the junglers, because they're both actually clearing upwards in the same direction, so we might see a bit of a scuffle between the pair of them, or they may just both look to try and go into the top side. Riven obviously got a pretty solid shove, so probably not going to see too much more or a potential dive, but Taxa is going to get invaded here. Hit's going to land, Smite's going to go down, and stealing away a couple of camps is got the Riven also charging up the Q, has unfortunately put the Broken Wings onto cooldown. And Taxa's just trying to pick up the occasional little bit of rock, a pebble.
Yep. Gets himself a couple of chickens, a couple of rocks. Still loses out on the main bulk of the camp though, so
yes,
definitely not the best for him. Cedar will pick up this top side skull as well. Definitely winning out towards this top side, influencing it a little bit. Because he got that early prior, it just makes that invade possible. Taxa, should imagine, gets the bottom side skull. These first skulls, however, unfortunately just not worth as much as they used to be. So
no, fortunately. I know you're a jungler, mate, but no, fortunately they're not as... We don't have to get called over to help you fight for a crab anymore.
Okay. I see how it is, Jake. Okay.
Yeah.
Thirst in the top side. This is a very, very early. Not sure what he's looking for. He's been spotted on vision.
Seen him. He's spotted now.
Yeah, he's been spotted. No, he got spotted now. Yeah. Got pinged as well. So we'll just be going back to base. Like the attempt though, shows that Nuriki very much ready to try and make things go their way in this top side. You don't pick something like Riven competitively without intent to try and make it work very heavily.
Absolutely. We should probably talk a little bit about, these teams, because they are obviously new to us here at the NLC. Astralis, obviously, you probably know that name if you watch competitive League of Legends. And obviously, if you've been watching any of the desk, Goldborg's been going very, very ham onto this full Danish roster. And, some pretty superstar players here. Taxa has been around the NLC for a very long time, or any of the regions at least similar to it, but were once individual regions. So pretty storied player in the area. But Nuriki, They were in the Telia Leagues, I believe, last season, right?
Yes, yeah, that's right. Finland League, champions coming there. Finished second in regular split, but took home the trophy. Second in Telia Masters, if I recall correctly as well.
Yeah.
Managed to make the run all the way through with almost the exact same roster through the qualifier. So definitely a team that, you know, if you were following the Telia League beforehand, you would have known about, most definitely. Always compared in the Telia Masters, always, you know, sort of that fringe team where it's like, okay, they could have made it to the NLC, you know, during any of the previous Telias over the last few years. But finally, once that spring qualifier rolled around, they were able to make their entrance. And of course, like you said, everyone knows Astralis by name. I might have to hold the point as Chris more dash away from that death sentence. Won't be the sufferer of a 3-man gank. But yeah, obviously Astralis talent. New to the league, taking over Tricked esports spot. Dane for Dane, feel like Gorborg very happy about that. And very experienced roster outside of Carlson, who several years younger than everybody else on the roster, 16 years old, and stayed on from the previous iteration of the Astralis talent lineup. So Astralis, obviously, yeah, massive trade. Obviously value this player quite highly. So I'm excited to track how he does over the course of the split, really, because with such an experienced roster, you would have thought maybe they would go for the exact same thing. The top side! However,
I mean, you were just talking about him, and this is. I mean, this is also, you got to keep in mind, this is a Riven lane. So, you know, when you play in competitive, typically champions like Riven, who don't get that much kind of airtime, let's say, it can be quite hard to play into them because you kind of just forget what laning phase is like against a champion like Riven. And Riven is oppressive as a champion to play into in lane. She can be really, really powerful, really potent. And Carlson just says, yeah, and I'm a crocodile.
Big crocodile beats small woman with half-broken sword. What does Renekton have again? Huh? I mean, she does, yeah.
It's like a glaive.
Yeah, that's it. I'm pretty sure Euro here should have a knife.
I think it's like a fantasy glaive, because... Yeah, oh, sorry, we're talking about that. I was still talking about
the game, you're still talking about the glaive. It's alright. Euro, though, no teleport, has the ignite, so he's gonna have to find some mana from somewhere. Has some biscuits in his inventory, though, so it should be fine.
Oh.
And Toshka will make the leap over the wall. And Astralis maybe eyeing up this Rift Herald. They will start out. They've got priority in the top side. I believe Krez is coming out of base with the package. So this should be a pretty free pickup here for the Danish side.
She's had a really cool mid as well, so no contest is going to go through.
No. Not at all. First objective of the game will go to Astralis. We'll see how they want to use it. You would imagine probably Cress in this instance, though maybe accelerating the Renekton lane could definitely be an avenue to leverage. Try and put the Riven as far behind as possible, because of course Riven definitely a champion where if she does fall behind, her level of usefulness can quite quickly drop off as package.
Oh, lovely dodge there.
Yeah.
There's definitely an element of mastery coming in on this Riven here. You know, you got the broken wings, able to kind of hold them until the perfect moment to dodge or go in as a... So I need to be a little careful. It's going to jump into Crest, gets the kickback, doesn't get the knockup, but there's the flay. There's 3 members, though. They've been caught out. Maybe they can find a turnaround now, the LeBlancs here, but I think that is going to be it for now. As chains go wide, Taxa should just be able to walk away from this one. Although, really playing with fire.
Yeah, Nuriki, I just don't think they were expecting numbers around the mid lane there. I don't think it's necessarily even an audacious play. I think Nuriki just thought they had first move on this rotation and could find themselves a kill. Unfortunately, the Sitter has to blow his flash and see if that comes back to bite him later on. But Astralis, very controlled, very slow game. Actually behind around 500 gold, but they do have the Herald to pick some of that up. And I think when you consider the scaling in this game, you're not too fussed about being 500 gold down, especially when the majority of that, you would imagine, probably comes from this bot side CS discrepancy. First strike probably makes up for what Crest is behind on.
Yeah, it's probably a bit of a spread between mid and bot. So that 500 gold is like spread very thin to the side of Nuriki. So it's not really anything to kind of write home about. maybe they're going to be able to turn their attention towards this dragon. The wards are down, the hops are over, and it's like Nuriki are going to look to start up this dragon. Don't think Astralis are really going to bother contesting this one. It is just going to be that Cloud Dragon. Maybe we're going to see something a little different. There's the Chemtech.
Yeah. I mean, now it's back to 1 and 4 and 50-50. Who knows? Maybe maybe next week. Or
We've still got 2 games, mate. And we still have a chance this game to get Hextech gold. Don't worry. I know you want it. We all want it.
I do. We want some new dragons. We want the shenanigans. We want the Chem Fog. We want the Hextech portals. I just want to see.
Actually, I'm going to ask you about this.
Yeah.
Do you think any of the souls like are broken? Obviously, because Infernal was always like a really rough one to play into. Do you think like
personally, I feel like having innate GA which revives you at full HP and you can still cast all of your abilities is kind of broken.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, obviously, giving everyone Scion passive is horrible.
Okay, we'll have this conversation in a second.
Yeah, she's in a lot of danger. Able to lantern away. They follow it up with a hook and a slow, and it looks like Astralis aren't going to be able to find a kill.
Astralis,
but this guy able to escape.
Yeah, ward off that, and now even looking maybe for slightly deeper play. Herald drop, like we said earlier, Corki or Riven, or the Riven lane with the Renekton in it. Probably the likely recipients.
Nice lantern there. Actually, it was a hop over the wall. Didn't take the lantern, but the charge is going to come down, and that's going to be a lot of tower damage thrown out. As they're able to get a nice trade onto Carson there from the LeBlanc, chunking him out pretty effectively. But Nuriki are starting to bleed a little bit. That gold lead you were talking about has been somewhat alleviated, but they're coming in. They bought the Jhin, and Astralis is able to move away.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think still fine for Astralis. Do lose the flash of Wendelbo there, but not the end of the world, because Crispberg has been down here by himself, getting a couple of plates, and of course that tower is effectively only 2 plates away from dying, just because of the Zig Satchel. So all around, I'll definitely call that a win for Astralis. They get the Herald off top, Crispberg solo farms on the bottom side, and Nuriki don't really get too much in response, unfortunately. I think they're fishing now, but
maybe looking for
not really too much to find
him because of his. Yeah, it's definitely a slower paced start here.
Yeah, compared to the first
little chains off, but that's gonna be it.
I think though, if you're Astralis, you don't mind this, to be honest. I think if you're looking for Nuriki to win this game, however, you want to see them try and pull the trigger somewhere. But Astralis, quite frankly, just haven't been given them the opportunity to do so. I think some of that definitely, you know, it can come down to the level of the players on the Astralis side, but I also think the experience. Coming to this game, you see the draft, you're like, okay, LeBlanc Lee Sin, Jhin on the bottom side, Riven on the top side. We've got basically, you know, a full draft that negates all of these sort of very scary early game champions. All we have to do is sit here and kind of let our champions do the job. And so far, in the opening 14 minutes, they have definitely been doing that. And so far, Nuriki, I won't say they haven't been looking, but it just feels like Astralis have done such a good job at neutralizing any opportunity that Nuriki could potentially have looking for plays like this. As Jungler's going to butt heads here. Actually, a full gap.
Oh, nice little insect into the flash play. Taxa has to throw out the ultimate to try and escape, but they jump in. First blood finally picked up in the mid lane, and Gress maybe in a little bit of danger.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like without the kick there, without the box there, Cress should be okay. But you can see where the Decidueye is mentally just sitting in the chicken camp, waiting, thinking, all right, can we carry on even underneath this mid-tier 1? The answer is no. They still find themselves first blood onto Taxa, who unfortunately just walks into his chicken camp unawares that it was being taken by the Lee Sin, and pays for it with an insect to his face.
Well, we did also see Crispberg take a tower on the top side. It was only a 1 plate, and that's pretty easy when you've got a satchel charge and you can just pop the tower. Then now a rotation into the mid lane from Crispberg here on the Ziggs. That tower's pretty healthy though, so should be able to hold it for the moment.
Yeah, should be pretty okay for now, and it's definitely what you want as a strategy. You want Ziggs in the mid lane ASAP. As finding the engage in mid lane.
They got the package. Hook's going to connect, but not going to be following that one as Crest jumps away to safety. Taxa will eat the chains and a sigil just for a little bit of bonus burst. Taxa only going to lose about a quarter of his health.
Only about a quarter. Aftershock saving Abigail's life there. soaked up a lot of burst damage. Zigzol, a lot of the burst from the Corki, and the owner's damage as well isn't something to sleep on in the early stages. Able to keep himself alive. If you're going for the Glacial Augment, something that we've also seen be pretty popular, at least in solo queue on the Thresh. And I feel like that definitely would have been a dead support and a free pickup for Astralis. But this kind of lane assignment. Ziggs in the mid lane, Corki on the bottom side instead of Blanc. Even if you lose this dragon here, you know, you're pretty comfortable sitting here and waiting to scale for like, you know, another IM or so. Or maybe Astralis don't care and they still want to try and find some kind of fight. Prodding into the river anyway. Now Wendelbo potentially in trouble.
Yeah, looking to jump in. Broken Wings didn't quite connect onto the knock-up. And I hate to break it to you, but it's an Ocean Soul again.
It's an Ocean, yeah. It's a sad, sad day in the NLC so far. I mean, we've got two more chances, right? For a new Dragon's Ult. Just bored of Ocean, man. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
We had a mountain.
You know.
We didn't even have the new cloud.
Whoa. Yeah, we haven't even had the new cloud. Very interesting kick there from Sudir. Didn't want to get CC'd up by Carlson and maybe drop. But either way, this Herald will be going over to Astralis. So it's Astralis with the Herald control, Nuriki with the Dragon control. And Herald definitely found a little more use than these dragons so far, though of course if Nuriki can stay strong, can stay relevant with their champions and IM spikes around these neutrals, it'll be very, very hard for Astralis come this third dragon to do anything about it. But when you look at the inventories, they're almost there.
Hold on.
Looking for Krez. Won't quite spot him out.
Hit the bush at the right time, although not going to be able to go, wanting to go for that one. They may just look to try and bonk away at this tower a little bit. But LeBlanc already working at it. Sidra able to take this down with his team. See if there's going to be a response play, because it looks like there's a teleport being used into the mid lane from the side of Astralis. So they are contesting on the other side. They've got the Herald as well. They've got the Ziggs. It's actually awful to try and to push into this, because down goes the tower. They got a wave to shove up as well. I don't think they're going to get the next charge out, although maybe... No, they got it.
Yeah, charge comes through, so pretty high value for Astralis, because now that tower is pretty close to just being satchelled by Chrisberg. So big win there for the Danish side, and low in kills, yes, but this game methodically being played out by Astralis. Nuriki, again, it just feels like, you know, you've got all of these early aggression tools. You've got the Lee Sin, you've got the LeBlanc. Obviously, the Riven kind of nullified in this Renekton R5 lane, but even the bottom side, right? Jhin, Thresh, but it just feels like, again, they haven't quite been able to find, you know, a play that truly sticks and gives them tangible rewards.
That's going to be the tower going down. Chrisberg just kind of roaming demolitionist right now for the side of Astralis, and gold lead pretty close between them and Nuriki right now. Nuriki also got those first two dragons under their belt, so Ocean Soul is a potential for them. Will help versus the poke later on in the game when you're thinking about the siege from Ziggs and the Corki. A lot of things to dodge, a lot of poke will be eaten. So if you can get that Ocean Soul, it will give you some survivability in those sieges.
And it will. And of course, closer to the traditional build that we are very familiar with when it comes to Corki. So, I mean, Cress, somebody that's very comfortable on the champion. So I don't even have to say something, you know, very normal, like, we'll see how he does on the champion. We know Cress is a bit of a monster on the Corki.
Yeah.
And Astralis, again, just playing to their conditions. They just play slow. Don't have to check into this very, very scary early composition of Nuriki. And again, plays into the experience of this roster.
We're approaching that 20-minute mark. We've got 1 minute 20 until the first of the Ocean Dragons come up. Potentially the third dragon for Nuriki, but I think this might be the moment where Astralis decide to pull the trigger and try and contest these dragons, because, like I said, you don't really want to be sieging into an Ocean Souled up Nuriki. They still have, you know, some element of range. I think the problem with Nuriki are going to have later on in the game is wave clear, because LeBlanc has to jump into the wave to be able to clear it. And you got Jhin, sure, but Jhin is very limited by the amount of shots he has, and then obviously his spells aren't the best. Obviously, you do have the grenade, but that only dances to 4 minions. So there's lots of like little things. They don't have the most amazing wave clear right now. So Astralis, if they can, you know, just hold this out a little bit longer, they should be able to do. If they can deny this Ocean Soul, Sieging's actually going to be a bit of a breeze for Astralis later.
Yeah, and I think also like the team fighting, right? Especially when you have things like package online, which, you know, Chris does have right now. You've got decent enough peel and front line between Renekton and Leona, and you've got all this massive burst damage from Corki. And of course, the Ziggs and Viego will always be happy to clean house off the back of that damage. Team fighting 5v5 straight up for Nuriki just gets harder and harder as time goes on. So they really desperately even just need to get this Dragon Snowball. They need to lock in this third dragon, put pressure on Astralis to make them think. But right now, even with the package even, I just feel like Astralis are probably just stronger. So Nuriki, they're going to have to play this one out really well. They're going to have to try steal it. Sonic Wave's on.
Looking for it. The Sigil's on. It's not going to be enough. Dragon secured. Wendell going low. Looks for the Solar Flare. The Curtain Call comes down. But Astralis, and they've just got enough health. This is not going to hurt them as Wendell will eat that 4th shot and go pretty low. But Carlson gets the Blast Cone over the wall. Now they get a little Blanc chains off onto Chrisberg. But they have to get broken as the Wind Slash doesn't even clip anybody on the side of Astralis. Nuriki, they did a bit of damage, but they didn't really gain anything else. They lost the Dragon.
Yeah, lost the Dragon Nuriki. Astralis picking that one up. That's big. It just buys them an extra 5 minutes of time to just sit here, scale, get to their core items, and then eventually do what this composition will do best. Team fight, burst, siege. Be impossible to peel onto or get onto just because of the peel. Once those carries are up, it's going to be very, very difficult for Nuriki to find consistent backline access because there's no true hard engage on this composition. It is very much a bit of a dive, try and find a single target. Ziggs can execute that tower if he has to, but I mean, it's pretty much an all away from death. We'll satchel either way. That's another tower going in Astralis' favor. And Nuriki, again, feel like a broken record. Not really finding much when there's no objectives.
Poked out as well here pretty heavily.
Yeah, it just feels like a slow
It does. It kind of goes back to what we actually had quite a lot of at the beginning of last split. Or was it spring? I can't remember. We had a split last year where there was a lot of slow chokeouts, and it feels like Astralis had done that. Nuriki picked some interesting champions. You know, you got the LeBlanc, you got the Riven, they're fun champs. They need to get ahead early though. If LeBlanc doesn't get ahead early, feels pretty redundant. Same for the Riven, and unfortunately they've not really been able to achieve too much. Sure, there's a 30 CS lead on the LeBlanc, but that isn't going to win you the game, unfortunately.
Yeah, you know, like, I will say, I think LeBlanc scales better than most people give her credit for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's just going to be pretty tough, in my opinion, to play into
I
this
agree
game.
with you in most cases, but your versus a Corki, who just scales. He just flat scales, right?
Like, you distortion in, right, as LeBlanc, and then Corki rocket autos you and you lose half your HP. And it's just like, well... and Corki has a lot more life still than LeBlanc does, so... It's tough. Looking for Chrisberg here. That's the kind of stuff he has to do, but when you can get flanked like this, very dangerous. Yeah. Flash burn.
Able to force the flash out though. But again, then it just the pace slows down. They both look for a little something. Weren't able to find it. Take the foot off the gas at the moment. Carlson needs to be careful because he's been jumped onto. The rest of the team were thinking about setting up for the Baron, but rotated back over. And their Renekton was in a little bit of hurt.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, Astralis doing what they have to win this game. They know if they allow Nuriki to kind of play this obvious chaos style that they're looking to play, the Wendell bow.
Oh, hold on. Wendell in trouble. Actually gets bopped back to safety.
Kick actually saves him in the end.
That's going to be it.
Flash. Yeah, it's going to be it. I mean, Astralis, they just sit here, they do this for another 5 to 10 minutes, they get their iron spikes, and they just say, hey, all right, cool, we're ready to fight, guys. And Lee Sin, LeBlanc, Riven as well, kind of just sat there twiddling their thumbs. They don't really get to play the game versus this composition, it feels like. Once we hit a certain point, 5v5ing will just be impossible. Nuriki will have to try and divert to another plan, 1-3-1, 1-4, trying to play 4 Gambit.
Oh my word. One more rocket is all it's going to be. Got that big one charged up, but isn't able to do it. No! Don't look at the shop! Woo!
Don't open the shop. Oh,
don't open the shop.
Very, very close call from Hero there. But,
you can see Shadowflame is in the build here.
Yes.
I think that's quite nice because you're looking at Shield Bow, you're looking at Sterix, it will give you that pen versus those shields, so it does help you just burst through those a little bit quicker. I mean, TLDR, if you don't know what Shadow Flame is, it's Serpent's Fang for mages or any AP user.
Pretty much. Definitely a very strong item when you are against a lot of shields, which League of Legends these days, it has a lot of shields. There are a lot of items that give it. A lot of champions just have it innately in their kit. It is just the way it is. 30 seconds on this Ocean Dragon now, and you feel, looking at the inventories, Astralis are ready to scrap. They've got 2 stopwatches on the top side between Taxa and Carlson. Not only that, their item spikes are pretty much there across the board for their 2 carries. So, Nuriki, I won't say this is last chance to Loom, but this will be the last chance I feel like you'll get close to an even fight. And if you lose out on this one, life just gets harder and harder, and they are being forced out of the river. As actually
that was really nice change there, forcing Crest to have to drop the package to safety. The Dragon's up, and Nuriki, they need to try and force a little bit more than just the package now. That Dragon is being bursted through. The curtain has been called, and it's going to start to rain in onto these members. They jump forward to the hook, unable to find it. Look for the Detachment on that flank. Might be able to find himself a quick kick off to the side. Is now being zoned away by Crest, and Chrisberg able to get himself a kill onto the Fresh. Sanjay going very, very low, and Crest with a big one. Is able to do a fair amount of damage. Carson not going to jump over the wall yet. Wind Slash hasn't been thrown out. That might be the moment. No, it's not. Dragon number 2, Astralis.
Yeah, you can definitely applaud the attempt, but not quite there from Toshka. And that second Dragon now, and even footing on that front, puts everybody 2 dragons away from that Ocean Soul. And now Nuriki, they have to do stuff like this. Play towards your sides. Try and force these uneven sort of side lane split push kills.
Nice key strike there, just to lock down for a moment, but Crest was able to survive thanks to the shield bow. And it looks like Astralis have got the flank, as in comes Wendell. The satchel will run interrupt, which is the real Laura Bonk. They've caught it. And that is going to be the end. Carlson finds the kill, the second kill of the game for Astralis. 27 minutes into the game with 3 kills. It has been a slow burner, but the Mega Inferno bomb will zone away the members of Nuriki, and the tower will go down. Only 1 tower remains for Nuriki, and that is in the top lane. Outside of the base.
Top tier 2,
asterisk.
outside of the base. Yeah, don't worry, I've got you. Asterisk, a lot of asterisks in that statement, Jacob's fine. Early teleport comes in here, of course, from Carlson to defend his mid laner. And it is simply enough. Gives enough time. Nice effort again from Toshka, but I mean, unfortunately, the Valkyrie is still off cooldown for Crest, so uses it to get away, and then Wendelbo finds his mark. I think actually picks out because the clone wasn't affected by Leandri, so able to distinctly tell which one was which. Gets that stun in. Find the pick on the bottom side. Now they can send their attention to this final tier 2, and then maybe divert it towards the Baron.
It's like a contest over a blue buff is coming in. Carson's able to shove in this top side. Crest making his way over to join the rest of the team. Doesn't have that package, and here comes Chrisberg as well as they find themselves the lockdown. The solar flares in. There's the bomb as well, but the invisibility from LeBlanc will be able to give a bit of safety to get away from this one. But the curtain has been cooled, and it's just going to look for a bit of pokers in. Comes the massive ribbon key strike, locking the whole team down. But Astralis are just too tanky, and members are falling left, right, and center. Astralis are picking up everything. That's kill number 3.
Astralis just here for business. At the end of the day, they played this one out slowly, methodically, meticulously, and it's finally going to culminate into this Baron takedown. They really choked out Nuriki. It's been a complete juxtaposed style of play to what we've seen throughout the rest of the NLC today. But Astralis, like I said, here for business. You don't want Nuriki to even have a foothold in this one. Nuriki, they came in with a plan. With this LeBlanc, with this Lee Sin, with this Riven. I think the draft, the responses from Astralis, very, very strong. And not only that, gameplay, just being able to stop the Finnish side from actually finding any ends was just spectacular play from them all around. And Nuriki now in the deep end, you have to say, for their first game in the NLC. Playing against Astralis is always going to be a hard task, but Baron buff, 6,000 gold. It's looking a little bit done, but maybe they have something left in the tank. We saw a pretty good flank there from Toshka. If it's followed up by something, then maybe, but there's just no great AoE follow-up.
In exactly the same place. There's no backup this time, so you're going to be fine. But Wendell Starting to find these Zenith Blades as that is the final tower outside of the base. Going down as Astralis are going to look to use this Baron to siege up even more. And this is what we're hitting on. The lack of wave clear that Nuriki are going to be working with. And with Wendell and Taxa zoning anybody from finding a good flank angle, Cress and Chrisberg are free to shove this wave up. You need to be a little careful because the rest of the team aren't quite close enough to fully back them up. But wow, that's a lot of damage from the bomb. And a little bit more damage. A short fuse from Chrisberg onto that tower could result in this tower going down. They're going to work their way up, and top lane inhibitor tower will fall very fast. And the lack of wave clear is really starting to bite Nuriki in the bum now.
Yep, that it is. Weren't able to use the power of their champions early on, and now, fortunately,
that was a hero
find them in the backside. Astralis, a lot of siege, a lot of wave clear. Hero! Almost
the bomb forces the flash. The wind slash is used. Here comes the curtain call. Cress has to flash out as well to make sure he's okay. The tower will fall in the meanwhile as Chrisberg gets jumped onto. The insect comes down into the deadly flash, into the hook. They've got the CC. The satchel won't save the day, and they find the kill onto Ribbon. That's going to be the first one there. Astralis do bleed out a little bit, but they took down another inhibitor tower.
Yeah, that's the crucial thing. They've broken up the base. The cleanse is a little bit early. Still finds the lantern.
They do find themselves a good hook, but again, the Ribbon's on the flank, and they're looking for the turnaround, but here comes Carlson. Waiting for the opportunity to get close. The package is onto Cress as well. Wendell doing a good job of just zoning away a couple of the scarier members right now. As there's the package, drop down, as the Tor forced to flash away. Tax will look to finish him up, has the Heartbreaker ready to throw down if needs be. Gonna steal the form, and now there's a deadly flourish he can use. Not gonna hit it. And it's towards the Dragon Astralis will go.
It started in the top side of Nuriki's base, and it's ended somehow at the Ocean Dragon. Pretty extended sort of skirmish set of fights here. Astralis should be able to pick this one up. Katoshka, Eero, they're still here on the side, trying to see if they can find something. Distortion plus Wind Slash, maybe. Maybe is the hope and dream. Well, I think Astralis are onto it. They're onto it, they know.
I mean, the Wind Slash is going to time out.
Yeah, I mean, it's timed out.
There it is, it's gone.
There you go. So, great patience, again, like the rest of this game, as, Hero.
Oh my!
And Patoshka!
I think they're in trouble.
Squeaky bum time. Squeaky bum time.
There it is!
Oh. Okay. If he
that was the squeaky bum time.
If he had another Valk, he would have definitely killed them both. Or, well, at the very least, the LeBlanc. Riven has flash. Whew. Very, very close. But Astralis, I mean, it's by the book League of Legends right now. It's textbook League of Legends. They come into the game, they've recognized what the win conditions were for Nuriki, and they've denied them. And I feel like sometimes teams actually undervalue that. A lot of teams will tunnel vision on their own win conditions, right? As Astralis, if you're a air quotes weaker team, maybe you play towards your own win conditions, which are, funneling gold into Corki, allowing Chrisberg on this Ziggs maybe to just sort of free from the bottom side whilst you roam towards the top side and impact that volatile matchup. Instead of doing that, they've actually just said, okay, let's just shut down everything Nuriki are trying to do through their draft, and by doing that, naturally we'll just hit our own win conditions regardless. And that's what they've done here, and it's really just made Nuriki almost look a little bit clueless because they don't really have much that they can do, and it's not really their own fault. It's more to the credit of Astralis playing a very fantastic game of League of Legends.
Absolutely. And they're going to continue the siege here. Not going to be able to find too much more than a little bit of poke. But Nuriki have got a flank. Or at least a slight flank angle. Wendell is blocking off one of the exits in. A couple auto attacks. That tower will go down, but the actual time chimed out. So Wendell's going to jump in, hook onto the cannon minion. Wendell actually may just lose his life as Bifrost able to find the kill. And here comes the curtain call. Carlson trying to make a runaway. Fourth shot. Going to hit onto Taxes. Does a little bit of damage. Is fun, nice little hook there, but oh no! That's the end of Ribbon. Here's the bomb. Here's the tidy up. Astralis just pulling the trigger. Crest finds a double kill, and Astralis have nowhere to go. All of their inhibitor towers have been taken. The inhibitors are open, and it's a triple kill for Crest. The kick isn't even close enough. The satchel not going to take the tower, but they don't even need it. As it's all not going to be able to do too much here. Carlson's got the Guardian Angel, feeling comfortable. Crest with the unofficial triple kill, or quadra kill, will lose his life. But down goes the Nexus. as Astralis just chokes Nuriki out of this game.
Yes, Lochuk, I think if you had to describe this game in one word from Astralis, surgical would probably fit best there, because just by the book, every single moment it just felt like Nuriki, even in moments where, you know, they found trade kills and these small little skirmishes here and there, it was always still Astralis' favorite. It never really felt like there was a moment where Nuriki had an opportunity to actually play their game. And again, I think it's just, you know, maybe a bit of a difference in experience between the two rosters, and it's why Astralis obviously have built this roster together, and they've got Carlson on the top side, who is the inexperienced member, but obviously, at least judging from this game, very clearly of holding, very capable of holding his own. Nuriki just had nothing to do after the 15-minute mark once they couldn't get the snowball rolling in their solo lanes.
I think today we've already had a couple of expectations shattered, not really shattered, but, you know, disproven, and then a couple of expectations looked at in a different way. It was like, actually, maybe they're not as bad as we thought. Maybe they're not as strong as they thought. I think Astralis is definitely as strong as we thought. That was, like you said, very surgical from them. But that is going to be it for that game. We're going to throw to a break. And when we're back, we'll hear from the analyst test. We'll see you in a moment.
Welcome back to the studio. We are back at it, and Astralis just took their first game, their first victory. I think someone was mistaken. A few of them were mistaken on the casters, but we'll see the predictions as long as we go into the later games. And I believe I already have someone for the interview of Astralis, Wendell, who played Leona. There you go. Pleasure to meet you, man.
You too.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. First game of the season, and it's a victory. Can't be better.
So you play Leona with Ziggs on the bot lane. Were you expecting to bring something different to the bot lane, or was this like a pre-plan?
I mean, it was pre-planned. Like, we already knew what's gonna happen after the first pick, so it was already planned.
Also, you guys played for the top lane. Like, you prepared the top lane pick. You secured the last pick for the top lane for the youngest person on the team. Tell me about it.
I mean, a lot of people are not rating Carl that high, but after scrimming with him for like a month now, you can definitely see this guy has huge potential. He can carry the game. We all trust him, so get ready to see more of Carl.
Love it. And also, the plan was really simple. Like, you guys decided to take the map really slowly. The game was a little stall at the beginning, but once you guys kicked it in, like, press the go on, everything was accordingly. And is this a communication of a full Danish team?
I mean, to be honest, the game was a little bit too slow, in my opinion. I think it could have been a bit faster, but in the end, if you win 20 minutes or 40 minutes, doesn't matter. You get 1 point either way, so that's why it was a bit slow. First game of the season, people have a little bit of nerves and stuff, so it was okay.
And obviously, you're playing Leona. You're playing for kills. You don't want to play like for the late game. Obviously, you have Corki. You know what's going to happen when you have a Corki full build. But you're playing Leona. You were aching for those kills, weren't you?
Yeah, there was a lot of times where I really wanted to go in, but it's about playing it smart and about winning the game. So yeah, you need to relax a bit sometimes. And I found some good options later in the game, so it was okay.
Yes, you did. And talking about that, Astralis team, fully Danish roster. How are you guys feeling for this league?
I mean, to be honest, it's really great to play 5 Danes, 6 Danes. Well, our coach is, of course, Danish as well. Don't forget him. We have a lot of fun talks and we have good communication. And we, after the bootcamp Astralis gave us, we got a little bit better synergy when it comes to like personality and how you act in real life. And it kind of matched with the in-game as well. Like, if you know each other in real life, you know how people are going to act in-game as well. So I feel like having 5 Danes is definitely a plus.
And if you're talking about like having that boot camp, knowing people, who was the player that surprised you the most? The one that you, after meeting, were like, well, I was not expecting this from him.
I mean, to be honest, I know everyone else than Carl. And the first time when I heard about Carl, he was 15. He still goes to school. And I was like, how is this going to go? Is he really that good? Is he really that smart? Then we started playing. He's improving a lot every day. And like, he's just smurfing. Like, this guy will be insane later in the season. Just wait and see. So it's definitely Carl.
So it's not only the mechanical, but also the in-game, like listening to the players and all that, because that's really rare for someone so young.
I agree. When I was 15, 16, I had problems with these kind of stuff, listening to teammates, like trying to like just suck all information in you can and just improve on it. And Carl is definitely doing that, and that's also why I think he's going to be a great player with time, of course.
Lovely. I'm really excited to see more of Astralis. So congratulations on this first victory. Go rest a little bit and show us a little bit more on the next day. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you so much.
So there we go, Astralis with the first victory of the split for them. An entire Danish team, and obviously Goldberg must be excited. I don't know why, but he must be. I know he's screaming somewhere inside of the studio. But also, we should look into the other team as well. Nuriki, that had some trouble adapting in this first game. Obviously, and I'll keep saying this, first game of the split, the teams are still getting accustomed with each other. They're still looking into the meta. And this is something that we talked and debated a little bit on the pre-show. The fact that will the solo queue meta adapt into the competitive scene? So in my opinion, we still have like at least 1 week until the meta stabilizes and we understand where we can play and actually improve a little bit. But Astralis is looking really, really solid so far. This is another team that we should be on the lookout for the top contenders of this league. But obviously, this is the first day. And now I have with me Petoska. How are you doing?
Hey, I mean, lost, but it wasn't too embarrassing. That's fine.
No, it wasn't, because you played Riven. So to start it off, you knew they were playing for the top side, and you still went blind with Riven. Was it your decision or the team, the captain?
Yeah, I mean, it was my decision. I mean, we kind of expected them to pick Renekton into it, but I don't really care. we had to blind something, and I thought Riven was all right. I'm comfortable in like all matchups, and he got ahead like 10 CS, but kind of whatever. We just failed to do much in the game.
Also, you were kind of camped throughout the beginning of the game. You know that. They were trying to get Renekton in the head, but you stayed strong, and you actually played really well. The TP back into the lane to try and get the farm. Didn't lose a lot of farm. So even though you know they were playing for the top lane, were you calm enough, even getting camped? Because that can destabilize your mind.
Yeah, I mean, I might have been a bit too scared, to be honest. I played the lane not that well. I think I could have won, but he played okay as well, so he didn't really make mistakes. So, yeah, I mean,
Regarding
I knew
the
when
rest
they
of
were
the
there.
team, tell me, Petoska, do you believe like something went wrong that shouldn't have gone wrong? Do you think this is something that you guys can work out on like a few scrims, or do you think you're going to need a little bit more work?
I mean, I think our draft was pretty hard to execute. Maybe it was the nerves that we couldn't make stuff happen in the early game, but we'll see what we'll figure out. But I'm sure we will.
Like even on the bot lane, I think this is one of the plays that should be highlighted on this week. The fact that you went in, everybody was collapsing on you, and you flashed to try and kill the Corki. And even though Shield Bow, which is a magnificent item, I should say, I hate it, but even though Shield Bow saved them, you were capable of getting out of there, just juking everybody. So even though you lost the first game, like on the first day, I still believe like mechanically, you are amazing. So you should feel comfortable now.
I mean, thank you, I guess. Yeah, the shield blow caught me a bit off guard. He was so low, I thought it had already procced if it was there, but yeah, my mid laner died for me. He's a nice guy, so that was cool.
Well, thank you so much for the interview, man. I'm really excited to see more of you on the next few days and see what you can come up with on the top line.
Yeah, thank you.
So there we go, and these are the interviews as we're going to throw into another break, and we will be right back into the desk. See you soon. Welcome everybody, I hope you are having fun on the first day of the NLC 2022 Spring Split. And we're back with a spicy game. I like this word, the spicy one. How are you feeling, Goldberg? Tell me, please.
Well, after that victory we just had for Astralis, obviously, and playing good, it's not about, it's not about that
you
game.
awake?
I mean, honestly, the game was a bit rested and sleeper, right? But hopefully it'll get more spicy alongside the season. But
I thought that was Astralis, not Rogue, but I might have gotten something wrong.
well, I
there.
did speak to the Astralis coach at some point. He did say he wanted a rogue-esque roster, so I'm not hoping it's going to
And
stay
gameplay,
like...
apparently.
Well, true that.
No.
But let's to take it on to the next matchup. I think once again we said David Goliath. It's probably not in the same sense this time around, but it's still very much a difficult time for the side of build. You know, facing X7 in this one. I think a lot of people has been waiting to see this roster. Me specifically, and I'm really looking forward to see how good are you as a player now coming against European regional talent as Haro and as Temp, because there is a lot of expectations on these guys and on this roster specifically. It's not just let's win. It's like we need to stomp these guys because we are on a bigger level.
There's that, and there's also the fact that Riddle in spring made the Masters. Yes, they didn't make it any further than Plains, but they did put themselves second in the NLC together with the great, run from BTXL. Riddle was also there, and now they're coming back in new season. Spring seems to be their season, but they're playing against the team that say they don't just want to go to U Masters, they want to win a U Masters before they've played a single game. And to be fair, having two imports of such names and importance and achievement-wise, I think aiming for anything else other than an EUM final at least would be a disappointment.
Okay, I gotta be honest. I saw that story before. I saw the story of, okay, we're not going to win the league. We want to win Worlds. And it didn't get to
did
Worlds.
It start with a G and then in a 2?
I think something like that.
Right.
So I've learned my lesson. I'm going to keep my expectations really low to see, and then get excited as we go, because the names are there, but it's the mechanic, the communication, and the gameplay together. Meanwhile, on Riddle, they might have that already.
That's the thing. The top side of the map is still the same. When I say top side, obviously top, jungle, and mid lane. Kex, Slowq, and MC are still prevalent laners. I think Slowq is a guy that came into our league last split, and he showed a lot of development. I'll be honest with you, at the start of the split, I thought Slowq was one of the worst mid laners. And I'll be honest, at the end of it, I thought, wow, this guy has improved so much. He's actually driving his team forward now. And I still want to see that for him now. I also think that they still have tools to attack in the bot side of the map, right? They brought in Nukes now. Nuke's been on Schalke 04 Evolution. Like, he's played on European Masters soil before. He's been on good leagues where he's got this experience he can bring to this roster now as well. So it's not like Riddle is just completely lost at this bottom. It's just that, they're facing X7, who's just like really good on paper.
To be fair, when I think of this Riddle lineup, and I've seen Kex before in the Nordic League, I think he's a very underrated player in general.
Yeah,
he goes definitely under the radar. I've seen him pull out an insane Poppy. I've seen him even pull out an insane Ornn. He's doing things with very minimal resources that I haven't necessarily seen a lot of players do, especially in the top set, especially when you're left all alone. He was trading a lot of the times underneath his tower, getting dived. He was trading 2 for 1. I think he's just really good in the situation where they put him under pressure and he makes do with the very little tools he has and comes out on top the top lane.
That also puts the question, what kind of stylistic is these teams now going to bring to the league, right? Because we have seen 2 different styles. We saw in the Astralis matchups just now that it was towards the top side, the Riven versus the Renekton, and we had Jhin versus the Six. Whereas earlier today, it was all about the AD carries on the Jinx instead. So now also begs the question, what kind of roster is this going to shape out to be? And are they going to be flexible about it? Is it going to be an adaptive playstyle we see every time around? That is some of these questions.
Are we getting an Ezreal?
That was something you want to see, but we might. Probably not in the jungle, but it can still be picked in the bottom lane. Fatigan on Riddle has played a lot of Ezreal in the past. He played in the Turkish Academy League, won regular split, came second towards the finals there. So there is still talent to play for here.
So we're talking about the jungle. Yeah, no Ezreal, please. But can we have an Italy on Riddle's side?
I mean, definitely.
It's
we
a
got MC.
possibility.
I mean, MC's
Come on.
super comfortable
His
on
code's
Italy.
called Don Ban Nida, and you've got MC in the jungle. I mean, come on. This
You have
guy
the
is
Renekton on
an
top lane?
AP jungler
Yeah.
extraordinaire.
So is that a surprise they can bring into the game? Also, talking about AP in the jungle, Diana. Diana has not appeared. Like, she was banned.
She's been banned a lot, yeah, for sure. But
if
I
she
also...
passes,
Maybe, but like they've done this in the past as well. Slowq has played a lot of set in the mid lane as well, where we were talking about AD. And when I said set, I mean the Boxer. I've been told my pronunciation is not too good between the Ninja and the Boxer, but these two champions
you said it correctly, set.
Great, brilliant. Just to make no confusion. But this has been something we've seen in the past from these guys too, where they're willing to take bruises in the mid lane instead, so they can play for an AP jungler that likes to have a fast place clear, like a Karthus does, or like an Italy does, or like the Diana does now with the upped attack speed. So yeah, really everything is open in the toolkit for these guys.
On the other side, though, X7, they have a lot of subs, but apparently they're not going to use it. There we go, Riddle Esports versus X7. We start the champion select. Twisted Fate is removed in Italy. There she goes. No meow meow.
Surprise Pikachu. Twisted Fate has definitely seen a lot of bans today. I think it's reasonable. Definitely still one of the champions that we favor a lot, that's got the opportunity to roam around. Thresh, Leona, I mean, you're taking away one of Nuke's most played champion, and you're taking away the Thresh that just seems super prevalent right now. No AD carry pans though so far.
I think the Jinx is just going to be completely out of the picture unless the X7 have a way of shutting it down. I'm thinking maybe globals, but again, we saw Eminem trying the globals with the Gangplank. It still didn't stop the Jinx from advancing forward. So there is the Caitlyn ban, and I'm expecting to possibly see a Jinx ban here. It'd be very unlikely to just see it go through again, unless X7 feel that confident they can shut it down.
Yeah, that's the thing, because Thresh has been taken away off the table here. Diana, as we talked about, also away now. So yeah, so far we've seen the AD carries being picked for you and seen a Jhin first pick, not that I recommend it, but there is opportunities for you now to steal that away. Looking at other potential power picks, I mean...
Is it gonna be a Jinx, or a Jinx?
I mean, there's still loads of opportunities if you have a jungler you favor here as well, but it is just gonna be the Jinx.
I mean, jungler that you favor, haha. Poggies, it's another Jinx B1.
There we go. So how can you counter this? Okay, Heka is a way to get to the back line.
Dive.
Yeah,
Backline dive. Get more people to dive together with the Hecarim. Get something maybe like a Gangplank. Get something like a Shen going into. It's like the reverse submarine, because it's not a submarine, because you see the Shen and you see the Hecarim going all in. I love this. Get a lot of peeling for the Aphelios. Leave him on his own device in the backline, just dive the heck out of this Jinx, completely remove him from the picture. We had a chance of seeing that wombo combo, but the Java never came through. The Karthus did, and it almost worked, but then in the end it didn't. I feel like the Hecarim is a much more decisive pick that wants to dive the back line.
Okay, so Graves to come through with this one as well, so that means that you kind of need some priority lanes as well to play around this jungler, and I mean, they could always flex it towards a lane, but assuming it's going towards MC in the jungle. And then I'm curious to see, do you feel like you need to blind pick a support here, or do you value the support? Because when you both have hyper carry AD carries, the support matchup is so pivotal here.
I think this is a blind pick Lulu, or maybe a Karma, something that can definitely stand behind both the Graves and the Jinx and make sure that none of them ever dies. And even if one of them dies, then you have the other to keep on supporting you through. And it's most likely going to be just a handshake down the bot lane, trying to get the priority down bot. I think this Graves is most likely gonna go onto a lane. I don't know if MC would like to play it in the jungle. I do not like it in the jungle at all. It takes the pressure completely away. Even though Graves is a great pick versus Hecarim when it's played in the jungle, I just do not like the non-pressure scenario that he brings into the table, especially when you're playing against X7. I'd like to see them bring the game to X7 rather than wait to be engaged on.
So they can put the Graves on the top lane, and you can have Jinx on the bot lane and bring another jungler to try and get to the backside, because we are talking so much about getting to the Jinx, but nobody is trying to get to the failures. Yeah.
So that's the thing, right? Let's create a little exercise. What are we lacking in draft here when we take a look at the compositions? Well, right now, both teams are lacking a frontliner. I mean, yes, you can argue Hecarim obviously will be a frontliner, but he's not the same sort of peeler. You want to use his abilities to dive in towards the backline. Right now, you have the Enchanter, which is going to be the facilitator of your AD carry, create that extra speed for them with the movement speed, the spacing for them in team fights. So what I think we're looking for here is, for X7, potentially a control mage in the mid lane, together paired up with a tank up towards the top side of the map. Or someone who can facilitate this as well. So this is great. A lot of backline dive already coming through. And Vex actually has really good potential for peel just due to the fear that she gets in her abilities.
Vex is so good against short-range champions, and Graves is one of them. Especially if you can hit a very long-range ultimate into the backline, onto a Jinx, or onto a Graves, or onto the Karma, or even the Victor for that matter. It's just going to be so easy for the Fear of Vex to follow up the Fear of Hecarim into a massive Aphelios ult. It's a match made in heaven, and I'm so excited to see my first Vex of the season. I'm just so excited. I love the champion, I love the kid, I love what he brings to the table, and I'm very excited to see it in action, and in nobody else's hands other than Temps as well. That makes it a tad bit more exciting.
And you can see both teams kind of going for the same thing again. Control mage in the mid lane, tank up towards the top side, right? So it is just, so far, both teams are identical in stylistic of what their composition kind of wants to do, where Riddle, obviously, with the Victor, creates a bit more space, and X7 has a bit more individuality in their champions here, where Gwen can definitely try and take control over the lane, and Vex brings a bit more flexibility in teamfights in terms of the mobility she adds as well. So backline, definitely in X7's favor, but I'd say when it comes to kiting back, if you're first in the objective, you take a look at Riddle's comp, they have a lot of tools to play with as well. This is really exciting. It's going to be very execution-based, the way I'm looking at it.
So I like the poke that Riddle brings with their composition, especially if they have some spot first and they need to allow X7 to walk into them through a choke point. The Victor hurts, the Jinx hurts, the Karma hurts, the Graves hurts. They all have long-range attacks that they can use to go forward, right? So X7 will have to phase check through, but if the Hecarim is super far ahead with the shields and speed-ups from Lulu, he can just run through all of them because they're super squishy.
So this is the time to see X7 versus Riddle, the time to see the horse run amok in the middle of the Summoner's Rift, and also the time to pass it over to the casters.
Thank you very much, guys. Hello and welcome to the caster desk. We're getting on to game number 4. A couple of spicy things there, mostly the Vex. Not actually seen Vex. She came out during the off-season. I like and hate this champion at the exact same time. I'm curious what your thoughts are on her, Jamada, though.
Yeah, see, I'm a little bit scarred from TFT Vex, but Vex on Summoner's Rift.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, people that play TFT will get that reference. Summoner's Rift Vex, honestly, in her spaces, she can be really strong. She deals a bunch of burst damage, like was being said on the desk as well. She can be a really strong peel component. She can be a very strong dive component. Very, very flexible, it seems like, this champion. I haven't actually been able to watch any pro play Vex yet. I'm sure there probably has been, between the Martia Cup and the other couple of off-season.
I'm not sure if she was enabled, actually. I can't remember.
You know what? I'm not too sure either. Maybe she wasn't. We'll have to see. As a ward is cleared in the bottom side by X7, so they will deny that away from nukes. And yeah, I think, honestly, I will say, in general, I think this might be my matchup of the day. Maybe even potentially the week. Because I'm a little bit of a... I really like Riddle. I think historically they've been a very, very fun team to watch. And I think the fact that they've also retained their top side in Slow Q, MC, and Kex is also a pretty big benefit. Not only to the org, but I think also just as a viewing experience. These guys really do love to test the limits when they are ready. And I think chucking them in game 1 versus X7, this roster that is so hyped up, both, by us on air and then, of course, in the community. This is the kind of game where they will come in the underdogs and just happily play the game out and just win. That is the kind of team that Riddle are, this top side specifically. So I'm very, very, very excited to see these guys, effectively have their mettle tested by what is considered the strongest roster in the league.
It's an interesting matchup because, like you said, we there's a lot of big players here on Riddle, players that we've had in the scene for a little bit, and Riddle have always been a fun team, but X7 are a team who everybody has been hyping up as probably one of the best, if not one of the best team in the league right now, and it's really on them to actually just put on a pretty convincing performance here to prove us right, because there are still 2 academy teams in our league. We might have lost Fnatic, but we have Astralis, we have XL. So it's really, on X7 to show us.
Yeah, and
but
that's the thing, right? XL,
as hyped as
XL aren't the summer XL. Yeah, exactly. XL aren't the summer XL that we saw, after we saw the departure of Markoon and Advian. This is going to be a revamped, fresh version of the team.
Yeah.
So, they are going to be a threat, being able to, practice together, scrim together. The issue with that roster swap mid split, of course, is it just sort of shakes up the way that systems may work. Ignore all of the summoners disconnected, of course.
Yeah, they're still here, funnily enough.
Yes, obviously there must have been a pause. Players must have had to reconnect and disconnected, but was resolved fast enough that we don't have to pause on air, which is very nice. So yes, exciting matchup all around. I think from top to bottom here. I think for the Riddle players, you know, looking at it, if you're a Riddle supporter, you're curiously excited to see whether these guys can sort of live up to the same level of hype that Riddle started to towards the end of summer, of course, with the new bot lane as well, between Faith and Nukes. And for X7, if you're rooting for X7, it's just about setting the record straight and letting everybody know what you're about.
Yes, absolutely. It's one of the things we have to keep in mind about this new bot lane as well is I don't think we're going to see much out of them for a little while. Double Enchanter scaling AD carry bot lane probably means a lot of the action's going to be happening away, especially when teleports, you know, you can't really just teleport down into bot lane as easily as you used to be able to, thanks to the teleport changes. So I think it's probably going to be fairly quiet down there. And I think both the bot laners are going to be happy with that. I think these AD carries just want to farm up as much as possible. Faithkin has actually been able to pick up a slight lead over Nata. Just to deny them a little bit, and it's not really too much they're going to be able to do about that. Just catch underneath the waves and hope for the best. Yeah,
exactly. Karma definitely will be taking priority. Almost alone, to be honest with you, but I think as well, when you just take into consideration the Jinx Rockets, it does feel like the Riddle bot lane almost on command can take lane priority when they want to have first move to anything that MC may be calling to. Or just if they want to go for a lane swap towards the Herald timings, etc. You get very irritating. Stop. I'm pretty sure Nukes is fine. I'm pretty sure it's alright. Don't worry. Cooldowns meant that Kasing unfortunately wouldn't have been able to have flashed in and found first blood. It would have been a pretty comical way to make your return to the NLC.
They did bring the pony down just to make sure that this wave did crash and there wasn't going to be any tomfoolery to stop them from resetting. Temp's been a real nuisance here. If you haven't seen Vex, where have you been? She's been out for a while, but the fear on her does last fairly healthy amount of time, to be honest.
Yeah, I can't remember the numbers. I want to say it scales from like a 3/4 of a second upwards to maybe like a second and a half or a second and a quarter, something like that. It could just be somewhere central to that. I haven't specifically looked at the numbers for the fear duration, unfortunately, but either way, it's a very annoying mechanic. Fear, you can only really cleanse out of it. Or QSS. Other than that, you will be pretty much stuck in place, running in a direction. And it can be very, very easy to set up, especially when you get those resets of the ultimate. Tempt on this Vex in the team file. Speaking of level 6s.
Got that Shadow Surge, did connect it onto slow Q, but not going to throw it down yet. Nukes being there meant that was not a fight worth taking, especially when you didn't actually have any mana, so you can get the shield up. As Jaeger has got a couple of people hanging about. The Harrow is in his pocket to make sure that not going to get into too much trouble here.
Exactly that, and that's what this Gwen lane is definitely here to do, not get into trouble. Scale up, be a side lane menace, and then if you do get called down towards these team fights, be a backline threat, be a nuisance, be something that really disrupts slow Q and Faithcon from actually participating in these team fights properly. And not only that, being able to burn through the front line as well with all that true damage. It's going to be a big benefit to X7.
Well, see, grab number 2 is going to get secured by MC. But definitely a slower start again, just like our previous game. We did somewhat expect this just from the champ select, but Kasing now going to get tethered up by Nukes. Not going to fully connect it as the gravitum, from Nata will stop Faithkin from chasing any further up.
Yep. Nice little bit of dissuasion there, but yeah, again, like you say, symptom of the drafts, right? I just feel like neither of these teams are necessarily going to want to scrap it out, have a super bloodthirsty early game here. You know, Graves wants to farm up, build the CS lead on his opponent.
Well, that's
red
the
and
murder
white
guns.
Yeah,
that is the murder
guns. Oh my god!
Hill comes down! You got the Lulu in your pocket, you got the full-on chakrams. MC's gonna get chased onto by Harry as Nukes gets bot back. Here comes Temp over the wall. Hasn't got the Shadow Surge available, but can flash, can fear, can lock Nukes down as Haru will secure the kill.
Where did Faithcon go? to the Aphelios, red and white. absolutely absurd in that scenario. We'll get a replay of it. Switches out of the Flamethrower, and it's just all of these stats. Oh. He's got so many. What is that, 12 almost? It has to be. As the rotation comes in from Haru and from Tempt. And yeah, double fear just means a little bit too much CC, unfortunately, for Nukes to actually survive. Drops to the rotation of X7, and that's 2 kills. Slowing down this Jinx lane. It feels like when we've had Jinx in the games so far today in the NLC, they've not really been, you know, forward. They've not really been thrown off path too much. In fact, quite the opposite. They've been fed gold, resources. This time around, X7 doing a pretty good job right now of shutting this lane down just a little bit. So it was starting to creep away from them in terms of the CS department. Gap has closed a little bit, only really a wave between the 2 AD carries now.
All Temps needs to be a little careful. Has got that fear the personal space shield will come through. But Tempt still takes a pretty horrid trade there. Slowkey Diz has had to burn a fair amount of mana and hasn't actually got that lost chapter, so no real regen available right now as MC. Got to be looking to start up this Rift Herald. Maybe trying to find some plates, trying to accelerate some gold to the side of Riddle after those 2 kills were picked up by X7 in the bot lane. And Jaeger making his way over to make sure that MC doesn't pick this one up free of charge. Haru's almost done with the red buff, so we'll be able to come over. And Jaeger just getting bopped. Getting crab slapped.
Just gonna make the Herald reset. I think MC actually, as stubborn as he is, has gone back to it. I think he started out again. Does have priority from the mid lane, however, doesn't have priority from top. No, he's doing Skull Crab. Never mind, I take it back. So now maybe it's Haru's attempt taking it, and I think because of the pathing there, wasn't actually spotted out on the vision. Of course, if you hug that top left wall,
is now.
Yeah, I think he was eventually spotted.
The eyes appeared over the model, so it definitely was spotted out there. Yeah. But I don't think they really want to do this. Jaeger's got a pretty large wave shoving in to Kex. Kex having to Searing Charge away to safety, and Jaeger now will just be able to roam over, although actually he wants to try and greed for the tower. I saw Haru smited that, yes, so he's able to walk away with that, and no real contest. X7 pick up the objective, and I can't see actually on my screen what kind of Drake that is. I think it's a Cloud.
Oh,
maybe
that means that it's Hextech or Chemfog. Looking at the minimap, because it's a little bit blood, it's Hextech. So.
Yes, it is. Jaeger might just find Kex here. He's got the needlework, not going to be able to connect the last of the damage. We'll see in a minute when the thing goes over. I think you are right. It probably is Hextech.
I'm pretty sure it's Hextech. See, our Observer's got our back. It's Hextech.
There we go.
There you go. Thank you, Observer. We appreciate you. So, Herald in Haru's back pocket. Plenty of options, really. I don't feel like there's a terrible option across the board. Obviously, there's maybe more, you know, ways to use the Herald, like putting it into a Felios's back pocket, which seems to be Haru's choice of placement after he thinks about maybe mopping up Kex underneath this tier 2 top lane almost. And there you go, tower, 3 plates. Expect the Herald to go down at about 2.5. And this should just be a full tower if they want it. In fact, if they read the map properly, realize that Riddle were fully yielding, they could have maybe even saved the Herald for a little bit longer, but tempo, dropping this Herald means that they will get the tower now, cash out on one more wave, and maybe look elsewhere for a fast reset potentially, or even maybe a second tower, because it's only Kex up here with no Ornhorn. So
yeah, you're correct.
Now, and Haru could very easily, in my opinion, probably take this. Though maybe they just feel otherwise about Kex's potential return damage. I don't feel like it's going to be the case, though. Kex does enough.
Dodge. Oh, my word.
Kex does enough.
Quite a lot of damage on that. Has got the Gale Force, so he'll be fine.
Yeah, so there you go. Herald used. Pretty strong usage there. 2,500 gold, almost 3,000 actually, I beg your pardon, in favor of X7. And I think meeting expectations so far, to be honest with you, from the X7 side of things. Yeah, there's not been, you know, a killer minute or anything crazy like that. But certainly feels like when Riddle go for a play, they're very quick to shut it down. Not only that, make their own play. It's been so far the key factor, X7, whether it was the bottom side dive, whether it was denying that Herald and taking it for themselves. It was like they are reading whatever Riddle are looking to do and then actually doing it for themselves.
Alrighty, well. It's like, for now, just going to take a little bit of a light break off the pressure. Dragon not up for a little while yet. Only just gone down. You see the items that are coming through. Obviously, I noted the Gale Force was finished up for NASA, but it has also been finished up for MC. Tempt, still a little bit of ways off whatever item that Lost Chapter will be becoming. There's still a fair few options open to Tempt right now. Tara's just stealing away a few camps, building towards the Divine Sunderer. The items will start to come in soon, and we'll start to see some of these champions hit some spikes. The Slowkey is consistently starting to get poked out by these Mistral Bolts, and just chunking away Slowkey a little bit more and more every time as they're actually bringing everybody down. And with that Shadow Surge available, Temps might just be able to find a big fear here. Keep your eyes on this, because there they go. Ultimate's thrown down, the Shadow Surge, big fear from the personal space. The Wild Growth to keep them alive. They found themselves too. Kex is coming in with the Ornhorn, but the Polymorph will stop him. Haru charges over the wall to safety, dodges away on the collateral damage. Look at my horse. My horse is amazing. And Haru, you could have gone up, but you went down. And I think that might be the end of days. Will fall to the tower, and it was an execute.
Yeah. Wow. Enough time bought. I mean, yeah, just about makes sense. I think that was any sooner, and he would have probably actually given the kill credit over to MC. I mean, X7, clean as you like, really. Another rotation down from Temp towards his mid lane as Jaeger actually maybe in trouble. Has the Ignite, has the ultimate. MC.
Only really got the Leeching Leer, so hasn't quite got the damage right yet. As Neville need to work for the slow, but in comes the rocket. Dunked by Faithcan.
Yeah, and honestly, that's the kind of pick or kill that Riddle need, especially because it goes on to Faithcan. Well, Faithcan, just getting that little bit of gold injection, really much needed for the Riddle side. Jinx will be a core component of this competition later on into the game, being the hyper carry that she is. Especially after X7 have absolutely battered the bottom side with 2 dives, which were more than successful. Some brilliant execution. Much needed gold. So what's the move now for Riddle? I think it's sort of difficult because X7, they kind of should just have first move to any side of the map that they want. And for now, I feel like Riddle can't really contest at a 5k gold deficit anywhere that they necessarily like. So I feel like they want to just put whoever they want to get resources into, whether it's Faithcan, whether it's Slowkey, on the opposite side of the map from where X7 are maybe looking to play, and just try and do the cross. Oh, yeah, Tempt's eyeing up.
He is. I think if no one else was around, Tempt would have done that, but did get that personal space fear off onto Kex, and Kex is going to get denied getting any closer.
Yeah, I think, honestly, best call of action here for Riddle. You play for these cross maps. Yeah, that was a lot of damage. And you hope that the objective bounties come in and X7 commit heavily to whatever side of the map they're on. And you try and catch up in gold in that manner. Because I think right now, if you try and, butt heads 1-to-1, life might be a little bit difficult. I think looking at the items, though, when you think about it holistically, despite the several thousand gold lead, everybody is practically at item parity. So Riddle for now, like for example, if they're in position to contest for this Herald, which they're not, a fight wouldn't be terrible, you'd imagine. But in around 5 minutes time at the same kind of gold deficit, maybe it would be. Riddle eyeing up the Dragon Bite, still 10 seconds left into this spawn, so X7 have the time to pick up this Herald and then also move bot. Or drop this Herald in the mid lane.
They may just smash open this mid lane, to be honest.
Loads of options here for X7.
Can't really do too much about this.
No. And the issue is if they stay, they just get dove. Hecarim presses R-key, Vex follows up. Lulu knocks everybody up with the ultimate, it's just too much CC.
There we go. Big Gravitum actually comes in from the Moonlight Vigil. There's the charge down. Faithcan run down. Nata finds the kill. Haru's able to break away from the terrorist. The second charge comes down. The tower will fall. Haru speeds away to safety as MC looks to chase him down, but the Wild Growth will pick him back up. Tempt does a lot of damage to Kex. Has actually got the ultimate available. Can throw it out, but isn't feeling the 1v1. And it looks like X7 are just going to turn their attention towards this second dragon, the Mountain Drake. Are we going to roll a Chemtech Drake?
Come on, give it to us, I'm rubbing my hands together, give it to us.
Come on, man! What is this?
What does a guy have to do around here to get a Chemtech Dragon, huh? Rito gold, please.
I don't care. I just want one of the new ones. Anyway, fight. Look at that.
Yeah, fight, replay. Really tempered and really well played by X7, honestly. Holding the trigger, waiting for their moment, and then once that Gravity moment comes down, it's just immediate go, 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 go. They remove Jinx, and then Haru, the ghost movement speed, they're able to speed out. Not a lot of hard CC on the side of Riddle, to be honest with you. It pretty much almost entirely comes out of Ornn. Obviously, you have the slow fill from Victor, but that's obviously under the caveat of you have to stand on it a little bit, and pretty much the same thing for Karmatema. So there's no immediate hard CC to dodge. Haru walks out free.
Yeah.
And with this Infernal Rift, it's one of the few times I feel like a Rift will make a... Well, once we start to get some Chemtech Dragons, there'll certainly be Rift differences here. But with the Infernal Rift, with just a slightly more opened up map, X7 are just going to get to places, 3, 4, 5 seconds quicker when it comes to rotating to the side lanes. And that's going to be a pain in the backside for Riddle to actually have to deal with when it comes to trying to sort of deal with this potential 1-3-1, 1-4 now that the map is opened up. And you can see Slowq just doesn't really have a safe place to farm. So he's got to just kind of sit there, twiddle his farms. Now, you can see X7, freedom of movement across the map, almost find a pick onto Kex. And they can even try and chip away at this bottom side tower now.
Yeah, they're still going to be able to do that so as well, though the wave does get cleared out. Nata has the murder guns, though, so that's going to be scary.
Yeah.
Almost got that collector finished up as well for Nata, so it's going to get even scarier. As we'll have to hold that because the fight's looking to break out. Kex takes a whole lot of damage. Intent with the ultimate ready to go down. Watch out for that Shadow Surge. Decides not to do it. Just can get a little bit of a fear off for the moment. And actually, something we haven't hit on is the mid lane's items. They've both got the new AP item, the Crown of the Shattered Queen. It gives you a little bit of safety, basically. It's damage reduction.
No, just
movement speed and AP is this mythic passive, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, no, that seems fine for game health and balance. I mean, to be fair, I was very, very critical of this item just because of the intended use case. However, I don't feel like it's landed too horribly. I feel like, in theory, it seems like a super oppressive item, and it definitely still can be. Like, for example, if you thought about it like in this game, for example, if there was a slightly longer ranged mage from Riddle, like who actually pops it like the crown? You pretty much just have to find what, Aphelios Qs when he's got Calibur out. So
yeah, I think so. You take less damage.
Yes.
From the first hit, and then it for 1.5 seconds you take 70% reduced damage, and it's on a 40 or 45-second cooldown, I believe.
Yes.
Yes. And it's got a really effective build path. It's Lost Chapter, Kindle Gem, and Amptome, I believe. So it's a very cheap item to kind of reset at bad times and at least be able to pick something up towards it.
Yeah, exactly. So, an item that I'm sure we'll see a lot more of throughout the split. I think there's a lot of champions that can definitely use it. It's definitely a game where we could have its strength showcased.
I personally don't have a problem with the item. I don't like the Kassadin build that we saw pop up with it. The one where he goes, is it Everwinter? I can't remember what the item's called. But the tier tank item where he slows you with his W and he gets a massive shield. You're like, oh great, he's immortal. That's it, Winter's Approach. Winter's Approach plus Crown on Kassadin is genuinely the most poo experience ever. It's awful.
Yeah, no, it doesn't sound too fun. I'm yet to run into it, so I'll happily continue to run into it.
It's so unfun. You're like, oh cool, Kassadin's got 2 items and he's literally a tank. Nata, Gale Forces, flashes, dodges, jumps away, but he is not going to be able to dodge all that. Duck, dip, dives, and dies.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not going to lie, if I'm X7, I'm trying to bring... I mean, if I'm Riddle, I beg your pardon, I'm trying to run to Baron right now and bring X7 into me. I guess they also have Jaeger to deal with in the top side, but this just feels like a pick for pick's sake. Because now, with this reset, I mean, sure, now we'll still show up to this dragon sort of late, but there's enough time that, even if Riddle were looking to contest this dragon, which by the looks of the minimap, they could be, it's only going to take now, what, 15, 20 seconds to get here.
Yeah.
And it's a very short window that Riddle are going to be able to work with here, which I just don't feel like they're going to get anything else out of it. The only real benefit now is that Nata no longer has flash.
We'll have that Gale Force coming up somewhat soon. Looks like everybody from the side of X7's moved over. Jaeger actually now got that Riftmaker and the Nash's too. Is pretty strong on the Gwen right now. Got a pretty big CS lead over their lane opponent. X not really able to do too much as we drag another 2 for X7. Looks like they're just going to go back to business. It's been relatively slow paced, but it feels faster than the last game was at this point in the game. Like they're doing stuff, they're being active. It's just, it's quite hard to kill anybody when there's a Karma or a Lulu on either side.
Yeah, it is very difficult. And also, I feel like if we're talking about, the top 3 teams in the league, or the expected top 3 teams in the league, right? X7, XL, and then of course Astralis. So far, seeing 2 out of 3 of the teams, they've been playing very, very, these slow, methodical games where they're not really willing to give the other team many opportunities to actually, find picks or find, side lane dives or whatever it be. They've been very, very much a low risk, high reward play style so far. And it's definitely benefiting them quite heavily. 5k gold up, almost 6k. Does make for a slightly resident sleeper viewing experience, but hey, it's winning them the game right now. You certainly can't complain about that at all. Riddle, I feel like it's such a difficult position to be in. You can only really fish for picks with the on-horn.
Yeah.
Like you did on Nara in the mid lane. But then once you actually find a pick, like they did a couple of minutes ago, you have to pull something away from it. You can't just get the pick and be happy with it. You have to get the pick and then also at least, try and find a tower, try and find a dragon, find some jungle camps, anything. Set down some vision that, X7 now have to clear out again. Make X7 have to work for something if you do find these picks. Because otherwise you're just kind of sitting here slow bleeding.
And the question is where do they find those opportunities? Where do they find those little things? Because the bleeding isn't stopping, and X7 are looking to turn their attention towards that Baron. Decide the better of it, decide to move away, decide maybe we won't fight this one, but they might just be looking for the fight, because there they go, in they fight. Find themselves a kill. Faithcan will just go down. Beautiful fear. The reset from 10 didn't quite hit, and now MC is going to get feared up himself. There's too much fear. X7 are a frightening team right now.
Yeah, X7 take their moment. Jaeger should be fine. We'll have another dash soon. I'm not sure there's quite enough damage, and plus that one missed. We'll keep Jaeger up. I mean, Call of the Forge Squad, audacious, they really want Jaeger, don't they? But what else can they look for when they know they're losing Baron, they know they're losing stuff on the top side? This game just got a whole lot harder off that mid lane pick. X7 do a great job of finding it.
Nata got the perfect answer Baron as well. Red, white.
Yeah, it's
absolutely shred through this.
You just can't walk in. Yeah, you can't walk in. They shred the Baron quickly. If you walk in, Nata just turns around and murders you. We'll get the pick here. Sped up by the Lulu. Nice ultimate from Tempt as well, and it just sets up for Haru to just absolutely run Faithcan over. MC does actually dodge out on the Vex ultimate, but unfortunately can't quite dodge out on the Hecarim one. Gets collapsed on, dies as well. And now Riddle, I mean, it just feels like a very, very hard position to really, be honest and say, okay, I think Riddle can come back to this if they do this, this, and this. They kind of just have to sit here, pray X7 don't execute, as well as they have been for the last 25 minutes, and try and get to those IM spikes. They have, decent wave clear tools between the Victor, between the Graves, Jinx, I suppose, from Rockets. Yeah, sure, if I'm being super optimistic. But X7, they've been no strangers to just pulling the trigger on these dives underneath these towers, and with Baron, I don't expect that tempo to slow down.
Neither do I. 26 minutes in, and now with the Baron, they're sieging up. Here comes the Call of the Forge God onto the flank here. X7 not going to get caught out, and there's the fear in personal space. Moonlight Vigil thrown down. It is a cluster right now, and Tempt still can go in once again. Actually has missed out on the reset for the moment. And both health bars of both teams are a little lower than maybe they would like to be. Slakey doing a good job of finding a bunch of damage from that Death Ray. And X7 are just going to have to back off for now.
Yeah, all back off for now. Don't find anything crazy outside of the pick onto Faithcon, but they've been bullying him all game. So at this point, we're kind of used to it. To try and crack open this base. Baron still has a fair amount of time left on its duration, but you imagine some of that may be used in taking down the dragon. We'll have to see as, yeah, unfortunately, Faithcan on the Jinx. Not having a fun one into this pretty full dive heavy composition between the Hecarim and the Vex. It's just too much CC and downtown damage coming from Nata too. which makes it very, very unfun to play for the Riddle AD carry on his debut here. As X7 should be picking up this third Dragon too. So one away from Seoul, not that they really need it, it feels like in this game state at all. 10,000 gold lead. Riddle, it just feels like hope and a prayer. And you believe that X7 maybe makes some kind of error on a dive, because I mean, there is a lot of return damage that can come out from a Graves, from a Victor. You know, stuff does look doom and gloom right now, but all it takes is one slip up, one break in tempo, and then all of a sudden maybe you can get yourself back into it. But it will be a mountain to climb.
It's going to be a very hard one for them to do so. They got the Baron as well. Jaeger's using to shove in on the top side. The rest of the team shoving in through the mid. Through the bot. Sing's actually just grabbing the midway for the team as Kex coming in with that Call of the Forge God. Does find himself a knock up onto Haru, but there's a blast cove in to buy a bit of space, but the Tether's going to connect, and Haru able to survive. Ultimate goes wide by Temp, and Kex will lose his life. Haru being cooked, though, in the meanwhile. The Moonlight Vigil also going a little bit short. Haru able to zoom away as Jaeger launches into the middle of free, trying to find the kill onto Slowq. Snip, 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 not quite hitting. The Fear's going to go wide. The collateral damage doesn't quite connect either, and Jaeger able to jump away to safety. X7 are now on to the inhibitors. It will fall down in the bot side. They may just look to collapse here on the top in the mid as well. As Haru's grabbed the waves, going to shove it in, and X7 are going to take their second inhibitor tower. Let's see if they stick around to try and close out onto this second inhib themselves. Slowq's back to full health, and that might just be enough to scare them off as he's thrown down the gravity field, and X7 just going to look to walk away.
Yeah, I mean, patience, right? I think for X7, they know that this inhibitor is realistically a bit of a given the game state they're in. They can just go reset, spend whatever gold they have, come back, play out the same scenario with more items, bigger advantage. Nata.
Oh, hello. Oh, no. MC. Great blind. That blind might just be enough. Oh, dodging away on Temp's ultimate. MC playing with fire as Nata just gale forces forwards. Now he might be in trouble. He's been slowed down by the Brittle. They're trying to keep him alive. Nata gets healed up, but here comes Haru on the flank. Look at the damage from the charge. Nata finds a double kill. The steering charge forward by Kex, but it's not going to be able to do too much because Nata has the Lulu in his pocket, and Slowq is being slowly cut down as he's boxed into Jaeger's waiting hands. Nata finds the third, and it is only MC who remains. X7. I think they're done praying. I think this might just be the end of the game for Riddle as MC bopped into the wall by Haru, and Haru looking to run him down. Not going to be able to finish up the kill, but they might just be able to finish up the towers. They've got the wave to work with. Riddle unable to do much of anything in this game as X7 are dominating.
Yeah, completely routed. From start to finish, feel like an X7 from the opening game, definitely meeting the expectations I feel like a lot of us, if not all of us, really had for them. Yeah, straight up domination, start to finish. It really didn't feel like Riddle actually had much of an avenue into this one. Since in the draft, maybe, you know, definitely relying a lot on scaling here between the Jinx, Victor, Graves as well. It didn't really feel like they had many early options, whereas, you know, the early priority that Vex could get from the mid lane meant that it also freed up Haru to move down. And those 4-man dives were really critical to X7 effectively building their lead on the rest of the map. And from there, it just snowballed out of control.
It was a very dominating game from X7. I mean, it's kind of what we expected from them. There were very high expectations for this team. They came in, honestly, dominating Riddle. You know, it's still a very good team. It's day one. Everybody's been off for a little while, so you gotta get back into the groove. But for now, we are gonna throw to a break, and when we're back with the analyst desk, and Archeron can do some interviews. So watch some adverts. See you in a moment.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the NLC. And I know you want to know what's inside of this notebook. I'm not going to tell you. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you tell me. I'm not going to tell it to you. So, X7 just did a game versus Riddle, and they dominated him. Most people were expecting actually X7 to be this, well, professional. Everybody was looking into the super team, but Riddle actually did do some things inside of the rift. Oh, I got laggy. They also did take a few kills in the shutdowns as well. And together with us, I do believe we have someone for the interview. I believe we have Kasing waiting for us, sitting at home. Oh, there you are. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. How about yourself?
Pleasure to meet you, man. Big fan, by the way. So, X7, what an amazing team you have now.
I mean, I didn't expect to be back in NLC, to be completely honest. It's quite nice to be here because, representing UK has always been the best part of League of Legends for me. So yeah, it's been good.
Okay, so this is the super team, but also I know what superpower you want. I know what you want to do. I saw the Twitter, I saw the question. Do you want to tell the entire audience what the superpower it would be if Kasing could pick one? Yeah, I got you now.
Okay, so legit, right? Anyone will think, oh, they'll want money, they'll turn invisible, they'll fly, whatever. But come on, guys. If you have a superpower, legit, turn into a cat and just meow meow all day. How fun does that sound? That's an amazing superpower.
It sounds so fun. We have people on the casting and the desk saying, okay, my superpower would be to eat as much as I want and not get fat as much as I want, but I prefer the super cat of a meow meow, man. That would be amazing. Like, you can annoy your neighbors all night long, and then you can wake up like, oh, what happened? Was it a cat again? That would be amazing. So, looking into the game now, Kasing, X7, communication. Is it good in the team right now, or is it a problem?
To be honest, actually, I think, because I've played a lot of Korean imports in the past, like Mujin, Tal, etc., and I actually find it quite nice to play with Koreans because, how do I say it? It's more like, there's a certain standard that I would expect from a Korean player, right? To be able to obviously play mechanically really well. But it's, of course, when it comes to communication, I have to be a bit more slower with my, I guess, what I'm talking about, because I'm someone that's I talk quite fast, even right now, as you see. But to a Korean, I'm basically talking gibberish. So just kind of using keywords nowadays is just much better. That I think it helps the Koreans and me develop a communication system, obviously. And also just, learning more about them in person is way better than as if I'm just playing online with them. It's a completely different experience.
And the ways you guys were playing inside of the game, like the decision-making and the ways you guys reacted to calls, everybody went on point. You have a shot caller, or is it like multiple shot callers?
To be honest, most of the responsibility I take on. I like to basically get the input of some of my teammates about what they want to do, but most of the time I'm basically calling what we should do.
Also, your AD carry, Nata, the way he was playing with the failures. Okay, we know the meme, we know the failures, but the way that he was just jumping into the gun, not afraid of everything, and also having the protection of Lulu, obviously, and Aru playing as an Akarim. What are your expectations for this AD carry?
I mean, the funny part is, right, when I played in LVP, in Movistar and in Giants, when I played against E-Monkeys with Nata, I always felt like this guy is good, but his team's kind of holding him back. And I felt that Nata is someone that definitely I can help to improve and become actually a really insane AD carry, because I do believe he has potential. So, yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. So this is only the first game as well for the X7. I just want to make another question. I know I'm due to time, but I want to make another question, Kasing.
No worries.
What are the objectives of the team? Like your main objectives?
Well, the first objective I would say is to make NLC an actual competitive region, because whenever people say, what competitive regions are there, NLC is not even mentioned, and I believe for us as a team and X7 representing NLC, I do believe, as a team, we can actually, I guess, make an imprint and an impact into the EU or ERO scene, because I believe the team can actually take it all the way.
I love it, man. Thanks so much for this interview. It was a pleasure to meet you. I hope you one day can become a cat and meow meow all night. You do you, man. And I'll hope to see you on another day. See ya.
Take it again. Bye-bye.
He is amazing, Kasing. So this is the X7, a team that is supposed to be a super team, like the G2, but with success. And this is exactly what we might have on the NLC. On the other side, though, we do have Riddle. They're a really, really good team. They also have a really good jungler synergy with the top lane and the mid lane, but sadly, they were not able to put it on this game yet. But obviously, they were playing versus X7. It's a tough schedule, obviously, but it's a good way to start the league because now you don't have to play X7, at least for the beginning of the split. You can now focus on other teams. You can now focus on improving your gameplay and everything in you. I don't know if we already have Kex ready for the interview. I'm just waiting for the information to see if he's already with us. But I was supposed to talk with Farikan, the Jinx, that play versus the Fel. It's a really tough matchup, as we saw. But now we're going to look into Kex and to see how Riddle were actually playing, trying to get the information. But so far, I'm not getting any info. Okay, Kex is ready to go. And are you there, Kex?
Yeah, hello.
Hello, mate. Okay, I'm trying to see some image. Okay, now I can finally meet you. Okay, good smile on your face. This is good. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right. I don't think I'm not too bummed out about the loss since it was against X7, so like they're a really good team. So I don't think anyone is that bummed. And it's like the first game ever, so it's kind of nice to just get it out of the way, even if it's a loss.
Exactly. Now you can focus on other games. Like, okay, we took X7 out of the schedule. We can now look into other games right now. So, looking into this game, what do you think actually didn't win as you guys thought it would be?
I mean, they had like a really good engage comp, especially with like the Hecarim and Vex. They had really easy time making picks. I think they showed that a lot, like because they were permanently going on Jinx. I also feel like we could have respected a bit more ourselves. But generally, I think like it was just that. And they also funneled gold really well on Aphelios. He got really fed early because he got a lot of plates on top and also on bot lane with when they rotated for Herald. So generally, yeah, I guess there's a lot to learn out of these games for us at least. So there's also that.
But you guys have a good synergy between the jungle, the top, and the mid laner. Obviously, the jungle was really heavily focused on the ban phase, and we couldn't see like Diana and Nidalee. But probably on the few next games, you can guys focus on the top and jungle synergy alongside with the mid lane. Is that something you guys are preparing? I know talking about strategical plays is kind of bad on an interview, but I just want to see if I can fish anything.
We don't really have anything specific prepared, to be honest. Like I think we'll just play standard, like we kind of did last split, and it seemed to work out as well. We still need to like get used a bit to the new bot lane, but generally, we don't really have anything too spicy, or maybe I'm lying, I don't know. But generally, I think we're just gonna play standard. And yeah, I do hope I'll be able to pull out something else other than like Ornn, so I don't play tanks. But yeah, I'm looking forward to next games. I feel like it's gonna be a bit easier as well. I think there's gonna be like people will be less nervous as well and a lot less stress since it's not the first game anymore.
Yeah, the first game is a little bit rough for you guys. Exactly. Jumping back into the studio, well, not the studio, but jumping back into the competitive scene. You guys still don't know and are still feeling for the meta. Are you comfortable with the meta right now, or are you still thinking like it can shift a little bit?
Fortunately for me, I'm quite comfortable. I still feel like it will probably. I mean, I don't know how it will shift because like patches are really unpredictable. They also, for example, like they released the TP change basically 1 week ago, and we all play with it now. I don't think it was too impactful, to be honest, but it's still there, and it's a pretty big change. And I wouldn't be surprised if they do something similar eventually. But personally, for me, I'm quite comfortable in the meta, and I think also as a team we don't really struggle with it. I feel like we just need to maybe, we still need to maybe adapt a bit more, but generally I feel like it's been going pretty okay so far.
All in due time, and you have that time right now. So it was a pleasure to meet you, and I wish you luck for the next games in the next days. And I hope Riddle can actually show off that spice you were talking about. Pleasure to meet you, man.
Thank you very much. Likewise.
So there we go. This was one of the last games, but we still have one more for you guys sitting at home, watching the NLC and enjoying this competitive scene. So without further ado, we're going to a quick break and we'll be right back on the desk. See you soon. It is a beautiful day one, but it's about to be over. The last game of the day, but it's going to be a banger nonetheless. We're back on the desk. It's going to be GDXL versus Dusty. How are you guys feeling? It is a good feeling nonetheless.
Well,
We're feeling pretty good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I think JDXL should be feeling really good going into the matchup. I think they're favored on paper. Again, my eyes are going straight to Kiki's. He has been to Worlds with Vitality back there with Jizuke and Jack Troll and Attila down the bot lane, and they did pretty well.
My boy. I gotta say it.
got one
Attila, my boy.
Your boy.
Okay.
True. Okay.
Okay.
So when you have somebody with so much experience as Kikis, he's been playing the competitive scene for so many years. He's got the experience behind him. What's really cool is that he's gone out of the jungle position into the support position. Now I think that frees him even more on the map because he doesn't have as many obligations as a jungler does. He can freely roam, he can freely help all of his lanes, and he knows the responsibilities of somebody who roams because he has previously played the jungle.
And you're from SK, so you know all about swapping jungle and support.
You know what? You're a sassy baka. Just saying.
Obviously did not work as well as you probably would have wanted to, but I think obviously...
I'm not talking to you anymore.
But to emphasize on what Georgia is saying, there is a lot of experience on this roster, and there's a lot of high expectations coming in with this roster as well, specifically from what we saw last split with BTXL, now JDXL. We want to see them elevated. Now you're getting a fresh start, new roster, come in the beginning without all the roster swaps we had with Adrian and Makun, and then you start taking it.
So this is one to watch, but what about Dusty though?
What about Dusty though?
What about
I'm not talking to you.
Okay, fair enough. I'll take Dusty though. I feel like they actually have ways to compete as well.
Exactly.
Dusty to me has always in the NLC been a roster that's never made playoffs. You know, they've always fallen short, and we've always had some expectations with Dusty. But I feel like this time around with this roster, they do have potential. Coming in with Viking and Backlund, this is two Swedish players that has played together in the past before. They played in the same team in LFL this spring, so you already have some sort of synergy coming in on this one. That is a bit pre-built as well. You have AD carry talents like Venser. We saw what he did in Spain as well, right? Going on to European Masters. So I feel like if you really want to pull the plug on not pull the plug on this team, but if you want to get
Don't
the ball
pull the plug
going,
yet. They haven't even started.
No, they haven't even started. But you want to get the ball rolling. What you do is you play around this jungle mid synergy you already have. You try and take it down towards the bottom side of the map. TPs doesn't exist until 14 minutes into the game, so maybe just let top lane be for a little bit and try and move around with the priority you can get on the map.
And I like the idea of having a mid and a jungler rotating through the map to actually shut down a little bit of GDXL rotation you were talking about. So this could be one to focus on, not only on the champion select, but inside of the game itself.
Yeah, and I think another person to mention is Kreis. Kreis coming back into the Nordic scene again. I think he's one of the big names. He has played in the NLC, and now he's coming back to make his return to sort of climb the ranks, and he's one to watch. He's exceptional at Kled, which definitely in ERLs, it's so much easier to pull out again because the teams curate their own meta and the way they want to play the game. So if Kreis wants to pull out the Kled, which he's so good at, he can, because the team can play around it. Now, I'm looking at this and I'm like, this is perfect for Kreis, because JDXL are on the red side. They can leave that R5 for Kreis and get that counter pick on the top lane.
I got me excited on the Kled. It's one of
I
my
am
favorite
too.
champions.
I love that.
Yeah. I love the way he screams. So let's go. Rek'Sai being removed as well. This is one that I've been looking for, like to see the Rek'Sai inside of the game, but there we go. He's going to be removed nonetheless.
Yeah, and it is a champion that has seen a lot of prowess in solo queue as well. We've seen the Emax as well to come through to just one-shot 80 carries with the true damage. But Jax, obviously no surprise, it was one of Cry's most played champions as well. You can argue how the performance was in LEC. Either way, it was still LEC, right? So as Trouble is mentioning, very strong performance there. And so far, no AD carry bans has come out, which is to me the biggest surprise. Is it's something that's really been coloring our day today.
Is that...
What?
That looks to me like a Jinx B1. Yeah.
Yuumi actually being the one coming through here. And you say it, Jinx B1, it's a champion that has...
In the hands of Venza as well?
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be bad, but Caitlyn is one of those that's also just
Arcane coming in hot.
Oh my god. I hate the Arcane memes, but okay.
What's powder been locked in here?
We finally get to see the Caitlyn as well. And you know what? I quite like this as well. It's a champion we've seen banned both on blue and red side. So I think it comes down to how well some of these AD carries are piloting the champion at the moment. And no, you might not even get some Arcane action because it's going to be Jhin. And you were talking about top side. Me seeing a Jhin here kind of tells me, you know what? They don't want to play for bot side. They want to play top side.
I love this. I love when teams will pick Jinx when there's a long range pushing bot lane, because Jhin can stay relatively safe later on in the team fights as well. So you take that super long range that one team creates and you make it even longer. So you play even further away from them. Now the question right here is, are we going to see some type of Lux? Are we going to see Morgana? Are we going to see a Karma? Because I'm looking at this bot lane right here and I'm looking for an all-in. You could play towards that Leona Jhin lane and try to shut down the Caitlyn, but then on the other side, if you look in something like Morgana, this is going to be much harder to do.
I like to see that Karma, as you were talking about earlier, like the combo between Caitlyn and Karma, the movement speed you get, the shielding, the protection for Caitlyn. I think obviously with a lethal tempo, but we might see Morgana protecting her from the Leona. No CC on the bot lane. This is amazing.
It's just like a classic combo. Blind picking Leona there is so disrespectful when you already see the Caitlyn being picked as B1. Because if you get hit by binding, you die. There's the trap on top of the binding, into the headshots, into the net, into the kill to the Peacemaker. Exactly. You're just stunned there. So to me, like, this seems like Dusty is quite happy about this Leona pick coming through. And yes, you can start roaming around, but this Caitlyn, she's gonna get plating for herself.
Okay, we get two junglers, and these are hard engaged junglers, and Orianna is available, and this could be a really express, like, get the ball in the middle of the team, try to shut down Jhin even though he's on the backside.
Yeah. So here I'm expecting a bunch of mid lane bans from the side of JDXL. I'm expecting them to blind pick their mid lane because there's like a bunch of blind pickable mid laners right now. And again, go towards playing for Kreis on the top lane, possibly see something more aggressive, something like an Aatrox, a Camille, a Fiora, a Kled, potentially, if he so wishes. I don't see a Kled as a bad pick here because they have Leona, they have Xin. If they manage to lock in something like a Vex in the mid lane as well, I feel like a Kled ultimate is going to create a lot of fuss around that.
It's also just going to be curious to see if the target bans they're throwing out right now, if it's specifically for mid lane or if it's up for the top side. Because if I'm seeing an Aurelia ban while I'm a mid laner, I'm thinking, okay, I want to blind pick a control mage here on 4th. But if I see another top lane ban here, maybe we're actually looking towards something where you want to throw Kreis just with a blind pick and then save that priority for the mid lane instead. So there we go. Top lane ban is coming through. Something to deny all of these dashes with the Poppy. And I know you love Poppy.
I do, but I was expecting expecting like you remove the Poppy, so this means that Kled can jump around. Kled can go with the ultimate.
Leona as well.
Yeah, so it's all in, just go in. Camille again, getting banned on the top lane. We all know why, the true damage on the Chomp Chomp. And meanwhile, let's see what they're going to pick. I believe they're going for the mid laner now and saving the top laner for the last.
Here's the thing.
Oh,
That's why. There's been 4 top lane bans, which that indicates that you're going to blind pick the top side of the map. And I think it's a really clever pick right here because Jarvan wants to engage, but once the cannon barrage goes down, the team cannot follow anymore because they cannot walk through it. I think it's a very clever pick right here. Kryze can stay relatively safe, and then there's picks like the Vex that you can go through. There is Syndra. Victor is still up and available as well. So there's plenty of things to pick for the mid lane.
Gonna be curious to see what they use as a counter here, because locking in a Gragas doesn't mean that you want to play for the top side instead. It's really just to neutralize what you have up here against the Gangplank instead, and then obviously you want to play for your Morgana and Caitlyn with the amount of CC that you're able, to utilize here. So while you do have the Gangplank now, I'm afraid of the priority. We might see that be focused down towards the bottom side of the map. Getting JDXL with a mid lane priority right now is pivotal, because if you don't find that mid lane priority, nothing is going to help out your bot lane from the amount of pressure that they're going to be facing.
I'm thinking Vex.
Syndra as well is something that Eminence in the past had loved too, so
True, but Tempt on Vex was absolutely fantastic. Vex is still up and available, so he's absolutely insane into the Victor. You can push him underneath the tower, which means your Xin Zhao can roam freely, but if you can create a stronger 2 versus 2 scenario, you can take over the map pretty easily as well. So when I'm looking at the side of JDXL, I'm thinking mid to bot. Everything goes towards the top side. Kryze pops up the ultimate. Since he can't join with the teleport, he can very well be there with the global, and then you play on to shutting down definitely that Caitlyn Morgana lane. If you go further into the game and the Caitlyn has not taken any towers, it's good game well played. So it's really tough to get back into the game.
So this is the last champion select of the day. It's filled in. We are ready to go. We have to say goodbye to the champion select, but we have to say hello into the Summoner's Rift as the casters are waiting for us. So it's up to you guys.
Hello everybody, we're getting ready to go on to our final game of the day. It's going to be the long-awaited XL versus Dusty. Obviously XL, pretty star-studded lineup once again. We've had 2 games of these star-studded lineups now, but you know, XL a team who, if we really think back to them, they've had some great performances in the NLC. EU Masters has been maybe... Yeah. So,
well, the spring one was pretty good. No, come on. All right, spring one, you know, they made it all the way to finals. Summer, obviously.
Yeah, true. So I know. Sorry, it was last year Masters. Yeah. Honestly, I've just forced last year out of my mind. that's what's happened. And it was upsetting because obviously they made the right move of transferring 2 of their star players to the main roster, but it really stunted the growth of XL during the summer split, and then you know E-Masters summer was disappointing.
Of course, didn't quite make the distance. I think actually got knocked out in the first round of playoffs. Yeah, knocked out in the first round of playoffs. Yes. I want to say it was to Riddle, though I could be incorrect on that statement. I'd have to go back and look. It was either them or Nordavind, one of the 2. Watch me be wrong, and it was actually the other team. Either way,
someone completely different. Yeah.
You know, I feel like expectations definitely still high, right? It's JDXL. They are still, you know, organizationally the same in that regard. Practically a fresh roster from last year. Only Dan returning, and of course a lot of talent across the board. Kryze coming down from the ADC. Zamilek, I don't know if you recall, I believe it was all the way back in 2020 NLC Full Open was the last time I want to say he was here in the region.
It's been a little while.
Impressed a lot of us, and we were very, very excited to see where Zamilek will go. Of course, still quite young, I believe 17 years old. So a lot of potential there, and being, you know, scouted out to join a team like XL, you know, an academy. Very, very good for him. Of course, also coming from the UM run as well. So, good run of the roster so far. We'll see if he can continue form here with the English side.
Keep our eyes on, we are seeing FGG, another player who we've had for a little while, landing a binding onto Venza. Forces the heal out from Zamilek. Ignite thrown down as well by Kikis. And FGG, Venza doing a great job here. Honestly, FGG with these bindings. 2 in a row onto Kikis, and the changes to Glacial Augment means that it's horrible. It's big old slows.
It's really annoying to play against. Yeah.
Yeah.
You get rooted, and then you're also slowed by the Glacial once you are eventually unrooted after the AFK screen of being binded and trapped at the same time. It doesn't feel great, but yeah, FGG lands 2 great bindings back to back. Definitely, if that binding doesn't come through, that's a completely different trade in the bot side. And FGG, a pretty, insane rise to where he is right now, playing first division play, of course. For anyone not familiar with FGG's story, started in 2020 in the UKEL, and was then quickly quickly rose up to the UKLC, which is of course second division UK play, and then very quickly. Buckland.
Dan's got this.
Dan can. Yeah,
oh, he spotted on the ward. He was spotted on the ward.
Yeah. So
Buckland able to move away to safety. Anyway, carry on about FGG because he has been an impressive player.
And then of course, I mean, during the short time that we had him in the UKLC, we were quite impressed with him on the Resolve Academy roster. Moved up to the Resolve first team, and whilst Resolve, they didn't have a great amount of success last split. FGG was still a player that really shone through in that roster. So I'm glad that we get to still have him here in the league, and with a very experienced lane partner in Venza, who I'm sure would have been guiding and coaching him quite well. So I think it really makes for a strong pairing in the bottom side. And again, in a meta which is so heavy, and Caitlyn's, what seems to be Jinx's as well now, these strong 2v2s are very, very valuable. And I think Venza traditionally has been an AD carry that's been pretty good at holding his own. And when he was here on the XL, actually playing against his old team,
I was about to say we've got a bit of a storyline in that own right, don't we?
Yeah. Was fed a lot of resources, yes, but still very capable of holding his own. So I think that makes for a very, very strong duo where you've got this very, new and experienced support, this very, very veteran AD carry who can show him the ropes and maybe ascend him to the next level.
I'm low-key glad we don't have Orcs anymore, because, man, he would be going on about how he won the UK scene with Venza on XL.
Oh, was that
He's not even here. He's still doing it. Kreis has actually been caught out, but not going to commit for the kill. Trial by fire here.
Yeah. So another Gangplank lane. I'm sure you're very happy. Of course I am. It's it's a pretty static lane. I think over time, if Gragas plays it out right, then he can just slowly sort of win the war of attrition. But eventually, as Iron Spikes start to come in, depending on what build Kreis goes for, of course, Gangplank can just start to have the edge more and more.
Oh, hello.
Gragas can't really do too much.
FGG been spotted. Flashes the wall. Has the slow on for the moment. Viking, you going to help your support? Or you going to let him die? Dan's chasing for the kill. Here comes Battler. They're charging in his first blood. The gravity field will pin him in place, though. And Backline will find himself a return kill. Typical jungler, man. Cares more about their camps than supporting their team.
Yeah, Viking really wanted that Raptor camp, huh? Yeah, not much else to say. I mean, Is FGG technically face checking into territory that's maybe not quite his just yet? But yeah, I mean, Viking realistically wouldn't have been able to have added too much to this simply because he just didn't have Flag and Drag up. Yeah,
true.
But it does look pretty comical that he kind of just. It does, however, Dan has to commit quite far, and it does make it a 1-for-1. But first blood, gold swing, yada yada. You get the maths on it. JDXL come out a little bit ahead, but it's practically even anyway. We'll see what exactly Dan can do with that first blood, because Dan is definitely a player that we know to be super aggressive, and also we know him for his Zinzal play.
Yes, absolutely. Well, he's fine Viking. FGG is going to roam over Kikis and Zamulek as well. We've seen XL's bot laner experiencing Caitlyn Morgana. I don't see who got the smite. It was Dan. They found the lockdown onto Viking. Here's the cannon barrage as well to slow everybody down. 90 count knack from Venza. Going to be able to get a little bit of a slot at the moment. They flash the Zenith Blade, and Dan secures the kill. Venza trying to find a little bit of additional poke damage off, while Kreis actually looking for the kill onto the Gragas. Flashes heals. Cast! So close to going down.
Yeah. So unfortunate for both sides. Kreis almost finds lethal. It had to have been single-digit HP, and Aleph isn't quite able to get that angle on the cask to send Kreis underneath the tower. If he gets that cask, he just flashes away to safety, and, well, Kreis just dies the tower. So very, very close 1v1 there on the top side, and on the bottom side, full-on fist fight for the Skull Crab, which, of course, JDXL end up pointing out on. They get the crab, they get the kill. Feeling good across the board right now.
Viking just going to be doing his Gromp. I thought that was an invade for a reason, hence why I talked about it, and then realised that no, he's blue side. His colour is blue. Both junglers are on the opposite side of the map from each other. We'll see if they decide to look for anything anywhere else. There is a mountain dragon up. There's a chance, Jamada. There is hope.
Okay. I'm breaking down my prayer circle of candles. You know the tweet candle prayer circle. I'm doing all of that. I give just a new dragon soul for the final game of the day. My first cast in 2020. I'd love that. 3-2 games. It'd be really, really kind of. As Cries and Kickers eyeing up Aleph here. Still has flash.
Might be in trouble.
Yeah.
I actually had his jungle, so he was fine.
I feel like Viking just doesn't like FGG for some reason. Shows up to support Aleph, doesn't quite do it for his support. Something's not right there. But okay, Kirk in the mid lane.
Spencer's going low, 4th shots. Oh wait, yeah. I keep getting baited by
no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Dusty forced out of the river as well at the same time. Nice little play there from JDXL on both sides. Just make sure they can secure mid lane priority, and obviously forcing Viking out of the river. Should secure the Herald if they so want it on the next wave or so. Cries has prior here too. You'd imagine they will get the start pretty soon. Maybe just worrying about some kind of weird force and contest from Dusty, but there you go. Dan finally gets onto it. And with the bottom lane still in the bottom side and kick us up here, gives the green flag that they are able to take this one. Should be no contest at all. And as usual, when we see Herald go down, always wondering where they'll put it. And I think this is a pretty interesting game to talk about it, because there's not necessarily like a hyper carry in this game for XL. So I feel like you're kind of comfortable putting it into anybody. You put it into Jhin, well, you know, Jin's like your late game insurance. And when I say hyper carry, I mean like sort of traditional hyper carry, right? Syndra, you get her accelerate, she one-shots people much sooner. Gangplank, you get into that point of Iron Spikes sooner, which is obviously very nice too. So not a bad option. Just wondering where JDXL actually wants to put their eggs.
Yeah, and a little bit more of a tempered start. I think this game's definitely a little bit more explosive than we had in the previous 2 games. So XL definitely playing a little bit more decisively, but also their team does kind of lean a little bit more into that from the last 2 games from our winning teams. So, yeah, there is scaling there, but they also do have a little bit more early options.
Yeah.
But, you know, as good as XL have been doing, this is still Caitlyn Morgana, and it is just a terrific experience to play into. So much fun.
Oh, yes, it's blissful. It's absolutely fantastic. Whenever I get Waterfield bot, there is no more the enjoyable experience than laning against Caitlyn Morgana.
I felt like there is no greater pleasure, but they are looking to try and do something about it.
And this is why.
Yeah, it's Caitlyn Morgana, Venter flashes away. FGG will find himself a kill on the Kickus, and these 4 shots are doing a fair amount of damage, but here comes Dan. Got the Crescent Guard as well. FGG and Venter are so low. Zamulek has flash, locks one in place. Can they find the kill? Yes, they can! Make it 2! Revenge is served by Dan.
Yeah, Dan with the wind becomes lightning, finds the double kill there at the very end. FGG of these bindings have been so clutch. Binding here, onto Kickers, just keeps him still, plus the ultimate. Just means he can't do anything. He's just stuck in the Cannon Barrage and the Cataclysm. Get all of the curtain call blocks out. Very, very wonderful stuff from Dusty. And then Dan finds him become lightning onto 2. Binding, flash. He's just rooted there for a second and a half. Fortunately, though, the Deadly Flourish comes out. And of course, roots up these 2 members. Flash will go into Wind Becomes Lightning. It's a double kill for Dan. And Dan 4-1 on the Zins out. 400 gold shutdown. He is absolutely massive. Expect JDXL now to play around him and make sure that wherever they want to make a play, he is either there for first or he's about to show up. And oh yes, another Morgana binding. Another.
What's worse about it is how long the binding lasts, and then when it wears off, you're slowed. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, this is an interactive experience of League of Legends.
Yeah, that is FGG having a very phenomenal first game here on the Dusty roster. Doesn't necessarily have the greatest score to show for it though, as Venza, Eminez, he's hunting.
Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! M&S able to find the kill as FGG is going to make sure M&S gets an AFK report for how long he's unable to play the game. Vikings coming in, the flag, the drag, the binding again. Oh, man. Yeah, I hope you enjoy the grey screen.
I mean, he was in one.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane.
Got put in the first binding. Yeah, mid lane, Short Cries is potentially dead. No, he's alright.
Oh, no, good flash.
Yeah.
Got the crown finished up. Let's take stock of the item. So yeah, we got the crown finished up onto Backland. My voice is cracking apparently. Got a Triforce finished up onto Cries here. So not the fun build, but definitely the more consistent build. Going towards what will most likely be a Gale Force from Zamulek. Other than that, a couple of basic mythics that you'd kind of expect to have been picked up here and there. Gale Force onto Venza, Viking with the Kraken Slayer, same for Dan. Zamulek actually pretty accelerated in the sense that was able to pick up that tower earlier with plates and then just got a whole bunch of plates gifted here. FGG fishing for that binding, and it looks like a lot of people are starting to collapse here on the top side as Kikis is looking for an opportunity to find a binding onto Zamulek. In comes the backup, the stopwatch, the curtain has been called. Here is the cannon barrage. Venza going oh so low, but he's able to survive for now. Viking slides in, Kikis is going low, ace in the hole, gonna connect onto Dan. Dan going low and he's gonna fall down. Now the Syndra's joining into the fight, not gonna find the scatter of the week. And Dusty are going to be able to move away from this one unscathed for the most part.
Yeah, mostly unscathed, but I feel like when we come back out of this replay and we look at the state of the map, definitely still an outright win. Most likely, though. The end of this is Dusty got to pick up a shutdown onto Dan, so that's a lot of gold. Of course, started with that engagement FGG. Kikis, though, still a tanky customer. And fortunately for Venza, well-timed flash, or a Gale Force away, I believe. Ensures that he doesn't die to Dan. Dan oak mid in the middle of everybody, but the shutdown goes over to Viking. Crucially, I mean, Jarvan can make do quite well with gold, but you want that to go into Backland, into Venza. You want that in one of your carries as 700 gold to accelerate them onto their item spikes. But second dragon is Cloud. Okay, Jake, it's 50-50.
Oh, baby, that's what. Yeah, I like those odds. I'm feeling those odds, baby. Dragon's already been started. Let's move down. I want to see this. Half health onto the dragon. I don't think Dusty are even going to bother contesting. It's not worth it. What are we getting? What are we getting? It's an Infernal. I just think it was Infernal. It was Infernal, wasn't it? Oh! Pain! All
right, man. I
want a refund.
Can we restart the whole day and just, like, Dragon RNG differently, or is that allowed? I don't know.
I'm suing Riot.
It's a sad day in the NLC. At least for the two of us, anyway. It's been a fantastic opening day of the year. And JDXL right now enjoying a pretty decent game so far. 2,500 gold up. Fishing for a pick there, but not going to find much. And it should just also be Herald, I think. Well, shouldn't be much contest from Dusty. They don't really have the positioning for it. Viking still on the bottom side. Adif does have teleport, but posture is quite clear from Dusty. They are not interested at all in fighting XL right now. And I think rightfully so. I feel like at the moment, XL are just stronger, but the question then comes, when do Dusty really sort of start to measure up to them? And it will definitely take a little while. Cries, the recipient of another visit.
He has no flash, so he's stuck inside the Cataclysm. He's trying to dodge out, but Venza's going to slide in with the Gale Force. And there it is. Venza secures his first kill of the game. Nice kill onto Cries. They do lose the Rift Herald on the other side of the map, which could be a problem in this mid lane. But for now, Venza is probably just going to be able to take this tower.
Yep. A little bit of extra invested gold into Venza's back pocket. And honestly, this particular Herald is going to be quite high value for XL, I think, especially if they slam it into the mid lane. You're against Caitlyn and Victor. You really want this mid lane tower to go down. You know, there's always those champions that kind of just change game states entirely when they're in it. Xerath, Victor, Azir, those kind of champions that just have this really, really obnoxious wave clear to deal with. It's shielded by that mid-tier 1, so as soon as you take that down, that safety net is then immediately removed. So that's my prediction, that's my expectation for XL. Drop it in the mid lane, unless they find some kind of play on, you know, the side lane here on the bottom side, because top side now looks to be Dusty's. And maybe that'll be a little bit better for the gold, but I think if you knock down this mid-tier one, Dusty have a much harder time actually navigating and operating the map, and it gives JDXL a lot more freedom to effectively do whatever the hell they want with it.
I mean, realistically, it's going to go mid because you've already taken tier 1s on the other side. So like you said, unless you're really finding an opportunistic opportunity, you're very extended, especially when mid isn't open to be that deep. But Dan is actually thinking about it.
Yeah,
the pings are going down.
I mean, you have to kind of weigh up the benefits, right? You get 600 gold if you... Actually, I feel like they can just push this without the Herald, but maybe they drop it anyway. But 600 gold for the side lane tower.
I mean, they've actually caught Dusty sleeping here. Look at the positioning on the map.
Yeah, Dusty are trying to take control of the top side right now. So not only have Dusty yielded the 600 gold between the mid and jungle there of JDXL, I mean, sure, Buckland might get this top side tower, but now BTXL get to drop the Herald mid. And not only is this a massive gold swing, they also get a massive amount of map control as an engage comes in.
They're looking for the fight. There's the teleport coming down. It looks like the tower will just be the victim. They find the stun into the barrels. Great damage reduction from the crown, but the curtain has been called, and it is the end of days for Backland. Slowed by the 4th shot. Scatter the weak. Not going to get thrown down quite yet. And Dusty will lose their lose their mid lane and lose their mid-tier 1 tower. Wow, words are hard. It's been a while since I've done this.
It's been a solid 3 minutes. I heard opportunistic.
I mean, all right.
Oh, okay.
Well, it looks like they're actually going for something here. They've got the flank and the great binding. Actually, Kikis sliding in, and they're able to find the kill. Great scatter of the weak. Kikis gets the belly bop, and that is going to be another kill. Zamulek crashes in. 3 for the side of Dusty as Backland resurrects to find he's only got Viking in his pocket.
Yeah, this is actually something that Venta on Movistar Riders during EUM did quite a few times, and it was on Caitlyn specifically, actually. The circumstances slightly different, not a lead in this game, but they would just push up in the mid lane too far, overreach. And it just feels like I'm watching a replay of EUM 2021 summer from Venza here. And I mean, JXL, they just appropriately punished. There's nothing else to say about this play. I feel like maybe they assume that, JDXL just expended a lot of, resources and time in the mid lane play, so they're probably just resetting, going back to base, not doing much. But surprise, surprise, they're still on the map. And they're still very much ready and capable of just absolutely murdering you for overstepping the mid lane.
The sad-faced dragon is going to be spawning up in 9 seconds' time. XL have got positioning on the area, and again, Dusty are kind of just on the wrong side of the map. I don't think they're going to contest the giant in this Baron, but they might.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say wrong side. It just seems like they don't want to contest the dragon, right? So they're going for the cross-map play, which I think is fine. It just depends on how much they can get. Christ has flashed this time, so gets away from the Cataclysm on this particular play. Dragon will be picked up. So still net positive JDXL. They should lose this tower. But obviously the Infernal stats, they even this out. It's just about Venza obviously getting the accelerated goal. But at this point, you're a Caitlyn that's 1-3-2 at 20 minutes in, who's not 2 items, and doesn't really have that much relevancy, I'm sorry to say, at this point in the game. It's going to take a while. Maybe almost 3rd item, maybe even breaching on 4th. But at that point, Jin probably has a little more efficiency than you do. We'll have to see for Venza, though. Very, very capable on this champion when he is on it. Right now, has unfortunately been shut down by his former team.
Unfortunately so. There we are, 21 minutes in. Cries. Got the mortal reminder now. Lord Dominic's, that's a different item. They find the scatter. Here's the counter scatter. It's the curtain call as well. A lot of damage. The solar flare gets popped out. The cannon barrage is coming down. FGG is almost popped. Kikis is looking for the follow-up. They're not going to be able to find it. The binding goes a little bit wide, and they're completely zoned away for the moment. But Kikis slides in, and Venza's taken down by Dan. The unleashed power is not quite enough to get the kill, but the scatter of the week will do so. That's a double onto XL in the mid. Back one being run down. He has no crown to keep himself alive. No damage reduction. MNES has got a double kill, and he's looking for the triple kill. Not going to be enough. There it is, an ace for the side of XL.
Yeah, 5-0 ace for the side of XL. And that was just a completely dominating fight. Such an uninteractive start to that fight for Dusty. You just kind of have to feel bad. You almost wince at it. They're just getting gunned down from all of these different abilities. Curtain Call, Cannon Barrage, Solar Flares, chipping at them. Scatter the Weak. They just can't respond. at all from the side of Dusty. And XL just run them down off the back of all of the CC. I mean, look at this. Curtain Call, Solar Flare has to flash away. Cannon Barrage on the escape route. Look at what they do. They practically lose a member and a half of HP just from these abilities that they just can't respond from. It's absolutely absurd. But again, well played to JDXL, I beg your pardon, on recognizing that again, in the mid lane, Dusty just overstepped and overreach for little to no reason. And of course, MNES landing all of these Qs here, and eventually the Scat of the Week to secure the 5-0 ace.
Oh, so nice there from MNES on the Syndra. The heal actually to break out from the gravity field so he didn't get locked down for too long, just for the movement speed. Really smart play there. XL, they're proving their point, I think, in this game. Probably more than any of the other teams we've had so far who we have high expectations of.
Yeah, I will say it just felt like Astralis and X7, you know, very much. They were just playing by the book, like we said, right?
I'm not saying they play bad by any means.
Oh, no.
Don't read me wrong on that. I just say XL are playing very, very confidently and very dominantly right now.
Yeah.
It's not the chokehold it is. We are just going to powerhouse through you.
Yeah. That's what it feels more like BTX. Again, JDXL Evolved, where they kind of just run through you. Dan, maybe in a bit of trouble, has the ultimate.
Oh, hello. There's the curtain call. Can Viking dodge away? I think he's going to be okay. Backline eats the low health bar. That's what he eats. He's going to be able to take the inhibitor tower, followed up by the inhibitor. So that's going to fall down. 24 minutes on the clock, and XL are playing phenomenally well right now. FGG been on it with the bindings. Not going to really drop that, but unfortunately, not really got the follow-up anymore because the gold is just too big. It's just too hard for them to handle, and FGG just loses his entire health bar to 2 abilities.
Yeah, you know, the draft is starting to come through here in the mid-game, where all of these sort of long-range CC tools, they're just becoming too difficult for Dusty to really deal with. And whilst they do have range options of their own, it just feels... Oh my god!
Oh my word, he's gone! The Cataclysm from Viking is just a desperation to pin them in place, and Dan will burn to the Ignite. The flash by Backwand to try and secure the kill, but it's not enough as Venza lands himself the lockdown into 2, into 3 minutes. The Scat of the Week comes down, and everybody is dropping left, right, and center. Dusty are just crumbling at the seams. They have been Thanos snapped as they turn to dust. XL are wiping them from the rift.
XL are surgically removing Dusty member by member. And I think in this particular play, it all comes down to MNES and these beautiful Scat of the Weeks. The first one on Savenza, the second one on 2 more members at the exact same time, secures their first win of the NLC. He will die to Venza. Oh, okay. He will die to Venza, but he makes sure Venza
this is it
in KDA.
JDXL finish 25 minutes on the clock. 21 kills. XL come in to the NLC day 1. On fire, on form. They looked absolutely phenomenal, Jamada.
That felt like a clapping that we used to see from XL, you know, sort of pre-summer 2021, where they'll come in and they'll just absolutely stomp on the enemy team with little to no recourse. So I'm happy to see XL, you know, as a organization back in this kind of form. Obviously, you know, it's Dusty. We don't know the overall strengths of the rosters just yet, but it is great to see, you know, historically a very strong org open up the season with such a strong performance.
Absolutely. Phenomenal stuff there from XL. Absolutely wonderful to see them back on form. I think, you know, it's only day 1, so it's quite hard to kind of really judge the power levels. I think tomorrow we have an amazing game, and I don't want to spoil that in case I'm wrong. But we do have some really, really good stuff coming up. So as the dust settles, excuse the pun, we'll start to get a better understanding of, you know, where these teams stand in power level. But for now, we are going to throw to a break, and when we're back, we'll have the analyst desk to break down the day and maybe do some interviews. So we'll see you in a moment.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the post show. Look at us. Sitting on the chairs, just having a blast together. And we also have someone joining us as well for an interview, but a more relaxing interview. It is Dan from GDXL. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing really, really fine on the new chair. So you just won the first game with GDXL, and you went really beast mode. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I mean, we expected to win this game. Obviously, we came into it as the favourites. We just thought we wanted to play aggro and show that we actually mean business from this game. That was our plan going in.
Communication-wise, the team was really comfortable. Like, as soon as you saw that triple kill on the bot lane, you didn't even think it through. Like, you just jumped in, and you completely trusted your teammates. Like, how is the communication with the team so far?
Well, honestly, I've only been scrimming for 5 days. So we're a pretty new team, and obviously we have MNS in mid lane with a bit of language barrier. But honestly, we've got past that pretty well, and I think we're on the same page because we're all pretty aggressively minded players. So it's just kind of natural to play together. I mean, hopefully we'll see that in the coming weeks as well. But for a first game, I'm pretty happy.
So when you flashed Morgana Q, what went through your mind? Like when you predict a Morgana Q and you flash it away just to get the first blood, like.
Yeah, I mean, when this guy face checks a bush, he has to die. So, I mean, I know I shouldn't really do what I did. Like, it was probably better to just let him base and take his flash. But, like, as I say, this is our first game, and it's more to leave a mark than it is to play the game, like, I don't know, 100% clean.
And I actually have one for you, because you've been on quite a journey for some time, right? You started out in an NLC or UKLC, NLC, then to LEC, now back onto NLC again. Like, what's your personal goals for a player coming into this new year? Is there anything specifically you're looking to work on, or are you just taking things as they're kind of coming?
Honestly, for now, I don't really have, like, a goal as a player. Like, we've just started scrimming. Like, I don't know what I'm going to work on specifically. We have to figure out the meta and stuff like this. But my goal overall for this split is to get back into LEC and prove that I deserve to be there, basically.
And then one more. When are you going to carry me in solo queue again? Because that one victory is really nice.
Anytime. Just let me know. I'll carry you. Don't worry.
Let's go. That's on broadcast. Somebody clip it. I'll save it later.
Yeah, it's on broadcast that you're certified boosted.
Whatever.
Yeah, sorry, I might
He doesn't care. He wants the elo, so he's fine with it. So regarding the team, we know your private aspirations to this split, but what about the team? What are you guys looking for? Are you looking into the European Masters as well? Do you guys want to just destroy entire Europe?
Yeah, I mean, this roster is built to winning in Masters, I think. We may not have the investment like K-Corp has or something, but I think anything other than winning the NLC and having a deep running in your Masters would be a disappointment for me.
I want to ask you something, because you've been a jungler for so long, but now you have a second jungler in the team in the likes of Kikis, who's playing support and obviously knows your position and knows a lot of the things. How is the synergy between you two?
Honestly, it's actually really natural. We played together before in Fnatic for a very short time when Kikis was a top laner. And the reason why it was a bit of a random suggestion to have him lane swap, to be honest, for him as well. But I knew that we had a good communication back then. And right now we're syncing up pretty well together, roaming together. Yeah, it just feels good to have somebody who sees the game in a similar way to me, since we're both junglers primarily.
Nice.
Seems fair. I think we got all the
jungle vibing. Yeah.
Yeah. You guys can rotate. You guys can pressure on the entire map. And I believe. Do you guys want to have any more questions?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm pretty much thinking.
Get us a third spot, please.
Yeah, that's the thing. You gotta do it.
Get first spot, please.
Okay, just received info, but for you, Dan, thank you so much for coming to the interview. It was a pleasure to meet you, and I hope you can get your objectives, not only personal, but also for the team.
Thank
you. I love the way you talk, okay, if we don't take the NLC, I don't know what I'm doing here. I love that momentum.
Right.
They can't thrive.
I think he's right. On paper, the team should at least make EU Masters. It should go pretty high up. But if we look at all the other ARLs as well, they look pretty stinking hot as well. So it looks hard. I mean, we have so many good teams on paper this season. It's just crazy.
I think that's the thing, right? The fact that we now have so many good teams. We used to be kind of a 2-team league or a 3-team league. I'm not going to lie. That's how it's been. But
or a 1-team Andy.
It does not feel like that anymore. So for you to come in with the expectations of then saying, I need to smash all of this. I'm
Yeah.
not just smashing the bottom tier teams,
Yeah.
like I'm smashing all the competition we're having. That takes confidence, and it's a lot of pressure you're going to have to build through, so it's going to be a tough journey for Dan as well, together with all of JDXL.
Just to win the NLC itself is going to be a hardship for any team out here. So we're still looking for how the other teams are going to come up on the following weeks or following days. But still, just to win the NLC is going to be really hard for any of these teams. Like we have X7, we have GGXC, all of them are top contenders.
And Astralis.
And
Astralis. And Bifrost, in my opinion.
Yeah, honestly,
I
yeah.
think
You have at least
Bifrost are
5-6 teams.
I think Bifrost are like my dark horse for this competition, honestly. Not only can they upset, but I think they could snatch away a spot in EU Masters very easily.
I only think we call them dark horse because of the competition too. Because if you actually break down these players, like if this team was in here last season, I'd just say they're favorites.
Yeah.
Just because of the fact that they have players who's all around, in all their roles, have been people that's been top performing members in their separate ERLs before they came here. Like the person that put together Bifrost has actually done a really good job in terms of scouting. I feel like this is a very sharp roster as well.
If you're looking like into the previous splits where you guys are saying, okay, NLC only had like 1 team, 2 teams, well, physically capable of going to the European Masters and make the mess that they did, and they went really high on the European Masters. Nowadays, we can actually destroy European Masters.
So the 2 teams that have done us really proud so far was Excel and Fnatic are traitors because they left, the NLC,
true.
but we
That's
still
true.
have Excel here, so let's go Excel.
So, realistically, what you guys are looking, I know it's only the first day, looking into these teams, what do you think like it's the top contenders for our NLC? Not only nationally, but also, well, to our league, but also to the European Masters.
I think in terms of clean gameplay today, it was X7. I think Astralis came in too slow paced for me. You can call them disciplined, but I also think they missed a few windows. And against better teams, that's something that's going to get punished. X7, on the other hand, to me, late game could have been a bit
cleaner.
Yeah, but other than that, you know, it was an early to mid game with super good macro. I love the Herald rotations. I love the fact that how fast they really trimmed away all the turrets. It made it so difficult for the rest of the enemy team to really come together and play against them, to the point where when they finally started taking fights, did not matter. It did not matter that X7 messed up a little bit because they're so far ahead from that clean early game.
And this is a good time to actually look into the entire day. I also have a few clips to show you guys back at home of what happened. For those of you who missed a few of these plays, amazing plays, by the way.
The first game?
Yeah.
Certified banger. 50 minutes of back and forth. 3 Barons, 2 Elder Dragons, 3 Elder Dragons right before.
And the steal.
Dude,
the Jinx steal.
3 Elder Dragons right before that Nexus fell, the last Elder Dragon went down. I think this was probably my favorite game, and if you asked me which 2 teams would be in it, I would never have said Vanir and Singularity. I think this game absolutely delivered. Was it a freaking fiesta? Yes, it was a fiesta. But did I enjoy all 50 minutes of it? Yes, because it was bloodthirsty, start to finish. Both teams were trying so hard. Did they choke on closing out? Yes, absolutely. But did I enjoy all of the blood spilled? Yes, absolutely.
It also just goes to show the kind of teams these are. We were talking about Vanir like this kind of middle of the pack team, but they still expected favorites in this game. But we were also talking about Singularity like the kind of team that could cause potential upsets. And you know what? For them to start out the first game of the season with this one, especially this Baron cleanup that put them back into the game, that kind of just puts the tale of what kind of team they are. That kind of puts the expectations up to what we can expect from them in the future.
And they're not afraid. I love that idea. Like picking Karthus into the jungle, getting Karthus invading the enemy jungle, losing the flash like a level 5. That is beautiful. I love the messy gameplay. But sometimes you see those games that are really, really messy, like, oh, this is a fiesta. But this was a really good fiesta.
I think this was a little bit cleaner in terms of the fact that when Bifrost figured out how they're winning the game, they just completely ran away with it. And I think it's the same sort of deal with Astralis right here. I think Petrovska was a really good highlight from the side of Nuriki. But on the other hand, I think Astralis literally ran down with it. I mean, Chadson right there with the Renekton played absolutely out of his mind. He was all the way in the face of Nuriki, didn't allow them to play. I feel like we've seen a very similar Renekton from Cabochard as well in the LFL. I think it was a very convincing victory, slow, but very convincing for Astralis.
Yeah, and also I like the fact about Astralis, the fact that they're flexible. It was Crisper on 6, it was Carlson, the young guy on the carry, right? But moving on to the next one, X7.
Oh, this one.
Everything was just in the early game.
completely stellar from them, to be honest. It was very beautiful watching. It was great roams to come through from Priority. It was overall mechanical misplay, or not misplay, but mechanical plays from the individuals as well, from the top side or from Nata as well, on the Aphelios that showcased the Chakram combo as well, just to show how disgusting this champion sometimes can be.
I mean, the Lulu ultimates were really good as well.
They were, I guess, but I mean, I'm not really acknowledging Enchanter players too often, but I guess so. Great Lululs too.
I like the idea that everyone was expecting Aro to pop off, but Nara, out of nowhere, just coming in with the fellas, not afraid of anything. And even the support was saying, okay, he's going mad. On this game, though, it was also a little bit messy. This was also the last game as well. And we have one of the players ready for the interview, but tell me.
I was going to talk about the guy who we just had about an interview, which was done, which went absolutely mad in this game. I think, I remember him, Fnatic Rising, in a meta where the Setuani was very prominent, and now going back to the Zinzaos, the Viegos, the Lee Sins, I think his fire has been reignited, and he does want to go back to the LEC.
And he has all the talent that he needs to go back into the LEC, but I think we have Viking together with us on an interview. Are you there, Viking?
Hello. What's up?
Hello, pleasure to meet you. Finally join us. How are you feeling?
I'm fine. Disappointed to lose, but yeah, I mean, I think the enemy played decent, but we could do better for sure.
There were a few times your team was actually capable of facing up and actually meeting them up in the battlefield, but just slipped away. Did you feel like you guys were unlucky? Was it the champion select? What do you feel like it was the failing point for the team to not take the lead versus GD Excel?
I mean, it feels like in the 3-3 spot lane, usually we should win, but I think the Gangplank broke the Morgana shield and they could get stuns off and stuff on Caitlyn, apparently. I mean, that's what we thought at least, and because I think we can win the 3-3 spot side, but I think that the Gangplank ulti was, I mean, we got really surprised when they picked Gangplank, right? And every time we did 3-3 bot side, they just Gangplank ulted, and I think Gangplank was probably a good champ versus Caitlyn in general, and Morgana. That's what I felt at least. But then we made some mistake as well, like in the mid game, but I think it exploded a bit in bot lane when Xin Zhao got the double kill. And maybe in the mid game too, at the mid lane fight when they got the mid tower with Herald. That's what I felt at least.
So we've seen Dusty, and we've mentioned that they've never made playoffs. I want you to tell me from your perspective, what do you think in this particular roster, in this particular team that you guys have formed, what is your strongest point?
I mean, I think like we have all players that are good, and mechanically too. I think we have good atmosphere, and I think like we can for sure just if we just get good draft and good have a decent day, I think we can win versus like all the teams in NLC. And I think we're just we have like recently good scrim result, but what's called I mean, I just think that everyone is good individually, and today was a bit bad of a day. And I think Excel is a good team too in NLC.
There we go. Yeah, Excel is proving themselves on the first day. And just as you are saying, this is only the first day. So you guys still have a long road ahead of yourselves. What do you feel like you need to work now? The team needs to work from now on? Because the meta is still shifting a little bit in terms of competitive. Do you feel like you guys already know the meta and are comfortable with it? Or you guys still need to adapt?
I mean, I think everyone is kind of like thinking out how to draft and stuff. I think like first day, I think people are a bit asking each other and stuff, but I think we're pretty confident. Like we were confident with this Caitlyn, and for example, we got surprised by the Gangplank, and I mean, we didn't analyze it much, but it felt like Gangplank was really annoying versus Morgana at least, but Morgana Caitlyn. But I think like we don't really need to. I mean, we need to adapt, right? But I think we need to improve on everything. Like as many teams, like just try to improve every day and stuff like this on everything.
I love how you mentioned many teams. I want to ask you, what is that one team that you particularly want to play? Which matchup are you looking forward to?
I mean, I want to face the Koreans of X7. I mean, it's fun, and I talk with the top laner. I like him too. So I'm hyped to meet X7. I mean, I was hyped to meet XL too, but it was a bit disappointed of the result. But I think next time we can beat them. I just think the Gangplank was weird pickers. Like we all got mind blown.
The Gangplank.
The Gangplank. Yeah, we got mind blown of the Gangplank.
He's gonna be seeing barrels in his sleep tonight.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's
Viking, it was a pleasure to meet you, man, and I wish you the
Yes,
best
man.
of lucks. Like the team has a lot of potential, you know that obviously, and you have a lot of potential as well. So let's see what happens on the second day. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks for meeting. See you guys.
See ya. So we're not done with the interview.
Gangplank's gonna haunt him forever. That's what I know.
Yeah, he was really shaken by the gangplank. Okay, so moving on. We have another one.
Bit of scurvy, innit?
Tarak, are you there? Oh, he's not there. Oh, it was a
Oh,
surprise.
you leaked.
Ah.
Are you Elise Wulu?
What?
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 What? But no, we have another interview, and this is a special one because we can talk about the entire team, how they're preparing for the entire split and all that. And now he's ready. Tarak, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, there he is. Okay, I
Where's all the
saw, but-
Lego in the background? I'm so used to just seeing Mom's Lego stuff. Where is it? Am I not going to?
I don't think he got any of that.
I cannot hear you right now, but I did hear you say I didn't get any of that. So I suppose we're maybe in.
Okay, but are you listening to me?
I can hear you as well.
Can you hear me too?
Oh yes.
What about you,
Okay,
Golborg?
so Golborg
Golborg
asked,
to like.
where's all the Lego behind you?
Oh, I mean, I couldn't bring it all with me, unfortunately. So I've lost the sponsorship. But if you want to get in touch, Lego, we can bring some to the Excel house. It's fine. We got it covered.
Brilliant, brilliant. That sounds so fun.
So, how's the practice with the team and the skirmish and all that? How's the team faring?
Yeah, very well at the moment, I'd say. For 5 days in, we've had only a couple of scrim days, but I think we're gelling together well. I think communication's working. People are taking responsibility. Conflict is, going as expected. So I'm happy with our start so far.
And how's it been for you as a coach as well, coming into this one instead? Because obviously you've been on Singularity, but you haven't been on the academy yet. How's it been for you to be integrated into a bigger org now like Excel? Is there any different steps you've had to take, or is it just like your usual coaching theories you're applying now?
Yeah, it's been really interesting. So this is the first time I've been working in a bigger organization. It's the first time I've had to take into consideration like having a main team. Having a much larger structure around me, because on Singularity it was very much like CEO, me, I do everything, right? And it's great. I loved it. Not gonna lie, it was very, very easy to get what I wanted done. But at the same time, it's been a really new experience coming into a gaming house, making sure I can sort of put longer term goals in mind, being an academy project, to make sure that by the end of this year, the people I'm working with can be passed up into LEC. And first time in a gaming house, so it's a good time. Obviously not everyone here yet, but I think it's a lot of fun. Being able to just walk in and see Dan playing, see Minsu playing. Whoever's playing, it's nice to be able to be in that environment. So I'm loving it so far.
I mean, there's no pressure, right? Because Dan said anything less than a really good run at EU Masters is going to be an absolute disaster.
I mean, yeah, duh, right? Like no pressure. It's really simple. You just play it. Like it's simple. It's simple. Like just no pressure. Come home at champs, get promoted to LEC, and then like jobs are good.
They give us a third seed. Thank you very much.
I'm surprised you haven't got one, to be honest. Like
Right?
EU Masters, come on. Anyone?
Like double
Yeah, no.
finals back to back.
Yeah, Poland gets that once, and then they get it for like 3 years. Oh no, I think we're going.
Yeah, you tell him. You tell him. You tell him.
We didn't say it. He said it. Just
He
for the
said
record.
it.
I still like to have a job.
It's just facts.
Now, looking into the NLC, obviously European Masters is going to be ours. I have no doubt about that. But looking into the NLC, do you look at any team that you want to face off? You want to fight versus that team, and you want to prove yourself?
Yeah, I mean, Bifrost, I want to clap Fury. X7, I want to crap the Koreans. Like, there's loads of stuff that, like, it'll be great, right? Like, I'm looking forward to it. I think there's a lot of good teams in the NLC this split. Like, genuinely, every single roster has some reasonable point they can play around if they get to a relatively good standard within their own team environment. I think every single match can be really good in the NLC. And that's the first time I can say that after, I mean, I've mainly coached in this region since my career started, and I've never felt it's as competitive as this. So although I just name dropped Bifrost X7, and some of the matches maybe weren't at the top tier today, like give these teams time, and I think NLC is in a great spot.
It's really cool to see that even coaches and teams share the same sentiment that we do, because I think this is also for us, like as analysts, when we're looking at the teams, the first season when we're like, wow, every single team looks like they have a win con.
At this point, I believe they have. Like NLC is packed with players. And also, as a coach, I'd like to ask you this. Looking into the players now that you're working with, what was the player that surprised you the most?
I guess today, the person who surprised me the most was Kikis. Only because I've been really happy with how hard he's been trying to adjust the support role. But seeing him go out there today and actually execute everything we've been working on together, concepts we've been talking about in training, like I've been drilling this guy sometimes with mistakes that need to be fixed, and he's taken it so well. But to see him come out on stage and perform this well in a counter matchup, something that people would traditionally consider difficult for Leona, and just play a really solid game, I mean, I'm very happy to see that so far. So I like to see the aggression coming, I like to see the intent, and I guess it surprised me how well it converted on stage.
It is beautiful to see a team like taking all in from the coach, no matter the experience that the team itself has, and you're listening to the coach. So I believe you're really happy with the roster you have right now.
I mean, after the first 5 days, I'm buzzing. Could be honeymoon period, but I think we're getting off to a good start. We'll obviously hit our bumpy moments, perhaps, but I think at the end of the beaten track, we'll come off good. So I'm feeling hopeful so far.
Hey, bad scrims are good official games, so we take those.
Exactly, right?
Love it. So with this in mind, I believe this is all we have for this interview, and I thank you so much for being here with us today. I wish you the best luck as well for the rest of the split, and let's see what you guys can do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, man.
It's so cool to wave at people that are on this huge screen.
It is. Like, the studio is so good. I'm still baffled by it. But now, do we have like that beautiful segment?
Bring it. I'm ready.
You guys want to do it?
Ready. Bring it.
Go on, so we call it the pick, ban, dodge. We will have a few plays where we have to decide if we can pick it, if we should dodge it, or if we should just ban it away. Like good plays or bad plays. Are you guys ready?
Go
ready.
for it.
Roll
okay,
it.
so I think we're gonna have like a few highlights, and you have to decide on the moment. I'll decide with you as well. Everybody can have a different opinion. Like I can pick, you guys can dodge, I can ban, and look at this.
Okay, which one is that?
Pick.
Oh, is this the Barons too?
Pick.
Oh, okay, now pick. Lock it up, man. This is the arcane finish.
Pick.
I mean, I guess if you're the enemy, you kind of like dodge now, but like
You actually ban that play if you're the enemy. You don't
So this is a
dodge.
pick?
Definitely.
This is
definitely a
100% pick. It's long range. There's like 4 people in the pit that could have tried to stop that Jinx, but the second it lands on the first opponent, it's GG well
It's
played.
like PTSD from when they just changed the Jinx rocket, and every game we had a Jinx, she just stole Baron. Like it happened all the time.
She still does.
Apparently.
So let's get to the second one. What do we have? Start for us. Which is the play? Which team is going to be? Because we don't know.
What is this?
Oh, there we go. He's on top of us.
It's a little cinematic.
Okay. Oh, missing
Wait.
a siege minion as a
No.
Okay, so
Okay.
who wants to take it first?
Okay. So, I'll take it first.
Okay.
It's not the worst. I wouldn't ban it, but I would dodge.
Yeah, I have to agree with Trouble here. That's just, you don't want to
You
see
dodge.
that. Yeah, you're not going to ban
It's
anyone
fine,
for missing a
it's
cannon,
fine,
right?
yeah.
But you dodge it a little bit.
I'll ban it.
What?
I'll ban it. And you know why? Because Gragas is walking with the barrel, and you see the barrel from Gangplank, and he runs away from it.
You know
This
why
is
he's
not
saying,
natural.
You know why he's saying this? He's an AD carry player, so support usually lasted the cannon from him. He does know how to do it.
I was a top laner, one trick Shen, so.
Wow.
That is sus.
I protect
That is sus.
people.
I wouldn't ban for a cannon. Come on.
I wouldn't ban a player, just Gragas.
I don't know. Would you guys ban for a cannon? Let us know.
I miss
Like and
cannons all the
subscribe.
time, guys. Don't say that to anyone.
Remember to turn on your notifications.
So let's see, last play. Where is it? Okay.
That's the last one? Okay.
Oh.
Oh, I know which one that is. I know which one that is.
Oh, we have more.
Pick. Oh my god. Pick.
I am...
This is way too good.
That is a blind flash over a Morgana bind at point blank. That was the most beautiful thing I saw today, honestly.
What about
That
you?
was- And then he dies, it's worth for me. I don't care.
First blood.
I don't care. He gets first blood. He gets to be flashy with it. Quite literally, pan absolutely intended. This is a 150% pick for me.
Hell no! I
Come
ain't gonna
on,
see my
dude.
jungler doing that for a support. Are you kidding me? You scale Victor into the Syndra matchup? No. Dan was even saying on the interview, "Yeah, I knew I shouldn't have done that, but yeah, I did it anyway."
What?
Yeah.
So what do you pick?
I'm not banning that. Hell
What?
no.
Dodge it?
No, ban it.
Ban
Get
it.
out of here.
Banning it.
I have
Goodbye,
a different
Dan.
opinion as well. I need Dan to adopt me because that play was amazing.
Hell yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
So next play, this is the fourth one of the day. Where is it going to show up? Okay.
What do we have here?
Lisanne gets the cue. What happened?
Wait.
Oh no!
Oh, I know this
No,
one!
no,
Ban it! Ban it away! Ban it away! Take it home! I don't want to see that anymore in my life.
You have one job.
So, what do you do well? I take out turrets. Can you take what now? No. Yeah, to me, this is a ban.
It might be a ban for me too, honestly.
You gotta do it.
Okay.
Shot.
Listen, okay. It's Christmas. I cannot ban it. It's Christmas, okay? Mistakes happen.
Biased analyst.
I'll dodge.
Okay. Remake. Oh, so she's asking for the
She
remake.
wants to dodge the question.
It was a client bug remake.
Oh, we lost Treble. We actually lost Treble.
Oh,
So
brilliant.
because she didn't ban the play, she got deleted, apparently. Thank you so much. So you can do the mime now? And no. So let's go into the fifth one.
I know there's a mic behind the desk if you want to look for
I
it.
really want to run to it and pick it up if possible. There we go. She's a mobile carry. Oh, this one. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a pick it for sure. I picked that one. That's Nata. You talked about Chris Berg as a Danish talent. Nata coming in, definitely a pick for sure.
I don't know. You have to connect it though. You have to turn it on.
Oh, come on, man.
We're having some.
So this is definitely a pick.
Oh, I didn't turn it on.
Oh, great.
So this is definitely a pick for everybody. Do you agree, Treble? Do you say yes or no? It is a pick? Okay, there we go. This is a pick for that as well. So this is the pick and ban and dodge. And if you guys at home have any ideas of plays that you want to pick to ban or dodge, send it to us on Twitter. Share with us all your feedback. I don't think so, Treble. I don't think so. We're banning Treble. So
Bring me back. That'll be nice.
interact with us on social media. And I believe this is it for today, isn't it?
I mean, we can't hear trouble. It's kind of going downhill now.
Hello?
Oh,
It's me.
you're looking for.
I won't continue because
Yeah, you can do it.
DMCA.
Oh no! Oh no! So you can talk now, Treble. You have to use a microphone. though.
Chris Beck, it's fine. That's all I wanted to say.
All right.
We still like you.
That was way too much of an effort to try and say that. But yeah, it's some brilliant games, honestly, all in all. And I'm loving to be back in a studio for the first time ever. Well, at least for the NLC here. And obviously, brilliant host for us today, which has been great. I'm looking
you so
forward to the
much.
rest of the season already.
And with this in mind, tell me.
I
You want
hope
to say?
everyone also had fun because I felt like if we have fun, it shows to everyone as well. So I felt like everyone must have had fun. No? Yes? Take it away.
So with this in mind, it is time to be finished for today. First time hosting for the desk, especially for two legends, especially for an amazing scene that is the NLS. So I hope you guys
NLC.
can be... What?
Close enough, it's fine.
NLC.
The effort matters.
I had to lag on the last one. I had to do it. NLC is amazing. We have amazing players as well.
It's not like the name is
casters
everywhere.
are just absolute monsters as well. And I hope you guys can tune in on Wednesday when we return. See you soon and keep feeding.